A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Adventures in Time and Space, transcribed in future tense. Can you predict what will come in 100 years? Or in 10? Or in the next minute? Can you see beyond the known dimensions of time and space into the unknown dimension X? Today we tell you a story of America's largest city, a story that began in the bustling city room of a New York metropolitan jail.
City desk. Sweeney?
Listen, Pop, give me a rewrite, quick.
I'll take it.
Okay, now look. I'm up on Riverside Drive, see?
So,
at 12:45 today, just 3 minutes ago, Grant's tomb disappeared.
it's what?
I'm telling you, it disappeared. It's gone.
Listen, Sweeney, get yourself to a Turkish bath. Sober up.
Pop, I swear, I'm sober as a judge. Listen to me, will you?
Just a minute. Albert,
What's up, Pop?
call the 100th Detective Precinct. Find out if anything's been reported missing.
Like what?
Like Grant's tomb. Go on, make it snappy.
Okay, Pop.
All right, Sweeney, now give it to me slow. This better not be a gag.
No gag, Pop. Now get it down. The traffic at the drive was at its noon hour peak, and the benches and structure were filled with happy, laughing people. Then, without a warning, a rumble sounded in the alarmed populace crowd was horrified.
Hold it, Sweeney. Well, Albert?
I don't get it. They say that Grant's tomb is gone.
Okay, call composing. Tell them to hold everything for an extra. Clear out page 1. Get going. Okay, Sweeney, now. The heck with the words, give me the garbage. What happened?
Nobody knows. There are half a dozen police cars around here staring at the place where Grant's tomb was. I was about a block away. I heard screams. I came running. It was gone. Vanished.
How many dead?
Nobody knows if anybody is dead.
I'll find out.
How can I find out when everybody that was sitting on the steps and all disappeared?
What?
They're gone.
No bodies?
No tomb, Pop. No tomb.
Okay, you hook it back up there and get stories from some witnesses. Now call me back. Albert!
Yes, Pop.
Get Columbia University on the phone, get a statement.
Right.
Research!
Yes, sir.
Grab an encyclopedia, see if anything like this ever happened before. Hey, Walters!
Yeah, Pop.
Call the army, find out about secret weapons. Hello, composing. This is Pop Adderby on the city desk. Start setting up an extra. I want to hit the street in 20 minutes. Second extra in an hour with pictures. Okay, what are you waiting for? Get them rolling.
Pop. Pop.
Oh, I'm busy, Albert.
Yes, sir. Pop. Mr. Colborne wants to see you. Pronto.
Tell him I'm busy.
Well, he says to come now.
Oh, of all the flat-headed publishers to saddle a newspaper with. Okay. Sweeney calls, switch it to Colburn's office.
Okay, Pop.
Come in.
Listen, Mr. Colburn, I'm very busy now. There's an extra on the rollers. And...
I know. I just called composing and ordered them to stop it.
Stop it. Are you...
Adderby, you've been on the city desk of the Herald for 25 years now. Since when do you waste thousands of dollars on an April Fool issue?
April Fool. Listen, Grant's tomb is missing. Is that a story? Or am I dead from the neck up?
Did you check it?
Yes, and Sweeney...
How do you know it's true?
Well, if you...
What do you mean spreading cold terror all over town?
But Sweeney...
The devil with Sweeney. How do you know it isn't just a hallucination? Mass hypnotism, something like that.
Well, what if it is?
Adderby, if this is a farce, we'll be in Dutch, but good. Civil suits, criminal action. We're the only paper in town on the streets with an extra. The other editors don't believe this story for one instant.
It takes guts to run a paper.
Well, if that's what it takes, you've got too many. You took the authority for this without even trying to find me and get an okay.
Your father-in-law knew a story has to run while it's hot.
All right. You ran this while it was so hot our first 10 papers drove the city into a panic. How do we know this whole thing isn't a big... Hello. Now this Corborn. Yes, he's here. It what? Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine and dandy. You're fired.
What?
It's your star reporter, Mr. Sweeney, formerly of the Herald.
Formally. Give me that phone. Hello, Sweeney.
Pop.
Did you get the pictures? How are things up
Pop.
there?
Pop.
I'll need more witnesses.
Pop.
Hey, what?
It's back.
Fine. What did you say?
It's back. Grant's tomb is back. I'm sorry.
You're sorry. All right, golden boy. Now give it to me slow. Make it sound intelligent.
It just reappeared, that's all.
What about the people who were inside?
All back. Don't remember a thing. It's just like it never happened at all. It's a miracle.
Some miracle. We got an extra on the streets with 28 types screaming that Grant's tomb has vanished, and you calmly call me up to tell me that it's back.
But it was gone. I tell you, Pop.
Sweeney,
What?
do me a favor, will you?
Yeah, what?
Drop dead.
Well, that'll be.
Guess we'll run a retraction. Just doesn't make sense. 12 police cars saw it. We've got statements from witnesses.
I told you it was hysteria. Look at the man from Mars broadcast that Orson Welles did. 1,000 people will swear they saw the monsters.
Oh, I don't know. I'm all confused.
Well, let's look at it this way, Adderby. Maybe you've had enough.
Enough what?
You've been on the city desk 25 years now. That makes you, 55?
54. What are you driving at, Mr. Colby?
I mean, maybe you ought to retire.
Retire?
We need new people, new ideas. I've been thinking about it for some time now. With Social Security, you'd get...
About $20. Fine. Now, you listen. I brought this paper into the world, and it's going to take me out. I was on that city desk before you ever heard of a stick of type. Then you come along and marry a publisher's daughter.
That's enough.
I made a mistake, okay. Anybody can make a mistake. I still think there's something in this story. Sweeney's been around too long to blow one like this. Even when he's drunk, he's a better newspaper man than most.
I'm sorry. Effective today, you're relieved as city editor. Sanford will take over.
Sanford? Why, he's Greaser's grass.
If you want to stay on in some minor job...
Such as...
Well, how about science editor?
Science editor.
You could have the office right next to mine. It'll pay the rent. Well?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. Been on the city desk so long.
Well, maybe it's too much excitement for a man your age.
Stop writing me off, will you? I'm 54. And a man at 54...
is no longer a boy.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I am losing my grip. Gotta go somewhere and think it over.
All right, Adderby. Take your time.
I'll be across the street at Burley's bar if you need me. I'll let you know before the bulldog hits the streets. Burley! Escape bar!
Yeah, Pop, yeah?
More poison.
Haven't you had enough, Pop?
Yeah, it's a solemn occasion, Burley, for the hemlock.
What's the occasion, Pop?
I am now a has-been.
No.
Reduced. Humiliated.
You, Pop? Never.
Meet the new science editor of the Sunday Supplement, me. Knows much about science as J.P. Morgan knows about sharecropping.
What happened? Who did it?
You familiar with a reporter named Aloysius John Sweeney? Former friend and drinking companion of mine?
Sweeney got you busted?
The same.
What?
If that gentleman should ever by some misforgotten chance thrust his head into this bar, Burley, my friend, I personally, with these two bare hands...
Hey, Pop! Pop!
Uh-oh.
Hey, Pop, it's me.
I shall control my homicidal instinct.
Listen, Pop, I just came down from Riverside Drive.
Very daring move, Sweeney.
I brought a guy with me.
It won't help, Sweeney.
Pop, you don't understand. I found a little guy in a swallowtail coat who watched this whole thing happen.
Pop. Burley, quiet. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, will you?
How do you do? Gentlemen, I can assure you my small stature belies the magnitude of my abilities.
What did you bring him for, Sweeney?
He's a genius, Pop, a full-time genius.
You betrayed me once, Sweeney. Isn't that enough? Take your little man away and don't bother me.
Your friend isn't very polite, Mr. Sweeney. Perhaps one day he will learn that even the most insignificant man has a sense of dignity and personal worth.
I apologize, Professor. I'm not sore at you. It's your tomato-headed friend here. Sweeney, I ought to kill you. I ought to strangle you with my bare hands. I ought to have you run through a rotary press at low speed. Those things are too good for you.
But, Papa, look, I'm trying to tell you, the story ain't phony. It happened. Mr. Pertwee... Hannibal, tell him about it.
Gladly. My contribution has been awaiting worldwide recognition for many years now. Unfortunately, there are some who insist I am insane.
I see that.
Being small of stature, as you can see, I chose to nurse my resentment rather than to take positive measures. However, I feel now the world is ready to come to terms with Hannibal Pertwee.
Can you or can you not explain this Grant's tomb business?
Naturally. It can all be explained quite simply in terms of the Pertwee system of infinite acceleration and transportational facilitation as applied to freightage. I've been trying to sell it to the railroads for 10 years.
Didn't I tell you he was a genius, Pop?
Burley, the check.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Pop. Give him a chance. Show him the trains, Hannibal.
Oh, yes, the trains. If you gentlemen will gather around the suitcase...
Come on, I want you to see them. I'm telling you.
Right.
Come on, hey, look.
As you can see, I have in this suitcase a complete model railroad reduced to the size of a cigar box. Observe. That's enough, I think.
They run! Just like real trains! Sweeney, not content with ruining my life, losing me my job, driving me to alcohol, you're now trying to drive me out of my mind with an obvious madman who builds model railroads. Here's the money, Bertie. Keep the change.
Oh, but, Pop,
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Pop, you're not even giving them a chance.
Out of my way.
Listen, Pop.
Out of my way.
It's always the same. They won't listen to me.
Oh, I guess Pop is losing his grip.
I hate them.
No, don't take it so hard, Hannibal. Maybe it was all a hallucination.
The Pertwee theory is not an hallucination.
Sure. Well, it was a good try anyway. I guess I'll go back to the office and pick up my stuff.
But I'll show them. Someday they'll listen.
Sure. You'll show them, Hannibal. Hey, Burley, fix Professor Pertwee here with a double scotch. Go ahead, make it a triple.
The newest use of the isotope will enable medical experts to trace with accuracy the growth of Oh, nuts. Maybe it's better to be unemployed. Science editor speaking.
Pop?
Yeah.
Sweeney, listen, I got a story.
I thought Calburn canned you.
Can't fire me. Listen, you know Burley's bar?
Does DiMaggio know Yankee Stadium? What about Burley's bar?
It's gone.
Oh, sweet.
On the level, Pop, just a few seconds ago. Take a look at the window.
Sweeney, I warn you.
Take a look.
Okay, Sweeney, hang on. Albert?
Yes, Pop?
Do me a favor. Stick your head out of that window and tell me if anything unusual is going on at Burley's Corner.
Okay, Pop.
Holy jumping catfish!
Huh?
It's gone. Come here and look.
Well, I'll be a monkey. Where's Calburn?
He went to a polo match out on Long Island.
Who's on the city desk?
Young Stanton.
Come on.
City desk, separate.
Okay, I'll give it to rewrite. Just a second. City desk. What? Are you nuts? What?
Everybody listen to this, will you? It's Martinson down at 34th Street. He says the Empire State Building has disappeared. Can you feature that?
What are you going to do about it?
Do? Am I supposed to do something? He's gone nuts.
Give me that phone.
Hey, let
Give me that phone. Hello, Marty. This is Pop.
Pop, what are you doing on deck?
Never mind what happened.
Well, I'm down at the precinct. 5 minutes ago, a cop staggered in. It's gone, he says. What's gone, they say? The Empire State, he says. Well, I figure I better call.
Okay, get down there and get the details. In case you need to convince a Burley's bar went just before you call.
Holy mackerel, what a catastrophe that is. Okay, Pop, I'll call you.
Look at the skyline. The Empire State isn't there.
No. Don't get panicky. Don't get panicky. It may come back just like Grant's tomb.
Okay, Pop. You'll take over, won't you? I'm kind of shaky.
Will I? I'll show you fledglings how to run a newspaper together. Wallace?
Yeah,
Get a camera down to the Empire State.
Right.
What a story.
Call the mayor, Albert. Tell him what he intends to do.
Check.
Where's the research department?
Right here, sir. Columbia University says it's mass hypnotism.
Tell him to... No, dress it up and shoot it down.
Yes, sir.
Research? Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Find out how many people are usually in the Empire State.
Yes, sir.
No, don't try to call the Empire State to find out.
No.
It isn't there. City death. Shoot.
Right, Walter. Listen. I'm dead sober, see?
Yeah, the garbage, Frankie, the garbage.
Remember, I'm sober. S as in sober, O as in sober.
Come on, what happened?
Help me, Pop. Penn Station just disappeared. Vanished. Thin air.
Jumping turtles, the people too?
People trace the works. I'm telling you, there's a hole a block wide. I was lucky I was only a block away.
You saw it?
Eyewitness.
Oh, bless you, my boy, talk.
There was a rumble, see? A kind of electrical hum in the air. And all of a sudden, the station seemed to cave in on itself. Wango. Nothing.
Any statement?
No, but you ought to see the hole.
Oh, get statements, flathead. Where are you now?
I'm over at the post office, right across the street from that.
Hello, Frankie. Frankie, operator.
Pop, we got a flash. The United States Post Office just went. The whole darn city is going piece by piece.
Don't lose your head, Albert. Hello.
This is the composing room about that Empire State Building story.
Well, it's old news. We've just lost Penn Station and the post office. Get out a new banner head. New York City vanishing.
What about copy?
You don't need copy for a story like this. Tell that linotype operators to use their imagination. Albert!
Pop?
Anything else missing? Chrysler Building, maybe?
Nothing yet, Pop.
Oh. Anything reappeared yet?
No word on anything.
Maybe things are stabilizing. Call composing. Tell them to start rolling.
Right, Pop.
And find Sweeney. Telephone from downstairs a while ago. I forgot all about him. Tell him he's hired again. I'll print any statement that isn't immoral.
Uh-oh, Pop. Here comes Mr. Trouble.
Oh, now take it easy, Colburn.
B, what are you doing at the city desk? Where's Sanborn? What's going on here anyway? Has everyone gone out of his mind?
Listen, the Empire State, the Penn Station, and the post office have all been missing for almost 5 minutes.
Get away from that desk, you. Drop that telephone.
Listen.
I don't care if Washington, D.C. has been bombed by the Martians. I want you out of this office in 2 minutes. Albert, cash those extras. Pop, you get out your fire.
Oh, you're not being reasonable.
I'm not interested in the other papers. Just get out of here before I go stark raving mad.
Hey, Pop.
Oh, hello, Sweeney. Where have you been?
I've been trying to make up my mind whether to come up or not. When you left me hanging on the phone, I thought you was insulting me. Hey, how come you aren't on the desk?
Oh, I'm canned.
Are you kidding?
Oh, it's been coming. I really had the place jumping. You should have seen me, Sweeney. It was like the San Francisco earthquake. Oh, I need a drink. How about... keep forgetting. Isn't any Burleys anymore?
No. Just a big hole in the ground.
Let's walk over. I want to browse around.
Oh, Pop, there's nothing to see.
Well, let's take a snoop anyway, just for old time's sake.
Well, okay, Pop, let's cross. We got the light.
Well, will you look at that? Who'd ever thought that less than 10 minutes ago there was a building here?
Yeah.
Let's climb down and have a look, Sweeney.
Well, what for, Pop? It's getting dark, you know. We'll break our necks.
Sweeney, where's your old reporter spirit? Come on.
Okay, but I don't see what you expect to...
My ankle.
Easy.
Clean as a bone.
Well, let's walk around a bit. See anything?
No, just rocks, pieces of the foundation. I'll bet you that... Pop, wait a minute.
What?
Will you look at this? So small, I almost missed it.
Well, I'll be a son of a perfect scale model of Burley's. Less than 4 inches tall.
What do you suppose this is doing here?
I don't know.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Pertwee.
What are you doing down here?
I'm looking for my model. Thank you for finding it.
Oh, this is yours, is it?
Certainly. Now, if you'll be kind enough to hand it to me, I'll just put it back in my suitcase.
You better give it to him, Pop.
All right.
Thank you. There we are. Thank you, gentlemen.
I thought you just went in for model trains.
I have always been preoccupied with tiny things, but lately I've been branching out. Well, I really must be going. Thank you very much.
He's as loony as a bat. Ah, the geniuses are all crazy. I read it in a book.
Sweeney, did you get a look in that suitcase?
Hmm? Sure, I seen it when he opened it in the bar this morning.
I mean just now.
Oh, why?
This morning when he opened his suitcase, he had a little round tube and a set of model trains in it. Nothing else.
So?
This time he had 3 other models.
So what?
Nothing. Except they happened to be models of the Empire State, Penn Station, and the United States Post Office.
There he goes down the block, Pop.
Pertwee, come back here.
He's starting to run.
Here's a cab. Come on.
What to, Mac?
Catch up with that little guy running down on the block. Make it fast.
Okay, Mac.
There he is. Hold it, cabby, hold it. Come on, Sweeney.
Hey, how about my dough? Hey, you bum.
Stop, gentlemen. Stop, I warn you.
Hey, Pop. He's got that little tube out of his suitcase. He's pointing.
Grab him, Sweeney.
All right, give me that thing. Let go of my arm. Give it to me. There.
I warn you.
Never mind the warnings. Just you come along with us. We're going to have a little talk. Take him up to the office, Sweeney.
Pop.
What?
Where's the taxi?
What?
The taxi.
If you look at the curb, you'll find your taxi.
Jumping saints. Pop, look at it.
Now, gentlemen, perhaps the world will believe in the validity of the Pertwee system of infinite acceleration.
All right, Hannibal, now you start talking.
I won't.
Hold his hand, Sweeney.
That's a pleasure.
Well, Hannibal?
Let me out of this office.
Talk.
Never.
Sweeney, where's the tube?
Right here, Pop.
Now, Hannibal, I give you 5 seconds to talk, after which I'm turning this tube on you for a taste of your own medicine. Now, think it over. 1, 2.
No.
3.
I hate them. Why should I save them?
4.
All right. Put it away, please.
That's better. Now, how did you do it?
Many years ago, Einstein posed the theory that if an object were sufficiently accelerated, it would gradually flatten out and eventually disappear altogether. Working on this approach, I evolved a method of accelerating the atoms within the molecules, setting an object spinning in 4 rather than 3 dimensions. For many years, I tried to sell my idea to the railroad for condensing freight and storage.
And you start the thing spinning with this little tube?
The tube sends out a whirling ring of electrons which engulf the object.
Why did you turn it on those buildings?
I was driven to it. Only something dramatic could shock the world into realizing my greatness.
But you'll restore them. You brought back Grant's tomb.
I can restore them, yes.
Not can, Hannibal. Will.
On one condition.
Well?
That your paper give me full credit for my scientific achievement. Front page, pictures, a complete story.
It's a deal.
Wait a minute, Pop. We don't even work for this paper anymore, remember?
We'll take care of that little matter, Sweeney. Mr. Colburn, this is Pop Atterby. You've just rehired me. Now, if you'd care to step down the hall into my new office, I think I can show you something make your hair stand on end. I have 3 missing buildings in my desk drawer. Well, he's on fire. Says he's coming down here to have me committed to an institution.
Fine.
All right, Atterby. All right. What's going on here? I fired you. I ordered you off these premises. If this is a joke,
Mr. Colburn, you see these models?
What about them?
What would you say if I were to tell you that these 5-inch models are actually the Empire State, Penn Station, the United States Post Office, and Burley's Bar, and a taxicab? All compressed 500 times. That there are people in them so tiny they can't see them. That even time is so compressed inside these buildings that movement is impossible.
This is insanity. Who is this man?
Sit down, Colburn. The show hasn't even started yet. Sweeney, put the taxicab out in the middle of the floor.
Okay, Pop.
Now, stand back. Hannibal, here's the tube. Now do your stuff.
Stand back. Now.
Good Lord. I don't believe it. It's getting bigger.
I reversed the polarity of the spin very gradually.
What's the idea of blocking traffic, you lousy bum? Hey, where am I? Hey, what happened? How did my cab get in this office?
Take it easy, George.
What is this? Who are you? Hey, ain't you the fare that skipped out on me? Hey, what is this, a bug house?
Well, Mr. Colburn?
I don't understand.
But you do believe.
Well, yes, I saw it right before my eyes.
Okay, well, then here's the deal. You give our boy Hannibal a front-page spread with pictures. He'll take these other buildings back to the original sites and restore them just like they were, with our cameras getting exclusive shots. Now, is it a bargain?
Is it a bargain? I may not be the best newspaper man in the world, but this is the biggest thing since Noah's Ark. You're rehired as city editor at your old salary.
My old salary?
All right. Plus a 500 bonus.
It's a deal. Sweeney, call composing. Tell them to double the size of the front page. Have them hold it for a red banner full-page headline. Got that?
Right.
Hello, Albert. This is Pop. Listen, I want all photographers up in my office right away. Call research. Tell that girl to have Columbia send a battery of big shots over to the former site of Penn Station. Copy.
Hey, Mike.
Copy, boy.
Hey, Mike.
I'm busy, George. Sweeney, what's the word?
Messed up.
All right. What is it?
All I want to know is, how do I get my hack out of this office?
You have just heard another adventure in time, space, and the unknown world of the future. The world of...
Dimension
How would you like to leave your home and friends for a trip that might last for 10 years or forever? You'll hear all about it on Dimension X next week when we present Shanghai.
Today, Dimension X has presented The Professor Was a Thief, an adaptation by George Lefferts, with a story by L. Ron Hubbard. Featured in the cast were Arthur Maitland as Pop, John Larkin as Sweeney, and John Gibson as the Professor. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Bert Berman, engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Edward King. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight is the time for the premiere of NBC's gigantic Sunday night broadcast, The Big Show. Every Sunday evening, starting tonight, you'll hear an hour and a half of the greatest stars in radio. Performers like Fred Allen, Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. And your MC will be the lady who invented the snappy retort, Tallulah Bankhead. It's The Big Show. Hear The Big Show later today on NBC.
Hello, everyone. This is your old chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly, presenting America's famous Quiz Kids. Well, our question box today is chock full of interesting questions, and here is number 1. Judging by its lifespan, what mammal could tell us about the landing of the Pilgrims if it were able to talk? And while you and our listeners are thinking about that one, we'll have roll call. First, Joel.
I'm Joel Kupperman. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a junior at Roosevelt High School.
Patrick.
I'm Patrick Owen Conlon. I'm 13 years old, and in the fall I'll be a freshman at Calumet High School in Chicago.
Little Frankie.
Frankie Vanderplug, I'm 6 years old, and I'm in Wenby at the Mount Vernon School, Chicago, Illinois.
And we welcome back to our classroom Brenda.
I'm Brenda Susan, I'm 6 years old, I'm in High First Girls School, Chicago, Illinois.
And Lonnie.
I'm Lonnie Lundy, I'm 14 years old, and will be a sophomore at Maine Township High School in Park Ridge, Illinois.
Fine. Now can you quiz kids answer that first question? Judging by its lifespan, what mammal could tell us about the landing of the Pilgrims if it were able to talk? 3 hands up. Lonnie's hand was first.
Well, I believe the giant tortoise is the only animal that lives that long, but I'm not sure that that's a mammal.
It is not a mammal,
I see.
Lonnie.
Well, then I would say the elephant.
Well, no. Now, wait a minute. Joel?
Well, I was thinking of the elephant, too.
You were thinking of the elephant? And Tam, what were you going to
I was going to think of the elephant right off.
Oh, well... this is a mammal. All right. Did we give up on this? Oh, boy. Missed the first one. The whale is the answer. The lifespan of a whale is about 500 years. And the Pilgrims, of course, landed in 1620. It'll be a difference of 330 years. Well, we can't get them all. Now let's see what we can do here. Oh, by the way, before we get along with more questions, I'm going to give you kids rather a novel assignment to work on during the program. I'll expect you to pay close attention to the regular questions, as usual, and work on this on the side at the same time. Now then, I'm going to hand out to each of you a handful of alphabet soup noodles. And you'll get a pile put right on your desks. And with these noodles, you are to use your noodles and see how many song titles you can spell out using these letters. And in an emergency, you can use an M upside down for a W, or vice versa. And I'll call on you later on in the program. And Brenda and Frankie, now, since you 2 tiny tots haven't had spelling yet, I'll give you a special assignment a little bit later on. All right, kids, now, in the meantime, while you'll get along with more questions, and by the way, this next question, I would say, is really out of this world. If you were to take a rocket ship to the planet Pluto, what other planets might you wave to as you passed? Now try to name them in the order in which you would pass them, if at all possible. Frankie?
We might pass Mars and Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus and Neptune, and you won't pass Pluto because you would land on there.
That would be your destination, right in order. Now how do you like that for 6 years old? What do you know about that? Well, Frankie, that was just fine and dandy. Now, just for fun, kids, We're going to suppose certain characters in opera use the language of tough guys. If you heard something like this in an opera, what character would be talking to what character? I will try to be the tough guy. I'm going to get my hand over on my side here. All right, listen to the first one now. Look, Pop, I'm going to make you sing like a canary or my moniker ain't Siggy. Sure, I fell for your kid, and then you put the heat on her. What do you think she is, a hot dog? Now get this. You're going to show me the way through that flame without an asbestos suit, and I ain't kidding. See? Lonnie?
Well, that's from the ring operas. It would be Siegfried would be the one whose moniker was Siggy.
So who would be talking to whom now?
Well, I'm not sure who would be talking to whom.
Well, all right, let's see. We have two more hands up, Joel.
He would be talking to Woden.
That's right.
About Brunhild.
That's right. Siegfried would be talking to Wotan in the opera Siegfried. Now then, how about this next one? Who would be talking to who in this case? Look, babe, did you have to follow me here? You better scram, beautiful. It's later than you think. They're going to seal up the joint and you'll be stuck here for life. Don't be a dope. Pat?
Well, I think that'll be from Aida, and I think it would be Radames. He was sealed in a tomb, and Aida, his sweetheart, came to die with him.
That's right, Patrick, my boy. Very, very good, kids. Now, here's our next question. You know, a number of the presidents of the United States have had interesting hobbies. You are going to hear clues that should suggest 3 of these hobbies, and you are to identify the president in each case. And the title of the song you will hear, our organist, Lou Webb, play, will give you the clue to the first one. All right, Uncle Lou. Joel?
Well, that's a hunting we will go, and one of George Washington was a fox hunter.
Are you sure that's hunting we will go? Could it be something else, too? Let's see, Pat.
Oh, that might be a farmer in the Dell.
Well, that's what I...
And a lot of presidents were farmers. George Washington, of course, could go for the answer there, too.
George Washington?
Uh-huh.
That's very good. That's right. Now, the second one is represented by the sound effects you will hear. Lonnie?
Well, that's big game hunting. That was Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt is right. Now then, here's the last one, and I'll try to give you the clue to this one. I've practiced on, I've practiced all week on this one. Now, just don't go away, anybody. Well, let me play it. I wanted to get that little fancy touch in there, see? All right, Patrick?
Well, that'll be the Missouri Waltz, and, of course, that would be our President Harry Truman.
Right. All right, kids. Now, let's see what we have next. Oh, here's one about a musician. A musician who went on a tour of the United States, and he sent his wife a note from the various places he visited. But instead of describing his trip, he merely scribbled a bit of music on each note to suggest where he had been. Let's see if you kids can trace his trip. You must get 2 out of 3 on this. Now, the first message was music from an opera by Puccini. Lonnie?
The Girl of the Golden West.
So?
He'd be in the West.
That's right. Now, the second letter contained music from a suite by Ferdi Grosset. Joel?
That'd be Grand Canyon Suite.
So?
He'd be in the Grand Canyon, Colorado.
All right, fine. Now, the last letter contained music from a popular song by Paul Dresser. Lonnie?
Didn't he write Maryland, My Maryland?
No. What did he write? What popular song did he write? We give up on this one? Well, he wrote The Banks of the Wabash, so... Pat?
Well, you'd be in Indiana.
Indiana, that's right, or in Illinois, too. Mm-hmm. Now, friends, it's certainly a great honor to be able to hear a message from our distinguished guest, the Honorable Mr. John W. Snyder, Secretary of the Treasury of the United States.
The Quiz Kids program has been setting a good example for more than 10 years by providing its young stars with financial awards in the form of United States savings bonds. Now your program is carrying that good example into a second phase. Bonds awarded to the quiz kids 10 years ago are now maturing. And I'm informed that one of the original quiz kids, Charles Swartz, Jr., who appeared in your very first program, has decided to reinvest the money from his matured bond in a new United States savings bond. Charles is here in the studio today, and I want to congratulate him on his wise decision. Investing in U.S. savings bonds is a good way to provide funds for your future.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Well, Charles, it's very nice to have the Secretary of the Treasury talk to you, isn't it?
It certainly is, Mr. Kelly.
Well, now, Charles, Mr. Arnold J. Rowan, Illinois Director of the Savings Bond Division, will present you with your new bonds.
Well, I'm very happy to be here today, Charles, to give you back 3 for 1, 4 for 1. You see, you invested in a bond 10 years ago on the 28th day of June, 1940. Today, for your one bond, you are getting 2 bonds plus some of Uncle Sam's money in return. And I'm very happy to be here today to give it to you. And while I'm on the air, I'd like to tell our audience that during the duration of the Quiz Kids program for 10 years, they have given away as prizes to Quiz Kids over $300,000 in savings bonds. I want to congratulate them. I want to congratulate you on your choice of reinvesting in another United States savings bonds. Congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rowan.
Now, Charles, before you leave, I wonder if you'd tell us briefly some of the things you've been doing in the 10 years since you left the Quiz Kids.
In 1942, I worked on a farm. And in 1943, after finishing high school, I entered the College of the University of Chicago, where I received my Bachelor of Arts degree in 1945.
Wonderful.
Then I served for about 2 years as a cadet midshipman in the United States Merchant Marine Cadet Corps, much of my time being spent at sea. Last month, I graduated from Harvard University Law School. Now I am studying for my Illinois bar examination, which I will take in September. Also, I'm looking for a job.
You say you're looking for a job?
That's right, Mr. Kelly.
That's what I thought you said, yeah. Well, Charles, I see you've been a very, very busy young man. And from all of your records, I know you're doing splendidly, and we're all very proud of you, as we are of all the Quiz Kids. And I hope you'll pay us a visit real soon again, and the very, very best of luck to you, Charles. Well, now back to more schoolwork. Let's see what you Quiz Kids can do with this Bible question. What characters in the Bible could have been members of an orchestra? Brenda.
David could have been because
David with his harp,
because he played the harp
That's
for
right.
King Solomon. For King Saul, who was the first king.
That's right. And Lonnie?
Well, Joshua's men blew the trumpets.
Oh, sure. Were you going to say that, Pat?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, I see. Can we think of any others? Well, all right. Let's get along to this next question, which I think is a doozer. This next question is going to be a race against the clock. So you'll have to work fast on this one. I'm going to read you a math question, and from the time I say go, you will have just 60 seconds to solve the problem. I have an alarm clock here, which will ring at the end of 60 seconds, and so you are to try to give me the answer before you hear the alarm. Now, who wants to tackle this, by the way? Oh, I knew Joel would want to get in on this. Of course, you have to do this without the help of paper and pencil. Now, here's the problem. A teacher asked, John, how long did it take you to solve that problem? John replied, I did it between 4 and 5 o'clock. When I began, the hands of the clock were together, and when I finished, they were opposite each other. How long did John take to do the problem? The alarm is set to go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Well, let X equal the time the distance the hour hand traveled while he was solving the problem. Then the minute hand would travel 12 times as much. So that would be 12x. And the minute hand would also travel 30 more, because it would be between the 10 and the 11. And from the 4 to 10, that's 6 times 5 is 30. So 30 plus x would, 30 plus x would be equals 12x. 11x equals 30. And x equals 2 8/11. So it'd be, the hour hand would travel 2 8/11, and the minute hand would travel 32 8/11.
32 8/11 is absolutely right, Joel, and you beat the clock. Yes, sir, you sure did. That's really wonderful, Joel. Yes, sir. Good timing, too, by the way. Now, let's see what we have here. Oh, what Boston Red Sox player has not only got to first base, but is making a sensation out of it? Patrick?
Well, that would be Walt Ropo, the Boston Red Sox first baseman, who should nominee for the Rookie of the Year.
That's right, Patrick. Now then, oh, excuse me, there's the alarm clock. I forgot to turn it off. If anybody happens to be sleeping, well, I pay no attention. Yeah. Now, let's see. This question is on nature, and you see, the monarch and the viceroy butterflies look enough like to be twins. How can you tell them apart? Frankie?
Well, the viceroy, I think, is a little bit smaller than the monarch. And the monarch is bitter tasting to the birds, and the viceroy is sweet tasting. But they look so much alike that the birds think that the viceroy is the bitter tasting monarch.
That's according to the birds, yes. All right, fine, Frankie, fine. Now, this next question takes a lot of imagination, kids, and you listeners at home may enjoy trying to take up answers along with the quiz kids. If an ear of corn could give advice as to how to be popular in society, what might he say if he used phrases associated with him? For instance, he might say, don't stalk around. Now, then, let's see if you kids can think of any. Lonnie?
Don't tell corny jokes.
No, there's nothing personal to that, is there, Lonnie?
No.
All right. Go ahead, Evie.
Use your ears more than your mouth.
Fine, Joel?
Oh, don't go against the grain. Be a colonel in the army.
Well, say, those are two very good ones. Patrick?
Keep your ears open.
Keep your ears open. Uh-huh. Can we think of any others? All right, Pat.
Don't go around with the right stock of people.
Oh, and Lonnie?
Don't be yellow.
Don't be yellow? Well, those were all very, very good. Now tell me this, kids. What simple thing that seems easy for others seems hard for you to do? Who would like to start this off? What simple thing that seems easy for others seems difficult for you to do? Joel?
Well, there are a lot of mechanical things that seem tough for me.
Well, name one.
Like straightening the handlebars on my bike.
Oh, you find that very difficult, huh?
Well, I generally don't get far in it. I have one of my boyfriends, and I help him out with certain things, and he helps me out with those things.
Oh, he's a handlebar specialist, I see. Lonnie?
Well, I have a lot of trouble making anything out of wood. I know a lot of my friends find it very easy. I can't saw straight or...
You can't saw straight? That
things like
funny
that.
When you say it that way, don't you? I can't saw straight. Well, all right, Lonnie. Patrick?
Well, I have a lot of trouble measuring, and I remember one incident when we did have a big bulletin board at Fort Dearborn in the room I was in, and teacher would give me a simple job, like keep the letters straight, and they'd be all over the place.
Oh, you would, eh?
Other people could do it just like that.
How about you, Brenda?
Well, it seems very difficult for me to just learn things right. When someone tells me once, it's hard to keep it in mind.
Oh, I see. Well, you probably have a lot on your mind. And, Frankie?
Well, I think it would be hard for me to get gas out of coal,
Now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute.
I think it would be hard for me to make a microphone. I think it would be hard for me...
Frankie, let me have that again. What did you say?
I think it would be hard for me to make a microphone because I really don't...
Is that what you said first? I thought you said something about coal.
Well, Well, I think it would be hard for me to get gas out of coal.
Oh, yes, that's what I thought you said.
And then I think it would be hard for me to make a microphone because I don't know how, just how to make it so it can go to every house where the programs that broadcast through my microphone is going to go to. I think that would be hard.
Well, say, that does sound very, very difficult. Yes. Well, all right, kids. Well, say, Frankie, he's certainly he would get a little bit mixed up on a microphone, wouldn't he? Well, now, our next lesson, let's see. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. You've been working on that assignment that I gave you kids at the start of the program. You were to use the letters from alphabet soup, put on your desks, and spell out as many song titles as you could. So let's hear what you have. Lonnie, do you want to start
Well, I have again, why, never, I love you, moon love, who, rag mop, together, and listen.
Well, what do you know about that? That was a whole raft of them, huh? And, Joel, how about you?
Well, I just got who and Mammy.
Who and Mammy? This is a lot of fun. Patrick?
Well, I got Mandy, Ma, Billy Boy, Marie. I got Mary, too, and who also. It's
well, good for you. Well, those were all very good. And now, Frankie and Brenda, you remember I said that because you are tiny tots and haven't learned to spell yet, that I had a very special assignment for you, and here it is. To make up for your not taking part in this spelling question, I'm going to ask Brenda to entertain us with a little recitation, whichever she may choose, to give us. And you, Frankie, you can play something on your saxophone. I asked your mother to bring it to the classroom, and I think we'd all like to hear and, like to see what you can do with it. Now, let's hear from Brenda first. Brenda, have you got a little recitation for us?
Yes, I would like to say a little poem, sort of a lullaby, from Alice in Wonderland that the Duchess sings to our little baby.
Oh, fine. Well, all right. Now, everybody real quiet.
Speak roughly to your little boy and beat him when he sneezes. He only does it to annoy because he knows it teases. I speak severely to my boy. I beat him when he sneezes. He only does it to annoy because he knows it teases.
Well, wonderful. Isn't that dandy? And now, Frankie, what do you want to play on your little saxophone?
Oh, I could play Sentimental Me.
Well, where are you going to play it? Maybe you better stand back there close to your microphone at your desk. That's it. Now, you're going to play Sentimental Me?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right, well, you get the mouthpiece all set there. You got a reed in it and everything? Why don't you give us just 1 toot to see if you're all set there? Just toot her once there. Oh, yes, fine.
That's how I tune it up with B.
Oh, you tune it up with B, huh? Well, all right. I think you'll be all right. So let's have Sentimental Me. Frankie's only 6 years old, and I can't play anything like that on the saxophone, and, well, I'm not going to tell you how old I am.
And if you didn't clap so soon, I could play the whole song because I know that, too.
Oh, you know the whole song. I see. Well, I'll tell you what. Inasmuch as you just gave us half of it, maybe we can have you play the other half on some other program. Will that be all right for you? All right, fine. Well, now somebody take his saxophone so he can sit down. We have more questions here. And that was very, very fine, Frankie. Yes, sir, for 6 years old, that was just dandy. Now, our next lesson deals with English literature. You kids are to identify the Shakespearean play in which you find each of these quotations about rain. And to make this really difficult, you must get all 3 parts. Here's the first one. What play? It droppeth, as the gentle rain from heaven? Patrick.
Well, that would be the Merchant of Venice.
Right, absolutely. Uh-huh. And here's the next one. When shall we three meet again, in thunder, lightning, or in rain? Brenda.
Macbeth.
Macbeth is correct. And here's the last one. Is there not rain enough in the sweet heavens to wash it white as snow? Joel?
That's from Hamlet.
From Hamlet. That is absolutely right. Nice going. You got all three parts. Now, what good luck tokens might you find in the country? Can you children think of some good luck tokens? Patrick?
Well, say, you'd find practically all of them there. You might find a rabbit's foot.
Rabbit's foot.
Four-leaf clover.
Four-leaf clover.
Incidentally, we found one in our backyard just yesterday. Of course, that isn't in the country.
What do you mean, a four-leaf clover?
That's right.
Well, what do you know about that? Sure,
And,
it wasn't a shamrock, me.
No, it wasn't the shamrock. And you might also find a horseshoe.
Horseshoe, uh-huh. And can we think of any others? I'm thinking about one that we used to hang it up on the wall after we were through with our supper and wait for it to dry out. Good luck, oh boy. Lonnie.
Wishbone.
Wishbone, that's what I was thinking about. Now, here's our next question, and it's about the FBI. The FBI intercepted a message of 2 words. Each word was the first syllable of the last name of a Brooklyn Dodger baseball player, players, rather. The first names of the 2 players are Jackie and Dan. What was the message? Joel?
Well, that'd be Jackie Robinson and Dan Bankhead, probably, so there'd be Rob Bank.
Rob Bank, that's a boy. Now, can you tell whether each of these musical instruments is played by being blown, plucked, struck, or what? First, a glockenspiel. Lonnie.
It's struck.
With, that's right.
A hammer.
With hammer, uh-huh. Ocarina. Lonnie.
It's blown.
That's right. It's a wind instrument, played by blowing into it. And, balalaika. Lonnie.
That's plucked.
That's right. It has strings. Good boy, Lonnie. Now, tell me this. What radio or movie star suggests these geographical features? A body of water. Patrick.
That'd be a lake, Veronica Lake.
Veronica Lake is right. A coastline. A movie star. Lonnie.
Dinah Shore.
Dinah Shore. Why, shore, yeah. And a certain cape. A certain Cape Pen.
Well, that might be Lena Horne.
Well, that's very...
Or Bob Hope.
Bob, I was thinking of Bob Hope. Lena Horne, very good. Now, I'd like to have a little discussion, kids, something we're all interested in. Since summer weather has finally arrived, just what ways can you suggest for keeping cool? Frankie?
Oh, yeah, might dress in silk because sweat is better for winter and silk is better for summer because silk is a little bit cooler than thread. So you might dress in silk to keep cool.
You recommend that we dress in silk? I see. Mm-hmm. That's for the men folks too, Frankie?
What?
For us?
Yeah.
Huh?
You can keep awfully cool because the wind can get through that.
Yeah.
And the silk itself is kind of cool too.
Oh, I just say so. Oh my, our time is up. Time certainly goes by fast. Well, that old school bell means the end of class for today, and in just a few seconds, kids, we'll have your report cards to see who will be back next Sunday. In the meantime, friends, I wish to point out to all you listeners that despite the fact that there are more graduate nurses in service today than ever before, the ever-increasing needs for nursing personnel have created a demand for still more nurses. Hospital and health facilities are continuing to expand. As a result, countless opportunities are open to the young woman who becomes a graduate nurse. And I hope all qualified young girls who are interested in this interesting career of nursing will go to their nearest hospital and inquire about training. Well, let's see. Now, here are the grades. So let's find out who won today. Remember, whether you win or lose, kids, you will each receive a $100 savings bond for your future education. Now, as a group, you missed one question. That was the first question, remember? And after taking into consideration your age as well as the number of questions you answered correctly, the final report is Patrick is first, Lonnie second, and Joel and little Frankie tied for third. So you four, together with little Harvey Deitch, age 7, will make up our class for next week when we'll expect all you listeners to be with us again. So until next Sunday then, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the quiz kids. Goodbye, kids.
Bye,
Mr. Kelly.
This program was in part transcribed. Quiz Kids is a Louis G. Collin production. Programs, get your programs here. For your later evening listening pleasure, NBC presents an hour of varied entertainment tonight. First, MC Jack Parr asks those $64 questions on Take It or Leave It. Then comes a change of pace and the Pet Milk Show with Kay Arman and Emil Cote's orchestra. Remember, Take It or Leave It and the Pet Milk Show tonight. Now, Cloak and Dagger is next on NBC.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, June. I was just thinking about you, Angela. The theater tonight? No, I'm sorry, I'm working on a case. Of course, I know those tickets were hard to get, but so was the murderer. And I've got a date with one in exactly half an hour.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves The Case of the Rich Racketeer. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, The Case of the Rich Racketeer. It's Sunday afternoon in New York City. A cab pulls up in front of a large Central Park West apartment building, and two men get out. One of the men is big, beefy, and florid, while the other is slim and quick-moving. The two men hurriedly enter the building and ride the elevator up to the 10th floor, where Florid Face leads the way to one of the apartments and opens the door.
Flo? Hey, Flo. Guess my wife's not home yet. Come on, Garland. Come on in. Let's get this over.
Excellent idea, Sullivan. Excellent.
Wait there and leave your hat and coat on. Won't take me but a second to write a check.
Check?
Yeah, check.
I think I'd rather have cash, Sullivan. I was much too good in court this afternoon to warrant a check.
Okay, so you were good. You were swell. You were better than usual. And you're still the best business finagler in New York. But you're going to get a check.
Finagler is a nasty word. Almost as nasty as racketeer.
Yeah, but racketeer is better, Garland. You see, in my business, you don't have to pretend to be something you're not.
But you do have to be smart.
Yeah, that's right. You have to be smart. Now then, here's your check. Take it and blow. I got a date in a little while.
Only $1,000?
You're lucky to get that much. Hey, don't tear that up.
Why, you cheap chiseling punk. I saved your fat neck this afternoon. An income tax evasion charge is the only way they catch guys like you. And I cleared you. I got you off scot-free because there wasn't any evidence of the money you made. They could have ruined you.
Yeah, but they didn't.
No, they didn't. And I'll tell you why they didn't. Because I advised you not to keep any records or books. I told you to keep your profits on hand in cash and not to keep it in any banks.
So what?
So I want my share now, and I want it in cash. I know you've got more than 300 grand salted away.
You're crazy, Garland.
Oh, no, I'm not. I know you've got that money, Sullivan, and I want my share. I want it right now and fast. I want $30,000, and I want it in cash.
Oh, why, you stupid little... Say, hey, that's the way you want to play it, huh?
That's the way, Sullivan. I'm not bluffing. It's loaded, and I'm not afraid to use it. So if you want to enjoy your freedom, hand over the 30 grand.
Now, look, Garland, be reasonable. Put that gun away.
Not a chance.
But you're wrong. I swear you are. I'm broke. That $1,000 check I just wrote will practically wipe me out.
You expect me to believe that?
It's true. Now, listen. I know you deserve a bigger fee, but I can't give it to you now. Later, I'll
No,
try.
quit stalling, Sullivan. Where's the money? I know you got it.
I dumped it in an oil deal out west. I thought I could really clean up, but something went wrong.
You never took a chance in your life, and an oil well is a gamble. You're a sure-thing player. Come on, Sullivan. Getting tired of holding this gun. Where's my $30,000?
I tell you,
Get
Garland,
it quick, Sullivan, or I'm going to pull this trigger. What the...
Larry, what in the world?
Look out, Flo. This gun might... No, you don't. Oh, yes, I do. Oh. That's better. I'll just keep this gun as a souvenir. Now get out of here before I break it over your head.
What's going on here anyway?
Shut up. Okay, Garland, get going.
You made a mistake, Mr. Sullivan. A big mistake. I want that 30 grand, and I intend to get it.
That little bum might have killed me with his gun if you hadn't opened the door and banged into him.
That's too bad. If I'd known, I'd have waited outside in the hall.
What?
You heard me.
What's eating you?
You are.
Come on. Spill it. What's on your mind?
A blue-eyed, baby-faced little blonde named Bonnie Shaw.
Bonnie? What are you talking about?
Get wise to yourself, Larry. Did you really think you were kidding me? Don't you think I know where you've been spending your evenings?
Now, wait a minute, Flo. You don't know what you're doing.
Hands off me, you big ape. I've been a sap for a long time, but now you're going to pay and pay plenty.
How did you find out about Bonnie and me?
A little bird told me.
I said, how did you find out?
And I said a little... You're going to be sorry for that, Larry. Very sorry.
Yeah? But not as sorry as you're going to be. Your little bird didn't tell you quite enough. Sure, I've got a girl named Bonnie Shaw, and I'm nuts about her. I'm going to divorce you and marry Bonnie just as soon as possible.
Really?
And I got more news for you, too, baby. Just in case you think you're going to hook me. I'm broke. I've been wiped out completely. You can't get a dime out of me.
That's too bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame. I feel so bad about it, I'm apt to bust out crying if I hang around here any longer. So get away from that door and let me out.
Sure, Larry, I'll let you go. But not with Bonnie Shaw.
Try and stop me.
Wait, Larry. You're forgetting something, aren't you?
Now, look, Flo. Put that gun down.
Why, Larry, I only wanted to hand it to you. It belongs to your lawyer friend. Don't you want to give it back to him?
Why, yes. Maybe I'd better.
No. On second thought, I don't think he needs it as badly as I do.
You?
Yes, darling. I've just thought of a wonderful use for it.
Well, what are you going to do?
Why, can't you guess, Larry? I'm the forgotten middle-aged wife who's been dropped without a cent. I'm going in the bedroom and blow my brains out.
Oh, don't kid me, baby. You'd never do that.
You're so right, darling. I'd never do that.
Sorry I'm late, Bonnie, but...
Nice little hideaway you got here, Sullivan. Miles from the city. Woods all around. Lake out front. You couldn't have picked a sweeter love nest.
Who are you?
My name's Shaw. I'm Tom Shaw.
Shaw?
Yeah, I got a sister named Bonnie. Mean anything to you?
You're Bonnie's brother?
That's right.
Where is she?
She'll probably be along in a few minutes.
Say, I don't get this. Bonnie didn't tell me you'd be here.
She didn't know it.
And what are you doing here?
I'm telling you to stay away from Bonnie.
Maybe she'll have something to say about that.
Bonnie's just a kid. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Now, look, Shaw. You got the wrong idea. I'm crazy about Bonnie. We're in love. We're going to get married.
No, you're wrong, Sullivan. And even if you meant it, I'd die before I'd let her throw herself away on a grafting racketeer like you. Guy who's old enough to be a father, who's already married.
You told my wife about Bonnie.
Sure, I told her.
Why, you little...
My jaw.
Next time it won't be your jaw. It'll be your neck. Now get out of here and stay out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get out, Sullivan. But I'm coming back with a gun.
I want to call New York City.
What number, please?
You'll have to look it up. I want to make a person-to-person call to Mike Waring, the private detective who's known as the Falcon.
You know, Angel, you got the bluest eyes. Yeah, they go so well, but... Hand me the phone, will you, Angel?
Don't answer it, Mike. Let it ring.
Just hand it to me, huh?
Oh, all right.
Hello? Like that. Yes?
Is this Mike Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, it's the Falcon speaking.
Must be something wrong with this connection. For a second, I thought...
Oh, never mind what you thought. Just tell me what you want.
I want to hire you.
Right now?
Yes. Why? Are you working on something else?
Yes, I am.
Well, then drop it. This job's important to me, and I'm willing to pay plenty if you'll come out here right away.
Where are you?
My cottage at Tallow Lake.
Oh, it's 10:30 now. I couldn't get there much before midnight.
I know that.
All right, what's the job?
I'm working on a very important deal at the moment, and it's absolutely necessary to keep my movements secret. I'm pretty sure that somebody's been following me this evening. I want you to find out who it is.
You say money is no object, Sullivan?
None at all.
Okay, keep talking then. Just exactly where is this cottage of yours?
Hello?
Mrs. Sullivan?
Yes. Who's this?
The same guy who called you this morning.
You mean about my husband?
That's right.
Who are you, anyway?
Never mind who I am. I just found out where your husband is meeting Bonnie Shaw.
Where?
In the last cottage down the road on Tallow Lake. He's there now waiting for her. If you're interested in keeping him, you better go out and bring him home right away.
And if I'm not interested?
Well, in that case, you might drop him a farewell note. Because I have a hunch he's going on a long, long trip.
It's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft-prepared salad dressings. Yes, there is something new under the sun at your grocer's right now. A new salad oil, Kraft Salad Oil. The first salad oil ever offered for home use by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft-prepared dressings. Wait till you try it in those wonderful salad dressings you make yourself. Those light-as-air chiffon cakes you're so proud of in all your special recipes that call for liquid shortening. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new oil. It's a new kind of oil. Super fine for better blending by a special new Kraft process. Because it's lighter-bodied, it mixes perfectly with all ingredients, puts new magic into dressings, cooking, and baking. Don't wait. Put this new salad oil on your shopping list right now. Remember,
it's lighter-bodied. It's superfine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
It's an hour and a half later. Mike Waring has just stopped his car outside Larry Sullivan's secluded cottage at Tallow Lake. The light is on in the living room, but the house and countryside are strangely quiet. Mike walks up to the front door and knocks. There's no answer, no sound from inside. He opens the door and stops suddenly. Across the room with her back pressed tensely against the closed bedroom door stands a beautiful, young, very frightened blonde. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. When I knocked and nobody answered,
I'm not scared.
You better try again, Angel. It's not that cold in here.
I don't understand.
You're trembling. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, have it your way. Where's Sullivan?
Larry?
I don't know his first name. He called himself Sullivan. He hired me to come out here.
Why?
Said he needed a detective.
You're a policeman?
No, I'm a private detective. Hey, what's the matter with you, anyway? Where's Sullivan?
He's not here. He's gone. He won't be back. Please, you better go now.
Now, wait a minute, Angel. Not so fast. What's behind that closed door?
It's just a bedroom.
Who's in there?
Nobody at all. Please.
Now, don't try to kid me, Angel. If Sullivan's changed his mind about needing a detective, he's not going to brush me without getting out his checkbook.
No, please don't open it.
No wonder you got the shakes. What gives me the jitters? This Sullivan?
Yes.
With a bullet hole in the back of his head.
Larry.
Okay, you can cut out the act. I'm not impressed.
Act?
Yes, where's the gun?
The gun?
The gun you killed him with. It's not here. Where is it?
You think I killed Larry?
You just try to get rid of me. You're scared, silly, and you knew he was in there.
No, you're wrong. I didn't shoot Larry. I just got here a few minutes ago. I found him in there. I was frightened. I didn't know what to do.
Why were you tailing him tonight?
I don't understand.
He told me on the phone that somebody was following him. That's why he hired me. He wanted me to find out who it was.
I wasn't following Larry. I came here to meet him tonight. I loved him. We were going to be married just as soon as his wife divorced him.
He already had a wife?
Yes. She killed him. She must have found out about us and come here tonight.
That's possible. She might have been the person who was following him.
Of course, it must have been his wife, don't you see?
Well, not yet, but a little outside help might clear it up. Where's the phone?
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
No, wait. I mean, you've got to understand about us, about Larry and me.
Yeah, sure, I know. You can tell me all about it after I put in this call.
No, please don't call him until...
Now, look, Angel, you can't pump bullets at a bald spot without letting the police in on the fun. Somehow, I don't think they'd like it at all. Bunny Shaw,
Yes, Mr. Waring. I've told you the truth. Larry and I loved each other. I had no reason to kill him.
Sullivan told me he was working on some sort of big deal. You know anything about it?
No, he never told me about his business.
What about Sullivan's wife? Did you know...
What's the matter?
Just heard somebody out on the porch. Keep talking, Angel.
I'm sure she must have found out about us.
What, you looking for somebody?
Oh, what are you doing here?
You know this fellow?
Oh, yeah, of course I know him. He's my brother.
Bonnie, you've got to listen to reason. Come home with me. You can't throw yourself away on a no-good racketeer like Sullivan.
Tom, you're hurt. What happened to your jaw?
I came here earlier tonight to talk to Sullivan, but he couldn't see things my way. We had a fight and he hit me.
Is that why you shot him?
Why? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Who are you?
A lot of people call me the Falcon.
Bonnie, what's happened? Where's Sullivan?
He's lying in there on the bedroom floor with a bullet hole in the back of his head.
He's dead?
Definitely.
Let go of me. What's the idea?
Just wanted to see if you had a gun.
Well, are you satisfied?
Well, no, you could have thrown it away out there in the woods.
You think I killed Sullivan?
You said you had a fight with him tonight?
Yes, we had a fight, but I didn't kill him. I was plenty sore when he threw me out, but I cooled off after I called his wife.
You called Sullivan's wife tonight?
Yes.
Oh, you contemptible
All right,
little...
take it easy, Angel.
I did it for your own good, Bonnie.
And Sullivan's wife did know about him and Bunny.
Of course she knew. Wait a minute, maybe she did.
Of course she did it.
Why did you come back here, Shaw?
Well, after I called Sullivan's wife, I got to thinking. I thought that if she came out here, maybe the two of us could break this up.
Oh, sure. The police are going to love that story.
Did you call the cops?
Yes, of course. They'll be here any minute.
I'm getting out. They're not going to find me
Not
here.
so fast.
Get out of my way!
You knocked him out.
Yes, well, he'll get over it. And it might jar him into telling the truth when the police wake him up for a chat.
My husband took the gun away from Mr. Garden and told him to get out.
Did you tell the police about that?
Well, certainly I told them. But they seemed to think that Tom Shaw was the killer. Of course, they said they'd questioned Mr. Garland this morning.
Mm-hmm. Did you leave this apartment last night, after your husband went out?
Why, no.
Could you prove that?
I don't think so. Why? What are you driving at, Mr. Waring?
Your husband was running around with another woman, and you had just found it out.
Do you think I killed Larry?
Your motive was even better than the others.
That's ridiculous. I couldn't kill anybody.
You seem to be taking your husband's death pretty calmly. No tear-stained handkerchiefs or swollen eyes.
Why should I pretend? He meant nothing to me anymore. I didn't even mind the fact that he had this girl, Bonnie Shaw.
You weren't jealous?
Certainly not. I knew he was going to leave me, but I didn't care at all. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Waring. If I could have gotten money from Larry, I might have tried to hang on to him, or at least make him pay plenty to get rid of me. But he was wiped out. He didn't have a dime.
Your husband was broke?
Yes. He told me so last night just before he went out. So you see, he was of no more use to me. I actually was glad he was going to leave me, but I certainly had no reason to kill him.
I see.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Golden.
Oh, forgive me for calling so early in the morning, Mrs. Sullivan. I wanted to see Larry before he went out. I'm sorry about that trouble we had last night, and I want to apologize.
You don't know about...
Is this the business manager you were telling me about?
Yes, this is Mr. Garland.
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Sullivan? Where's Larry?
He was murdered last night.
Larry's dead?
Yes.
Why, that's terrible. I had no idea.
Did you read the morning papers?
No. You see, I was upset about that quarrel last night, and I wanted to hurry over here as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm. That quarrel last night gives you a pretty swell motive, darling.
I didn't even know about the murder.
Yeah, well, you could be lying about that.
No, I'm not lying.
But you did threaten him.
Well, I was only bluffing. He owed me money, and I wanted it. I swear I didn't shoot Larry. I couldn't have done it. They took my gun away from me. It's still here.
There are other guns.
Well, I tell you, I didn't do it.
Tell me about this money you say Sullivan owed you.
Well, I did some financial work for him, and I felt he owed me a much larger fee than he was willing to pay. Naturally, that made me angry, and I guess I lost my head. I had the gun in my pocket.
Why?
Well, I always carry it. I have a license for it. There are certain people who have threatened me from time to time.
Okay. So you pulled the gun on Sullivan.
Yes. I thought I might frighten him into paying me what I wanted. It did frighten him, and he told me the truth.
The truth?
Yes, he was broke. He literally couldn't pay me. At first, I didn't believe him, but he finally convinced me that he was telling the truth when Mrs. Sullivan came in unexpectedly and gave him the chance to grab the gun.
Did Barney Shaw know that Sullivan was broke?
Who is she?
But didn't you know Sullivan had a young girlfriend?
No, I had no idea. I only knew him professionally. He never discussed his personal life with me.
Mr. Waring, isn't it just possible that...
That Barney Shaw killed your husband?
Yes.
That's why I wondered if she knew Sullivan was broke. He might have been stringing her along, telling her he was rich, and last night she may have found out the truth.
Hello, Mike.
What? What are you doing in my apartment, Bunny?
Mike, I've been trying to find you all morning.
You don't waste much time, do you, Angel? It was Mr. Waring last night.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just slipped out.
Uh-huh. Well, make it a habit, huh? I like the intimate touch.
You look tired.
Yeah, I know. Working for nothing always wears me out.
I don't understand.
I've been using my talents out of pure curiosity this morning. Sullivan hired me last night, but he didn't pay me any money.
Then maybe you'll let me hire you.
You?
Yes, Mike. You've got to help Tom.
Have they arrested him?
Not yet, but they held him for questioning all night. He denies the murder, so they had to let him go this morning because of lack of evidence. But I want to hire you to find the real murderer.
Are you sure about that?
Of course. Oh, please, Mike, please let me hire you to clear Tom.
I cost money, you know.
I don't have very much, but I'll try.
That mink coat you're wearing doesn't exactly look like a ticket to the poorhouse.
Don't let this coat fool you. I didn't pay for it. Larry gave it to me as a present.
Sullivan gave you that coat?
Yes.
When?
About a week ago. Why, what's wrong?
Sullivan claimed he was broke.
But that's ridiculous. He had lots of money. In fact, he told me he just made a tremendous killing in some sort of business deal, and that's why we...
That's why you what?
No, nothing.
Now, come clean, Angel. If you want my help, you've got to tell me the truth.
All right, Mike. I'll tell you the truth. Larry wasn't broke, I know. You see, we weren't going to wait for his divorce. We were going to South America together. In fact, he already had the steamer tickets.
And a stack of money in cash?
Yes.
You know where that money is?
No, Mike, I don't. I swear I don't.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you, Angel?
No, Mike, I wouldn't lie to you. I couldn't, you know that, darling.
Well, that's a nice try, but you'd have to do better than that. Oh, I'd wrap that mink around your lovely shoulders. We're going treasure hunting.
Where to?
Out to Sullivan's cottage on Tallow Lake.
Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon.
An hour has passed since Mike set out for Tallow Lake with Bonnie Shaw. Now they've arrived.
Mike, look.
Yeah, looks like a cyclone hit the place. Well, I'm not surprised.
The murderer was here searching for the money.
Yes, of course.
And he's beaten us to it. He must have found it if Larry had it hidden here.
Now, don't be too sure about that, Angel.
You don't think the money was here?
Oh, yes, I'm sure it was here. And I think it still is.
But why?
Well, look at this room. Everything is torn up, drawers are emptied, pillows slashed, rugs thrown back. Nothing's been overlooked.
I don't understand.
Now, it's simple, Angel. If the place was only partly torn up, it might mean the killer had found the money. But everything in here has been gone over carefully, and more than once. That means he hasn't found it yet.
And Mikey may still be here. Maybe we interrupted him.
Yes, maybe, but I've got another idea I like a lot better.
What?
The murderer knew about the money, but didn't get a chance to search for it last night after killing Sullivan. So this morning early, the killer came back out here, went over the cottage, but couldn't find the money. So the murderer got the bright idea of hiring me, a detective, to help find the missing cash.
Mike, you don't think that
After all, Angel, you knew about the money and the others didn't.
Oh, Mike, the others could have known. Even Tom could have known about it.
Yeah, sure, but I don't... Oh, down on the floor, quick!
What happened?
Well, guess I owe you an apology, Angel. We did interrupt the murderer, and he just tried to kill me.
And he's out there in the woods. He may try to come up here.
Hold it.
What is it?
Listen.
Car.
Yeah, he must have hidden it in the woods. He missed once and decided not to try again, so...
What's the matter?
Look over there on the floor.
The wall mirror. A bullet smashed it.
Yes, and look what was hidden behind the glass.
An envelope.
An envelope. And full of $1,000 bills.
Larry's money.
Oh, brother, that's irony for you. The murderer couldn't find it, but his bullet did.
He's not a very good shot.
Wait a minute. Shot.
What?
Thanks, Angel. You just told me something I should have known 3 hours ago.
What do you mean?
The murderer. I know who it is now.
Who, Mike?
Sullivan's lawyer, Arthur Garland. Would you like a drink now?
Not until you tell me how you knew Garland was the killer.
Well, now that the police have caught up with him, I guess I can. You see, Garland made one little slip. A slip that I didn't recognize until you mentioned the word shot. Then it clicked suddenly.
What?
Well, you see, when I talked to Garland this morning, he claimed he didn't even know about the murder.
Yes.
Well, neither Mrs. Sullivan nor I told him any of the details, yet he knew Sullivan had been shot. He said, I swear I didn't shoot Larry. Well, Sullivan might have been stabbed, poisoned, or bashed over the head for all he knew. So how else would Garland have known Sullivan had been shot unless he himself had done the shooting?
Mike, you're wonderful. I'd never have thought of that.
Well, you're not a detective, Angel.
No. But I might like to be a detective's wife.
All right, swell. I know a couple of boys in the force who'd love a wife like you.
Okay, Mike, you win. But you can't blame me for trying, can you?
No, not me. I like persistent women.
Oh, good. I'll have that drink now.
Okay.
Then I promise to try again.
Do you like rich, delicious chocolate-flavored malteds? Well, you can make a malted just like that right in your own kitchen with Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk. Just make a tasty paste of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk and a little milk in the bottom of a big glass. Fill the glass with chilled milk, stir it once more, and there. A Kraft malted is mighty nourishing, too, because it's filled with all the food values in milk. Get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer and enjoy a Kraft malted often.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charters and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Hello.
Good morning. This Simon Templar, the Saint?
Good morning. I'll tell him when he comes in.
For a Saint, you sleep pretty late.
It's because of my... Hey, who is this?
You know Miles Banning?
Miles Banning? Yeah, I know him slightly.
I got a message for him. You know his daughter, Felice?
Yeah, a cute little girl with braces on her teeth and pigtails. What about her?
She's almost 18 now, no more pigtails. But nobody misses him, you know what I mean?
Look, my friend, if you have a message for Banning, why not give it to him yourself?
He gets excited. I want you to break it to him gently. It'll cost him $200,000 to get his daughter back.
Get her back? Well, who's got her?
I have. And I want the money tonight, tell him, at his place on the bay.
His place on the bay, and I suppose I tell him that if he doesn't pay, he'll never see his daughter again?
He'll see her, all right. He'll see her, but he'll wish he hadn't. Goodbye, Saint.
Hey, wait a minute, my friend. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Your party has hung up, sir. Do you have his number?
Not yet, operator. But I'm going to try real hard.
Go right in, Mr. Templar. Mr. Banning's been waiting since you called.
Oh, thank you.
Templar, come in. Come in.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Banning. I'm sorry we had to meet again under such...
You heard from him. She's all right. She is all right.
Well, I think there's very little doubt about it, Mr. Banning. Until he gets the money, he would hardly...
How much? How much does he want?
$200,000 by tonight.
All right. He shall have it.
You can raise that amount in such a short time?
He's got Felice.
Yes. Tell me, when did it happen?
2 days ago, from her school. From Miss Godby's, a finishing school. I've been waiting to hear ever since.
You've notified the police?
The police? What have they to do with it?
Well, after all, in a forcible kidnapping with a man threatening violence...
Kidnapping? Violence? My dear Templar, this man isn't threatening to kill Felice. He's threatening to marry her.
Marry her?
Yes.
Oh, I see. And, she's willing to marry him?
Unfortunately, she is. That's the tragic part of it. You see, she's only 17.
Oh. Then you must know the man.
Well, as well as you ever know any man who takes care of your horses. I employed him as a groom. His name is Hendren, Tony Hendren.
And you're willing to pay $200,000 to keep this marriage from happening?
Oh, more. Felice has $1 million trust fund from her mother. She'll be an heiress at 21. I'll pay anything.
He wants the money at your place on the bay tonight. Do you have any idea why he didn't call you direct?
I'm afraid I'd have detectives here checking the call, I imagine.
But you didn't. Well, why not? The police are pretty good at finding people.
I couldn't take a chance on this thing getting in the papers, Templar. You can see that.
Oh, of course. And I might try picking up his trail.
Before tonight?
It's possible. Not probable, but possible. Well, I think my first stop will be Miss Godby's school, Mr. Banning. I'll let you know if I find anything, and look, try to relax. Things will work out all right.
Relax? If you had a daughter who was trying to throw her life away, you couldn't...
Of course I couldn't. I'll promise you one thing, Mr. Banning. I'll do my best to find her.
I know you will.
I beg your pardon.
You frightened me.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Could you tell me where to find Miss Godby?
I am Miss Godby.
Oh, how fascinating.
Well, that is, I am head of Miss Godby's school, and while I'm really Mr. Godby, still there's always been a Miss Godby at the head of Miss Godby, so in a sense, I am Miss Godby.
Yes.
You see, the school was founded by my great-aunt, Hazel Godby. My office is right down the hall here. And ever since then, it's been a tradition with us Godbys to... What? Girls,
Girls, young ladies, please. Come right in here, sir.
Thank you.
Honestly, Mr.
Templar, Simon Templar.
Honestly, Mr. Templar, there are times when I'm almost glad Great Aunt Hazel is not alive today. Godby girls today are, well, you saw.
It was a little frightening. Flattering, but frightening.
That's exactly it. Frightening. The word for the modern generation, frightening. I was just visiting one of our most interesting and traditional classes. How to enter a drawing room. And what do you think I found there? Apathy. Absolute, undisguised apathy.
Mr. Godby, I'm here about Felice Banning.
A case in point. A young girl from one of the most socially prominent families in this city, and she runs away with a jockey.
A groom.
Worse. If this ever gets into the papers, Mr. Templar, I'm afraid that Miss Godby's is finished. That is the word. Finished.
Felice did leave here, then, with Hendren.
Certainly. I told her father so.
Any ideas about where the two of them might have gone?
Mr. Templar.
Yes, I withdraw the question.
Oh, you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Templar. There are just a few classes I insist on teaching myself, and this is one of them. Fine needlework. If you care to sit in and wait.
Thank you. I will, Mr. Godby.
Well, then, until later.
Yes, until later.
Girls, young ladies, please!
Huh?
Would you like to have words with me?
Why, now, that's a fascinating question.
I am not like those adolescents down the hall. Exhibitionists. Are you the same?
Yes, I am.
Then you're here about Felice.
You know Felice?
She's my roommate and dearest friend.
Oh, well, please sit down, Miss...
Morrison. Barbara Morrison.
Well, I'd like very much to have words with you about Felice.
Well, I've made a deep study of her. She's a psychological wreck.
I see. Did she talk to you about a man named Tony Hendren?
She thought she couldn't talk to me about men because she was 17. It's a very uninteresting age, really.
I much prefer 21 myself.
You do, actually? Well, isn't that a coincidence? I'm 21.
Yeah, naturally. Barbara, do you have a theory about why Felice would run away with Tony Hendren?
Well, she'd never marry him, of course. She'll never marry anyone.
Or any particular reason?
Father fixation. Roughly the reverse of the more familiar Oedipus situation with a male child. Her life is completely subordinate to that of the beloved, all-powerful father. Though why, I don't know. Her father's a horrible mess.
Then you don't think she'd marry Hendren?
It's not as simple as that. She might see a father symbol in him, or this might be a temporary rejection of authority,
or it might be love.
Love? How utterly naive. Oh, I just thought of something. Would you be interested in some pictures?
What kind of pictures?
Some snaps of Tony Hendren.
Yes, I would be interested.
When Felice left, I took them for safekeeping. Mother Godby would have had a fit if he'd found them.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I keep them in my purse constantly. Here they are.
This is Tony Hendren?
Yes. Isn't he handsome? I think he looks a lot like Gregory Peck.
Yes, in a wilted sort of way.
Here's another one of him, taken at the beach.
Felice couldn't grown up that much.
Oh, that isn't Felice with him in the picture.
Oh, who is it?
I don't know.
Well, I certainly admire Tony's taste in brunettes. Barbara, I can't thank you enough for your help.
Feel free to call on me at any time.
Thank you. Tell me, how are you so sure of your diagnosis of Felice? Have you studied psychoanalysis?
Studied it? Mr. Templar, my family sent me to an analyst at the age of 3.
Oh, but now you're completely normal.
Of course. Except that now I've taken up Dianetics. Only to straighten out my friends, of course.
Well, thank you, and goodbye, Mary Worth.
Did you learn anything, Templar? Anything?
No, Mr. Banning. I learned practically nothing at the school, further than what you told me. You, have the money?
I'm getting it, yes.
And you're still determined to pay off Hendren?
I'd do anything to keep my daughter from marrying a blackmailer like Hendren.
Yes, I agree. He doesn't strike me as being the ideal son-in-law. Well, I'll see you here later tonight, then, eh?
Templar, I know I'm imposing on you. If
If you'd rather not come tonight.
I want to. Men like Hendren have been known to pull a double cross. In the meantime, I'll keep on looking.
Thank you, Templar. I'll ring for Edward to show you out.
Oh, don't bother. I can find my way out. I bought a small road map on my way in.
Yes, it is a large house, isn't it? Very well. I'll see you tonight.
Right, huh? Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
That's perfectly all right. It was my fault.
I'm glad.
Glad?
That we've met.
May I ask why?
Because I have something belonging to you. A photograph.
A photograph?
Yes. You look quite beautiful in a bathing suit.
Oh?
And the man with you looked very much like Gregory Peck.
What do you think we ought to do about it?
Oh, I would suggest talking it over. Over a drink.
That seems basically sound.
What'll it be?
Anne, scotch over ice.
Mine's Simon. 2 Johnny Walker over ice, waiter.
Yes, sir.
About that photograph, Simon, was there really a photograph, or can we go on to other things?
There really was, unfortunately. Do you know someone named Tony Hendren, Ann?
Perhaps I'd better look at the photograph first.
Oh, here you are.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, I know Tony. It's an old picture, though.
I hope you haven't changed.
I don't think so.
2 scotches over ice.
Oh, thank you. Well, here's to the eternal verities, the things that will never change.
What was it you wanted to know about Tony?
He's run off with $1 million. Are you surprised?
Not if it was wearing a skirt.
Do you know Miles Banning?
I know him.
Would it surprise you that he's paying $200,000 for Herndon not to marry his daughter?
It wouldn't surprise me, no.
You mind if I ask a question about you, Anne?
Oh, it's about time, Simon.
How do you know Hendren and Banning?
I was the former Mrs. Banning's nurse.
Does private nursing pay well enough for mink?
Being a wife does. And in this case, I earn it. I'm the present Mrs. Banning.
Oh, he didn't tell me about you.
He wouldn't. You're investigating Felice and Tony for him.
In a sense, yes.
I have an appointment. I'm afraid I have to go.
But you haven't finished your drink.
Call me any time you feel like investigating anything. Please.
Anything?
I want to see you again. You're very attractive. Goodbye.
Goodbye, indeed.
The lady leaving? You wish to order anything to eat, sir?
Of course. This is my lunch hour, waiter.
What'll it be?
Bring me another straight scotch. 10 o'clock. I wonder if our friend Hendren will come tonight after all, Mr. Banning.
He'll come. With $200,000 in cash waiting for him, who wouldn't come?
You still determined to give it to him?
What else can I do?
I think I'll go out and have a look around.
All right, Templar.
I'll keep an eye on the driveway. If anyone comes, I'll be close by. Try and get a little rest. I won't be long. It's a gloomy old place. I wonder what Anne does for amusement out here. Hey, who's there? Huh. Funny. Thought I heard something move. I'm sorry I stepped on you, Kitty. But you should be more careful. You can see better out here than I can. In fact, I can't see anything. I might as well head back for... Poor, beat-on, caved-in, aching head. Oh, you stuck with me, huh? Thanks, Kitty. Hey, who hit me? Yeah, I'll never aspire to be the Robin Hood of modern crime, Kitty. It's very hard on the skull. Oof. Wonder how long I was out. 10, 15? I'd better get back to... Hey, crime is picking up, Kitty. Come on. 3 shots, and not one of them missed.
Who are you?
I'm Simon Templar. You're Felice?
Yes.
You better go inside.
Is it Tony? He's dead.
I'm afraid he is.
Quick, before the others come. You're the saint, aren't you?
Yes.
Promise me you'll find out who killed him. Promise.
I'll do my best, Felice. You, loved him very much?
Tony? I hated him. I hated him.
All right, everybody here? I won't keep you long, Mr. Banning, just long enough to get your statement. Mr. Templar, you said on the phone that you found the body?
Yes, that's right.
It's quite simple, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Thompson, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, my wife and I and my daughter were upstairs when we heard the shots. I came down and found the safe open and a large sum of cash missing.
How large?
$200,000. Templar then came in and told me a man had been shot. And I found it was a man named Hendren who used to work for me. Apparently, he and the Confederate opened the safe, quarreled over the money, and Hendren got shot.
Mm-hmm. That check with you, Mrs. Banning?
That's all I know about it, yes.
So you see, there's no point in carrying on this discussion any further.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Banning. I appreciate your motives, but after all, a man's been killed here tonight. The lieutenant is entitled to a more complete explanation than that.
Very well, but I'd like to ask if my daughter could go to her room. She's had a bad shock.
Certainly, Mr. Banning.
Go on, Felice. I'll be up to see you soon, dear.
All right, Father.
What I told you, Lieutenant, was not quite all, though in principle thoroughly correct. The truth is, my daughter had run off with Hendren. I agreed to pay him $200,000 to bring her back.
You saw him tonight, Mr. Banning?
He came here, yes. I paid him the money and he left. I never saw him again.
Mr. Templar, were you with Mr. Banning when he paid him the money?
I'm sorry to say that I was unconscious at the time.
Lieutenant, I hardly need point out how desirous I am of having my daughter's name kept out of this.
Oh, I'll do my best, Mr. Banning. I'm a father myself.
Thank you. I'll be grateful. I'll be very grateful. And, now, could we go to our rooms? I'm afraid I feel...
Of course, I'm sorry I kept you this long.
Well, I understand that's your job. Come, dear.
Good night, gentlemen.
You won't mind if we look around, Mrs. Banning?
Of course not. Please ring if you want anything.
Certainly, Mrs. Banning. Don't you worry about us.
No, don't worry about us, Mrs. Banning. Good night.
Good night.
Well, Lieutenant?
Oh, I don't doubt that Hendren did have someone else in with him on his blackmail scheme, and then he knocked him off. It looks pretty simple.
And if you believe that, you'll look pretty simple.
What do you mean?
The killer is a mysterious intruder seen by no one.
It's logical. Look, Templar, Banning's a big man in this town. Know how long it takes to work up from pounding a beat to a detective lieutenant? 15 years. Know how long it takes to go back to a beat? 15 minutes. So I'm buying his story until I find out it's wrong.
Fair enough, Lieutenant. Can I go along for the ride?
Oh, sure. We'll start checking tomorrow. Meet me back here at 10 in the morning.
Good. I've got a few questions I'd like to ask Miss Banning.
A couple of things I'd like to ask Mrs. Banning, too.
Lieutenant, get a grip on yourself. Remember, you're a family man.
I am most happy to answer any questions. And so is my daughter. Aren't you, dear?
Yes, Father.
Mrs. Banning will be down soon?
Unfortunately, Lieutenant, Mrs. Banning is indisposed this morning.
Oh.
However, she knows nothing of the affair.
Could we ask Felice a few questions alone, Mr. Banning?
Felice?
No, Father. I'd rather you stayed with me.
Oh, very well. Felice, did you come back to the house with Hendren last night, and was there anyone with him?
Felice came back early in the evening. She was still obstinate about marrying Hendren, so I still had to deal with him.
You were in love with this Hendren, Miss Banning?
Yes, she was.
Just a minute now. Let Felice answer, Mr. Banning. Were you in love with Hendren, Felice?
Father told you I was.
And you were?
If he told you, I was.
Anything further, gentlemen?
Do you know where Hendren lived, Felice?
Father?
Go ahead, dear.
In a rooming house, 312 Main Street.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Let's go, Templar.
I hope you find Hendren's Confederate, Lieutenant. I hope you find him. And if you recover the money, there'll be a liberal reward in it for you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Banning. We'll be in touch.
Good day, Mr. Banning. Felice.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Mr. Templar.
Oh, did you hear that? Might be in for a big reward if we recover the 200 grand.
Lieutenant, stick to the Irish sweepstakes. The odds are much more in your favor.
Hendren, sure I know him. Owes me 6 weeks' rent, the dirty...
Easy there, Mother. Speak not ill of the dead.
He's dead?
Very. He got himself shot last night.
Shot? Ain't that just my luck? That's 3 I lost that way this month.
Oh, well, you'll find months like that.
They put a ceiling on rents. Why don't they put a ceiling on how many deadbeat tenants can get shot in a month? I'll write my congressman if I could write.
Choke back your tears for a moment, dear heart and gentle person. What did you know about Hendren? Did he have any friends?
Him? Who'd be a friend of his, that dirty no-good?
Yes. Now, let's start again. Nothing you can tell us about him at all?
Nothing except he came to me 2 months ago saying he was coming into $10,000, wanted to borrow a 10 spot.
Did you lend it to him?
2 weeks ago, he had a story he was going to get $200,000 instead of 10. Said he'd pay me double my back rent.
What did you do?
Locked his trunk in the basement, that's what. Much good it did me. Nothing in it but hair oil and mustache wax. Tell me, what am I going to do with mustache wax?
Well, you might wax your mustache.
What? Why,
I searched his room, but I say...
Lieutenant, have you got a date for tonight?
Why?
Because I want to make one for you.
Business or pleasure?
The successful man is the man who combines both. Be at my apartment around 9, will you? I may need you.
What kind of girls do you go out with?
A good policeman, Lieutenant, is theoretically able to cope with any foreseeable emergency.
Good evening, Simon.
Oh, come in, Anne. So glad you could come.
So glad you called me. My, candlelight and champagne. How exciting.
May I take your wrap?
Please. You're so tall, Simon. Can you unbend?
I can try. Thank you.
And you dropped my wrap, Simon. Dropped it right on the floor. Don't you dare pick it up.
I wasn't thinking of picking it up. I wasn't thinking about it at all.
What were you thinking of, Simon? Tell me.
Go on. Tell her, Simon. Tell her.
Oh, good evening, Banning.
Miles, did you follow me again? Don't you ever get tired?
I get more tired than I can tell you. That's why it's not going to happen again, Anne. I mean it.
You're a pretty pitiful object.
I'm warning you, Anne.
Put that gun away, Banning. You'd never shoot her.
No, I couldn't. But that doesn't apply to you, Templar. You're too smart anyway. I was against involving you in this from the beginning. You'll remember I argued against it, Anne. You'll remember
Shut up. You're talking too much, Niles.
Don't be ridiculous. He's got us figured out anyway. Why do you think he asked you here if it wasn't to trap us?
Why do you think?
I don't want you to say it. Stand away from me.
Easy, Benny. You haven't got a chance.
No? You're the one who hasn't a chance. You're the one.
Now he gives us repartee. Put down the gun, Miles, and let's get out of here.
Oh, no, we can't. We can't leave him here. He'd turn us in.
Keep me out of this, please.
You see? I can't leave him here. You both gang up against me.
I'm afraid it's pretty much up with you anyway, Mr. Banning. You killed Hendren, didn't you?
Well, what if I did? He was double-crossing me. The two of them were. He and Anne.
Yes. You were to give him $10,000 for his part in it, and he and Anne decided to take the whole $200,000. Money from Felice's estate.
Well, I had to take the money from her estate. Anne would have left me. She said so. She kept goading me.
So you rigged up this blackmail story, so you'd have an excuse to take the money. Later, if you were called to account as trustee of the estate or trust fund, I would be a witness that the money was spent on behalf of Felice. It's neat.
I didn't know until last night Anne was really planning to go away with him. I shot him. I had to. I had to keep her.
You better give me the gun, Banning.
No, everything will be all right. You're the only one who knows. It'll be all right, Anne. You'll see. It'll be all right. Now, stand away from me.
The police are on their way, Mr. Banning. In fact, the door is opening now.
Oh, no, you don't. That's an old trick, Templar, and I'm not falling for it. I'm not... Let go of my arm.
Give me that gun, Banning.
All right, drop it. Drop it, I said.
Oh, thanks for dropping in, Lieutenant.
My arm. Miles, you hurt.
Anne, I didn't mean it. I didn't.
Get away from her, Banning. Well, let me look. Flesh wound, bad, but not too bad.
I didn't mean to, Anne. I didn't mean to. Felice hit my arm. It wasn't me.
Father.
I swear I didn't mean to. I swear it, Dad.
Take Felice out of me, will you, Lieutenant?
Sure, come on, Miss Banning. This is no place for you.
No, please, I want to stay with my father. I want to stay with my father.
Felice, thank you for what you did. You might have saved my life.
I didn't do anything.
Well, of course you did. If you hadn't grabbed your father's arm and deflected his aim, Mr. Templar might have been killed.
I didn't touch Father.
Felice, you...
Father shot her. He aimed at her and he shot her. I didn't touch him. He realized how bad she was. And he hated her. He shot her. He doesn't love her anymore. He only loves me.
Yeah, but Miss Banning...
let her alone, Lieutenant. If this gives her any comfort, let her go on convincing herself. She's going to need all the comfort she can get with what's to come. Feel like a drink, Lieutenant?
Don't mind if I do. It's one case I was glad to get rid of. Made me feel kind of unclean.
Banning wasn't a very nice person, I'm afraid, or Anne or Hendren.
He had his daughter convinced, though.
Yes, he did. Banning may have been all right at one time.
Yeah, what happened to him?
He got afraid, I guess. Afraid of losing his youth. That's what Anne represented. And afraid of losing his money, which she spent for him faster than he could make it. Doesn't pay to get afraid, Lieutenant.
Oh, I guess not. Here's to not being afraid.
Here's to not being afraid.
Yeah, but, how do you keep from it?
You stave it off from 1 minute to the next. Another drink for the next minute's fear?
By all means.
By all means.
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
In tonight's cast, you heard Peggy Weber, Gloria McMillan, Maggie Morley, Ted Osborne, Theodore Von Eltz, and Larry Dobkin. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of the same was written by Dick Powell, Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Today's the day for the premiere of NBC's gigantic Sunday afternoon broadcast, The Big Show. Every Sunday afternoon starting today, you'll hear an hour and a half of the greatest stars in radio. Performers like Fred Allen, Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Frankie Lane, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. It's The Big Show on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
You know, Ruth, you could at least have waited until that blonde and I finished the dance before dragging me back here to the office.
Sorry, Steve, but the commissioner said he wanted you right away. And when he says right away, that means stop the music. Here we are.
Yeah?
The commissioner's waiting for you inside. I'll have your credentials and plane ticket at my desk when you're through in there.
Okay, Ruth. Hi, Commissioner.
Steve?
Well, where am I going this time?
Sending you to Athens, Greece.
Greece? Look, I wouldn't know Socrates from Homer.
I wouldn't worry about that. You're not liable to run into either of them.
Well, what's it all about?
Radar. Steve, as you know, our scientists have come up with new developments in radar so revolutionary that many of the older models are now obsolete.
So I understand. Hey, wait a minute. Is that how you located that blonde in me?
2 weeks ago, a complete set of plans covering these improvements was stolen from a research laboratory in this country. It's essential we get those plans back.
What's the line on them so far?
The man who smuggled them out of this country turned up dead in the Azores. His killer got as far as Algiers, and he got killed.
Yeah, sounds like a game where everyone plays for keeps.
It is. We now believe an international information peddler named Zundel has the plans.
And Zundel's in Athens?
We think so. Steve, there's a known channel waiting for those plans. Once they get to a certain point in the eastern Mediterranean, our chances of recovering them are nil. We've got to keep them from getting out of Athens.
Who do I work with in Athens?
Lieutenant Janakos of the police. Steve, I don't have to tell you about the danger involved. There are probably several interests after those plans. They'll stop at nothing. They'll throw the book at you. They put every obstacle in your path that they can.
You know, this comes as no surprise, Commissioner.
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after a story. But your real job is to get those plans before they get out of Athens. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is proud to present Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. Steve Mitchell is en route to Greece by plane. Meanwhile, on a narrow, deserted street in Athens at sunset, two men slip furtively along the sidewalk in the gathering dusk, closing in relentlessly on a third man ahead of them.
Sundell still does not realize we are following him, Ruba. Come, let us close in now.
In a moment, Miklos. Wait until he gets opposite that alley in front of him. He is getting closer. Now, come on.
Sundell!
Let go of me! Into the alley, quick! No!
Do not cry out. There is a knife in your stomach.
There. This is far enough.
The papers, Sundell. Give us the papers!
No, I do not have them anymore. You lie. We tried to buy them from you, but you would not sell at our price. Now we will take them. No!
Ruba, you fool. After him.
He is running out into the street. The car is trying to hit him. Sundell cannot get out of the way.
Sure. Get back here in the alley.
Wait. The man is getting out of the car. Miklos, he is searching Sundell. He must be after the papers, too.
Come, must not let him get away.
He sees us. Watch out, he has a gun.
Get down. Shoot him, Ruba. Shoot him.
Sorry, sir, this cab is taken.
Huh? Oh, yeah, so I see.
But there's another one right over there.
Okay, thank you. Taxi.
Taxi.
Yes, sir. Right over here.
Miklos.
Yes?
That's a Steve Mitchell, all right. I received information he would be sent here to Athens to look for the radar plans.
Ruba, we must find out who ran down Zundel last night and beat us to those plans. Maybe if we search Zundel's house.
But we must also prevent Steve Mitchell from finding those plans. And that job comes first. Come, we will follow his cab.
Will you be staying here in Athens long, sir?
I don't know, driver.
Well, I just happen to have some cards with me which will admit you to various places, but
I'm sorry, I'm not on a vacation. Hey, that other car.
He's trying to sideswipe. Straight it out! I cannot look out!
Wow. Driver, you okay?
I think so.
Here, I'll get this door open. Can you open your door?
No. No, it is jammed.
Well, come on. I'll help you through the window.
Thank you. How about you? Are you hurt?
Just shaken up. Looks like I got a reception committee pretty early in the game this time. Look, can you get another cab and take me to police headquarters?
Nothing personal, sir. But if you do not mind, just get yourself another driver, please. You are bad luck to me.
Okay, I guess I can't blame you, honey.
Like your American GIs used to say. I have had it.
So I finally made it to your office, Lieutenant Janikos, the hard way.
I wonder if this reception committee you speak of is the same one which greeted Zundel last night.
What do you mean?
He was run down by a car and is now in the hospital unconscious.
You think it could have been an accident, Janikos?
I am certain it was not. It was a deliberate hit and run. Several shots were heard. That is all we know at present. Here. You may be interested in looking at these pictures.
Taken at the scene of the accident, huh?
Yes, immediately afterward.
You recognize any of the faces in the crowd, Lieutenant?
No. I have a pretty good line on most of the agents and information peddlers here in Athens, Mitchell. But I don't see any of them in these pictures. Come in. Oh, good morning, Mr. Thatcher.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Let me introduce a colleague of yours. This is Mr. Steve Mitchell, also a freelance correspondent from the United States. This is Jim Thatcher, Mr. Mitchell.
Pleased to meet you, Mitchell.
Hi.
What can I do for you, Mr. Thatcher?
I came to talk to you about this guy Zundel who got run over last night.
What about Zundel?
Well, I don't know if you know much about his background, but he's a sort of a shady character.
Indeed. In what way, Mr. Thatcher?
Well, I've been cultivating him off and on for the past few months. Once in a while, he's given me information I was able to use in some of my stories. Well, lately, he's been pretty evasive, but I got the idea he was involved in something big.
What sort of thing?
I don't know. That's why I came here. Figured you might have some sort of line on it.
I'm afraid I cannot help you, Mr. Thatcher.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Lieutenant, but if you do get any information about Zundel, I'd appreciate you letting me in on it.
I am sure you will have access to any information which is made public, Mr. Thatcher.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you. Going to be in Athens long, Mitchell?
Oh, a few days, I guess.
Where are you staying?
Lyceum Hotel.
I'll look you up. Maybe we can have a drink and talk a little shop.
Okay. See you around, Thatcher. You handled that very well, Lieutenant. For our purposes right now, we don't want anyone to know we suspect Zundel of being involved with those radar plans.
That was my thought, too, Mitchell. Well, what will be your first step?
I'd like to take a look around Zundel's place.
Very well. Here's the key. We took it from Zundel's pocket after the accident. Here is the address.
Okay, I'll go over there right now. I'll probably be calling in a little later, Janakis. Cigarette smoke. That's funny.
So, Steve Mitchell again. This time we will finish him off.
Wait. I hear a car outside. A girl, she's coming in. We must leave.
What about Mitchell?
We will take care of Mitchell later. Hurry, Mitchell. Follow me out the window.
Who is the girl, Oba?
I do not know. I have never seen her before. Hurry, jump to the ground.
Yes.
Oh.
Hey, you really pack a wallop, don't you?
Who are you?
Well, right now you can just call me Hit on the Head.
I don't understand. What are you doing here?
I'm going to ask you the same thing.
Why, I'm Helen Slater, Carl's fiancée.
Carl? Oh, you mean Carl Zundel?
Of course. Look, I don't understand. Where's Carl?
Don't you know?
Well, I thought he was here, obviously. This happens to be his house, you know.
I guess you haven't read the paper today.
I've been out of town. Why, has anything happened to Carl?
He was in an accident last night.
What? Oh, no. Is he... Oh, was it serious?
He's in the hospital. unconscious.
Where? I want to see him.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Come on. I'll call a cab and take us to the hospital. Janakis?
Yes?
This is Mitchell.
Oh.
I'm calling from a payphone.
Yes?
I'm on my way to the hospital with a girl named Helen Slater. Says she's Zundel's fiancée.
I see.
I think I'll stick with her a while. She claims she didn't know about the accident.
Oh.
But I'd never forget a face like hers. I'm sure she's in one of those pictures you showed me of the crowd at the scene of the accident. That must be Zundel's room down the hall. There's a police guard at the door.
Look, there's a doctor just going inside.
Yeah, come on.
You know, I still don't understand what you were doing in Carl's house, Mr. Mitchell.
I'm a newspaper correspondent. I was looking for a story.
About Carl?
About his accident, if it was an accident.
I don't understand. Why would anyone try to kill Carl?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. Maybe you have.
Me? What? No.
Well, here we are.
Yes, sir?
I'm Steve Mitchell. Perhaps Lieutenant Janikos mentioned my name to you.
Yes, he did.
How's Zundel?
Still unconscious, I think.
Can I see him?
Perhaps shortly. A doctor went into the room a moment ago. Maybe he will have word.
Oh, I wish there was something I could do. When I think of Carl lying here unconscious for a day and a half and me not even knowing about it.
Yeah.
Well, looks like you're as eager on the story as I am, Mitchell.
Well, hi. Thatcher, isn't it?
Yeah, Jim Thatcher. We met in Janakos' office.
Sure. Miss Slater, this is Jim Thatcher, another correspondent.
Hello.
Hi.
Miss Slater is Zundel's fiancée.
Oh? Anything new on Zundel?
No.
Good evening, guard. Dr. Sheliot, I'm going to see the patient. Yes, sir.
He must be worse.
What do you mean?
Well, they require the presence of two doctors. One of them is in the room with Zundel now.
What are you talking about? I am the only doctor on duty.
Hey, we better take a look inside.
What is this other doctor you were talking about? Why, he is not here. Wait.
Look at Zundel in the bed.
His throat has been cut. I wish to thank all of you for coming here to my office. I think I have all the information I need at present.
I don't understand. Who would do a thing like that to
Miss
Carl?
Slater, rest assured the police department will leave nothing undone in our investigation.
I think this killing verifies what I was telling you earlier today, Lieutenant. That Zundel was apparently involved in something pretty serious.
But I'm sure Carl wasn't doing anything wrong.
You say he never mentioned anything he might have been involved in, do you?
No, nothing, Mr. Mitchell.
Miss Slater, Mr. Thatcher, you may both go now. But please leave your addresses with me in the event you are wanted for further questioning.
Okay. My address, Lieutenant. 1223 Sophia Boulevard.
1223 Sophia Boulevard. Thank you.
I'm sorry I had to meet you under such unfortunate circumstances, Miss Slater. If there's anything I can do...
Thank you, Mr. Thatcher. I'm afraid there isn't.
Well, see you around, gentlemen.
So long, Thatcher.
I've written my address and telephone number down for you, too, Lieutenant. There's just one favor I'd like to ask.
What is it, Miss Slater?
Well, Carl and I were pretty close, of course. There are some things in his house, things I'd given him. Cigarette lighter, a painting, a few things like that. I was wondering if I could have them back as, well, remembrances.
I am sure that can be arranged after the inquest.
Oh, thank you very much. You'll get in touch with me if there are any new developments in the case.
At once.
Oh, you've been very kind, Lieutenant. Goodbye, Mr. Mitchell.
Miss Slater?
Well, Mitchell, any chance we had of gaining information from Zundel is now gone. A frustrating case.
Yeah, frustrating but not surprising. With something as vital and valuable as those radar plans at stake, it's no holds barred.
Let us recapitulate as to his killing. You say you and Miss Slater arrived at the hospital together.
That's right. As we approached Zundel's room, we saw a man in a white robe wearing a surgical mask go in the door. While we were talking to the guard, Thatcher came down the hall. I introduced him to Miss Slater, and the real doctor showed up. We went into the room and discovered the body.
Obviously, this man in the doctor's uniform killed Zundel, then left by the window.
Yeah. With that surgical mask, it could have been anybody.
Apparently, he murdered Zundel trying to get information as to the whereabouts of the papers.
I thought that at first, too, Janakis. Then I remembered that Zundel was unconscious at the time, so it couldn't have very well been that. No. Oh, I think the killer already has the papers and realized that Zundel knew he had them, so he had to shut his mouth for keeps.
But you say when you went to Zundel's apartment a few hours ago, you were knocked unconscious. Whoever did it obviously had been looking for the papers in the apartment. You interrupted his search.
Yeah, that's the point, Janakis. I think we're up against two teams in this ball game.
Two?
Sure. One outfit already has the plans. The other outfit's trying to find them. And we're right in the middle. Nice thought, isn't it?
If you're right in your assumptions, if the plans are already in possession of hostile interests, then that means...
It means we've got to move fast to prevent those plans from getting out of Athens. Whoever has them undoubtedly knows your men will be covering all exits, so they'll probably try to cook up some cute angle to get the plans out.
This girl, Mitchell, what do you make of her?
Helen Slater? I don't know just where she fits into this deal, but I'm sure she fits in someplace. She lied when she said she didn't know about Zundel's accident. Maybe she lied about a few other things, too.
Well, where does all this leave us, Mitchell?
Well, pretty much in the dark right now. Look, right after I got slugged in Zundel's place, Helen walked in, so I never did get a chance to take a look around.
Oh, you wish to go back there again?
Yeah. Maybe we could find something there that'll give us a line on whom Zundel's been playing ball with. But first, I've got to send a report back to my boss in the United States. I'll be with you in a few minutes.
Steve's report's coming in on the teletype, Commissioner.
Good, let's have it.
There you are.
Very dull job you sent me on, Commissioner. It was in Athens 2 whole hours before getting hit on the head.
Well, that's just about par for Steve, I guess.
Yeah. Now in middle of charming game of button, who's got the button? Both sides playing for keeps. Man who used to have button, now slightly dead. What?
Well, he must mean Zundel.
Hey, wait a minute, here's some more. Check on a Jim Thatcher, newspaper correspondent. And on way back to Zundel's house with Janakis. We'll keep you informed.
Here we are, Janakis.
What are you waiting for?
The last time I walked through that door, I got a lump. You remember? I'm not taking any chances this time. Yeah, I guess the joint's empty. Come on. We might as well start here in the living room. There's a chance that the plans are here somewhere, although I doubt it. But anything we can find which would tie Zundel's in with the people he was running with would help us.
All right. I will take this side of the room over here.
Okay, I'll... Hey, that's funny.
What is the matter?
Take a look at this wall over here, Janakis.
This wall? But there is nothing here.
That's right. But there was something here. Look, this area right here is cleaner than the rest of the wall. Let's see it. Yep, there's a nail hole here.
A picture was hung here.
A picture or a painting? Yeah, I remember now. I noticed it when I was here before. Hey, that must have been the painting Helen said she gave Zundel, the one she wanted back.
From the size of the lighter area on the wall, it must have been a rather large painting.
Yeah, large enough to hide those plans in. Have you got Helen's phone number with you?
Yes. Here you are. You said the possessor of those plans would seek a clever scheme to get them out of Athens. It appears you were right.
Yeah, it doesn't do you much good to be right if you're too late.
Hello?
This is Steve Mitchell, Helen.
Well, hello, Steve.
You said this morning that there were several things in Zundel's apartment you'd like, gifts that you'd given him.
Did I? Well, to tell the truth, I've sort of lost interest in them, Steve.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You've already got the only thing you really wanted, that painting.
Well, I'm afraid I have to be going now, Steve.
It must be quite a painting.
Oh, it is. Very interesting. And very profitable, too. Come on.
Wait, look.
And don't try to find me, Steve. You won't be able to.
Now, wait a minute.
So long, darling.
Now, Helen. Helen! Helen! Come on, Janakis. We've got to get over to her apartment fast.
Oh, gentlemen, this is highly irregular. I cannot let you into Miss Slater's apartment.
Yes, you can. I'm Lieutenant Janakis, Police Department.
Police? Oh, certainly. Oh, right then. Of course, but Miss Slater is not in. Huh? She left a few minutes ago. Here we are.
How long ago?
Oh, just a few minutes ago. Here,
she's gone, all right.
I don't understand, gentlemen. Is something wrong?
Have you any idea where Miss Slater went?
Why, no. She left in quite hurry. Took a taxi cab.
Did she have any baggage with her?
Yes. 2 suitcases, as I remember.
Anything else?
No, I don't think that... Wait. Yes, she had large flat pockets.
Probably the painting.
The what?
We will need you no longer. You may go.
Oh, but
We will let you know when we leave. Thank you.
Well, all right.
She took off in a hurry, didn't she? Must have been all packed and warming up her engines.
Yes. We will get a bulletin out on her at once. Dominic, this is Janakis. Trace the cab driver who picked up Helen Slater from her apartment here a few minutes ago. Find out where he took her.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hold on, Dominic. What is it, Mitchell?
I just spotted this piece of paper in the wastebasket here. Hey, take a look.
Libyan Star, 6 p.m.
Yeah, the name of a ship.
6 p.m.? What time is it now?
10 after 6.
It has already sailed. Dominic, contact the harbor patrol. Tell them to have a launch waiting for us. Come, Mitchell. We must try to overtake the Libyan Star before it gets outside the 12-mile limit. I'm afraid the Libyan Star has too much of a start on us, Mitchell.
Yeah. Hey, you know, there's something sort of slick about this whole deal. A little too slick, maybe.
What do you mean, Mitchell?
I don't know. Something about it doesn't add up. I can't quite put my finger on it, but...
There is the Libyan Star ahead.
Faster!
It will do us no good, Lieutenant Janakis.
What do you mean?
The 12-mile limit stretches between those 2 islands on either side of us. The ship is already beyond the limit.
Very well. You may as well head back to port. I'm sorry, Mitchell, but my authority does not exceed the 12-mile limit.
Yeah, I know.
We can try, of course, to intercept the girl at the ship's destination. But as you know, such things are sometimes difficult to arrange due to international aspects. And, of course, she could leave the ship at any port along the line. Mitchell, I am afraid that as far as those radar plans are concerned, the outlook is not encouraging.
You know, the more I think about this deal, the less it adds up. Helen had a key to Zundel's apartment. Now, if the painting was really what she was after, why didn't she just go and get it right away instead of telling us about it first?
I do not know. Yes?
I read your message for you. From police headquarters?
Thank you. Mitchell.
What is it?
My man Dominic traced the cab driver. Helen Slater did not go to the waterfront at all. She went to number 1223 Sophia Boulevard.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the address the newspaper correspondent gave us?
Yes, Jim Thatcher. But why would the girl have gone to his apartment?
Particularly when the two of them were acting like they didn't know each other. You know, this deal is beginning to add up. Get this launch in overdrive, Janakis. We're going back to town and pay a call on Jim Thatcher.
Mitchell, there are many aspects of this affair I do not understand.
Here are the stairs. Thatcher's apartment must be on the 2nd floor. Yeah, there are still a few missing pieces in the deal, Janakis, but it's beginning to shape up.
Mitchell!
Sounds like someone got here first. Come on.
Mitchell, look! 2 men coming out of Fletcher's apartment.
They gotta come through us. I'll take the one on the right.
Miklos! Quick! Unite!
Too late, Buster. Janakis, the other one's heading for the stairs.
Stop! Stop or I shoot! Stop!
Well, you sure don't pull any punches, Janakis.
He should have stopped.
He did. Well, papers aren't on this boy. They must be on the guy downstairs.
Papers? What papers?
The radar plans.
What? But I thought...
Hey, take a look, will you? I want to talk to Thatcher if he's still alive.
Very well.
Yeah. Looks like we got here a little late, Thatcher.
Helen, she's dead.
Yeah, so I see.
They killed her. And knifed me.
Probably won't have much time, Thatcher, so you better talk fast. Who were the two guys that jumped you?
Don't know. They were after the papers.
I figured there were two teams. I guess those boys were the have-nots. It was you who killed Zundel in the hospital?
Yeah.
Sure. You put on a white uniform and mask. Killed Zundel, went out the window, and then you threw away the costume and met us in the hall outside the room.
Here are the radar plans, Mitchell. They were on the body of the man I just shot.
Yeah, and he got them from Thatcher here.
From Thatcher? But I do not understand. I thought...
Thatcher is the man who ran over Zundel and took the plans from him. He's had them all the time. Helen tried to focus our attention on the painting, so that while we were concentrating on her and the ship, Thatcher would have slipped quietly out of town.
Yeah,
Well, he is gone, Mitchell.
Yeah. Looks like this deal didn't exactly work out for either of them.
The plan then was for the girl to lure us away with a fake departure, then double back and pick up the plans from Thatcher, eh?
I guess that's about the size of it. And they almost got away with it, too. Oh, funny. I was just thinking about football.
Football? What does that have to do with this?
Well, I've played a little in my time, Janakis, and I've seen an awful lot of games. But I had to come all the way over here to Athens to see the slickest hidden ball play of them all.
You have just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Here's more good news for mystery fans. Every Sunday, you may now hear Richard Diamond, private detective, over most of these same NBC stations. With Dick Powell starred as the hard-hitting two-fisted Dick Diamond, the Sunday adventures of this private eye are as interesting as tomorrow's race results today. There's fast action and plenty of suspense each Sunday as Diamond fights his way to fame, fortune, and a red-headed girlfriend. Richard Diamond is another of the fast-moving adventure mysteries you'll hear every week on NBC, with such great shows as Dangerous Assignment, Night Beat, and Christopher London. If it's mystery and adventure you like when you turn on your radio, make a date now to hear all these stellar NBC shows. And remember, it's Sunday for Dick Powell as Richard Diamond on most of these NBC stations. Tomorrow, you'll hear Fibber McGee and Molly and Bob Hope on NBC.
Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic and the new Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo present The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam. I'm glad you're back in town.
So am I, Effie, so am I. Confidentially, I didn't think I'd make it. Confidentially, that is.
Was it dangerous, Sam?
I should say it was. Why, for the past 24 hours, I've been at it hammer and tongs over hill and dale, through shot and shell. It was enough to turn any ordinary man's blood to ice and his hair pure white.
Oh, that sounds terrifying, Sam.
I wish it had been only terrifying, Effie. It was blood-curdling, spine-chilling, hair-raising. I was bored. It was also rural and countrified.
Well, what happened, Sam? Tell me.
You've heard of the Martins and the Coys?
No.
And the Boston Massacre?
No.
Custer's Last Stand?
No.
Well, put them all together, and they spell what I'll shortly be in a dictate, a report which I call in a burst of clever literary plagiarism, The Farmer's Daughter Caper.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, starring Howard Duff. Produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. To look your holiday best, friends, be sure to use Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. What's more, it's non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. Get Wild Root Cream Oil in the big family-size bottle or handy tube. Ask for it at your drug or toilet goods counter very first chance you get. For the holiday and all year round, use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie. Pull up all the shades.
All right, Sam.
Now, turn on every light in the place.
But it's daylight.
Do what I say.
All right, Sam.
Now, check the closets.
But what for?
For snipers. What do you think?
All right, Sam. Nobody here.
Okay. I guess it's safe to come all the way in.
What's this all about, Sam? I don't understand.
Effie, it's just that I don't ever want to be caught in the dark again, especially when people are shooting at me. I want to see every nook and cranny of every square foot of land that surrounds me.
Sam, who was shooting at you? Where?
They were shooting from the left, from the right, from up above, down below, everywhere. Death was winging on every breeze that blew, and they all blew my way.
Oh, Sam, now stop this. I'm just dying of curiosity.
When my time comes, I hope that's all I ever die of. Ready?
Yeah.
Date this week to Mr. Elliot Parson, Drive Yourself Garage, 1618 St. Charles Street, San Francisco, 13, California. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the farmer's daughter caper. Dear Mr. Parson, I fear you have an explanation coming, one that you can pass along to your insurance company as to why the car I rented from you last week appeared as late as it did and in the condition it did. As you know, I rented said vehicle to drive to Middletown to bail a client out of the drunk tank. On the way back, a native showed me a shortcut, and I'll get him if it's the last thing I do. Dusk was falling, and so were my eyelids, when I saw a sign that said tourists invited. Behind it stood a ramshackle farmhouse in a surly woodland setting. I should never have knocked on that farmhouse door, but then I wouldn't have had any story to tell, would I?
Good evening, young man.
Good evening, madam. I'm afraid I need a room for the night.
Well, of course you do. Land sakes, you're tired. I can tell by your eyes. Been on the road long?
Too long.
Land sakes, of course you have. Come in, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
You'll find this is the homiest tourist home in California.
Really like mothers, eh?
Like your grandmother's. No electricity, no phones, just quiet.
I see.
Now, I have two rooms, a $3 one and a $5 one. Which one do you think you'd like?
What's the difference?
One less blanket, one squeaky spring, and with the $3 one, you might have to take a walk.
I'll take the $5 one, thank you.
I'm Mrs. Elkins. Mrs. Bert Elkins. Who might you be?
Sam Spade.
Spade? Land sakes, that's a very unusual name. And who are you traveling with, Mr. Spade?
I'm alone.
Oh, I mean what company? We only accept traveling salesmen. You realize that.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm traveling for the makers of Mouton Mustache Wax.
Oh, use it all the time.
You are well-groomed, madam.
You will go far, young man.
Yeah, but before that, I'd like to go to bed.
Come on. This way.
She led me upstairs to my $5 room and left me. As lumpy as it was, the bed invited me, but I decided to shave first and thus facilitate an early start in the morning. I poured myself a drink out of my traveling bar kit and then stepped in to shave. It wasn't easy because all I had for light in there was an oil lamp. When I came back to the bedroom with the lamp in one hand, I stopped short in utter surprise. I'd heard about these things in traveling salesman stories, but I never expected to see it. She was sitting in an armchair smoking a cigarette. High heels, silk stockings, light rayon dress, and a face right off the cover of Cosmopolitan.
Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Mary Smith.
Huh?
Hope you don't mind me just barging in.
Well, no. That is,
Afraid I'll bite you?
It never entered my mind.
Well, I might. I'm so tired of talking to myself, I need someone like you. You know, you're not bad to look at.
Who, me?
Where do you live? What do you do for a living?
Well, I guess you'd call me independently wealthy. I wish someone would.
How nice. San Francisco?
There must be some fog on my lapel.
Look, Sam, I'll give it to you straight. I want to get out of here, go to San Francisco. Could you take a passenger tomorrow?
Well, what would your mother say?
She's my aunt. What do I care what she says? I don't belong on a farm. Out in the west, wet pasture ruins my nylons. I'm a city girl, Philadelphia.
Why did you leave?
My parents died. Look, Sam, I won't be a burden to you. I just want to get to San Francisco. After that, I'm on my own. Sam, take me with you. Please take me with you. You won't regret it.
Well, what am I going to do with this lamp?
Who cares? Oh, Sam.
What?
I thought I'd find something like this going on in here. Get out of here. Go back to your room, young lady. Go on. Now, Mr. Spade.
It does look bad, doesn't it?
Oh, I'm not blaming you, Mr. Spade. Nan's sakes, it's her. She ain't responsible for what she does. She's like this all the time.
I see.
Now, when I go out, you just lock your door. Just keep it locked.
But, ma'am, this is a $5 room. A sleepless hour later, I heard something slide under my door. I looked and found it was a note that read, Mr. Spade, Sam, please unlock your door, and when the house is quiet, I'll come and see you. I'm desperate, terribly, terribly desperate. Don't leave me. Give me a chance to tell you what it's all about, please. Stupid me, I unlocked my door, dressed again, and waited. An hour and a half later, I heard my doorknob turning in the dark. The door opened quietly and quickly.
Sam, the things that go on in this house, they're insane.
Oh.
I've been here 3 months. When my father died, I had no money, and because Aunt Maud was my only relative, I came here. And ever since I came, they never let me out of the house for more than an hour. They never let me see anyone or do anything.
Why?
I wish I knew. 5 days ago, Uncle Bert left early one morning. He hasn't come back since. Aunt Maud says he's away on business. He doesn't have any business.
Well, even so, that doesn't seem strange to me.
Then there's my dog.
And what about it?
It disappeared the same night Bert did. They told me it ran away. I know it didn't. I've had it for 3 years. It never ran away.
Well, what do you think?
I was sure I could hear it howling somewhere for 2 or 3 nights. Then the howling stopped. I think I know where it is. But I don't know why. It scares me.
Well, where do you think it is?
Sam, you're going to think I'm crazy right out of my mind, but... Well, about 150 yards behind the house, there's a hillside with an old cave in it.
Oh, an old cave.
I don't know what it's used for, but yesterday I saw the whole front end of it closed. Closed with dirt. Sam, they buried that dog alive in that cave. I know it.
Oh, wait a minute now. Did you ask Mrs. Elkin?
Yes. All she said was the dog ran away and mind your own business. She told me to leave the cave alone. Sam, let's go out there and look. Please.
Well... So big, brave, stupid Sam, idiot boy, allowed her to show me the back way out of the house, and we sneaked to the barn together. She found the shovel, and we walked to the cave. When my eyes got accustomed to the dark, I saw the entrance had been covered with dirt, and recently. I took the shovel while she stood watching. I cleared half of the dirt away and worked as quietly as I could, but apparently not quietly enough. A flashlight suddenly hit both of us in the face, and a shotgun barrel flashed in the beam.
Get away from there before I shoot your head off.
Point that thing someplace else, please, ma'am.
What do you think you're doing, mister?
Digging.
Mary, you get back to the house. No. Aunt Maud, I won't. Get back to the house before I count 3, or I'll put a load of buckshot right through you. Now, 1. Aunt Maud, my dog is in there. 2. All right,
Now, Mrs. Elkin, suppose you put that gun down and tell me what this is all about.
I got one thing to say to you, mister. Get in your car and get out of here, and don't waste any time doing it.
But, madam...
Your suitcase is in the car, and your $5 is with it.
Yeah, but...
Now get, or I should choose a trespasser. And I could do it, mister. Land sakes, I could do it. Now get.
So I got under guard to my car. I got in and drove off. And Mrs. Elkin stood in the driveway with a shotgun still pointed at me until I was out of sight. I turned left at the first crossroad, parked the car, and cut through the woods back to the farm. I could see a light in the living room. Nobody was in or near the barn. And when I got to the cave, there wasn't a sound anywhere. I picked up the shovel I dropped and started digging again. 30 minutes later, the shovel broke a small hole through into that cave, and a stifling blast of fetid air rushed out, and something leaped out at me in the dark. And it wasn't the dog. It was a human hand on a human arm.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of America's favorite private detective, Sam Spade. here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who actually purchased Wild Root Cream Oil were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Farmer's Daughter Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
A night already full of surprises. I should have been ready for the next one, but I wasn't. The loose earth, which had blocked the entrance to the cave, suddenly fell away, and I fell with it. Then I heard something like nothing on earth. Nails dragged across my face, taking skin and flesh with them. I twisted and went down, and something went down with me. The snarl became a voice.
Bury me alive! Bury me alive! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
And he did his best, which was pretty good. Finally, I got a good hold on him and sat on his chest. After that, I lit a match and looked at a tall, thin man in his middle 40s. He was caked with mud from head to foot. His hands were impossibly torn and bleeding. I could guess why. Judging from the stubble on his face, he'd been bottled up in that cave at least 5 days. How he was still alive, I didn't know. He acted like a madman, and he had every right to. But surprised, when his eyelids fluttered open again, he read a very sane line.
Well done, then. You got a drink, friend?
Not on me.
They hit me on the head and left me there. They thought I'd stay in there forever. Forever.
Who put you there? Who did it?
But they couldn't keep me there. I dug my way out, didn't I? Didn't I? I took my way out. Didn't I?
The force of the bullets knocked him halfway back down the incline to the cave. All I could do was hit the dirt. Finally, when it seemed safe, I broke cover and ran smack into somebody carrying 2 bags.
No, please.
Let's have a look at you.
Sam, it's me. Sam, I knew you wouldn't go away without me. I knew it. I couldn't stay in that awful house any longer.
None of that now. Who was that shooting at you?
I don't know.
Where's your aunt?
House, I suppose. I slipped out the back way.
Any visitors tonight?
No. What is it? What is it?
I think I found your Uncle Bert. Come on. I led her back to the cave entrance and showed her the body of the man I'd dragged out. I watched her face a long time as she looked at him very carefully.
That's not Uncle Bert, Sam.
Really?
No. It's Mr. Linden, jewelry salesman. Came to the place a few nights ago.
5 nights ago?
Yes, come to think of it.
The same night your uncle disappeared. Tell me, did you ask Mr. Linden to take you back to San Francisco the same way you asked me? Did you?
Yes. He said he would. Got up early and left without me.
You didn't get far. What kind of car was he driving?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you drive a car?
Yes, but
Here. Mine's down the road about 500 yards. Go to the nearest phone and call the highway patrol, the sheriff, anybody who represents law. Got that?
Yes, I know exactly what to do.
To make sure we were both thinking of the same thing to do, I followed her in the dark, watched her get into the car I rented from you, and drive off. Then I turned around, put a new clip in my gun, and walked back to the old homestead. It was still very homey. By the light of an oil lamp, Mrs. Elkins was peacefully knitting what looked like a shroud.
Why, Mr. Spade?
Why, Mrs. Elkins?
Land sakes.
Land sakes. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get down to business.
If you're here to make trouble, young man, believe me, I can handle trouble. My kind of stuff know about trouble.
Well, suppose you tell me about the trouble I just had, or haven't you heard all the shots that were fired around here tonight?
Shots?
My.
Seems I would have heard gunshots.
Seems you would. Look, I've got a sheriff on the way.
Have you, Mr. Spade? Why?
I suppose you didn't hear the shooting.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. Was anyone hurt?
A man named Linden. He's dead.
Linden. Now, that sounds familiar.
It should. He stayed here 5 nights ago. He was a jewelry salesman.
Yes, now I remember. You say he's dead?
Somebody tried to bury him alive in your little cave.
How awful. I do declare.
I thought you would. Well?
You must be joshing, Mr. Spade.
I'm not joshing at all, Mrs. Elkins.
Well. Right, you say.
Look, let's talk just like plain folks. Where's your husband? Where's the jewelry samples you probably stole from Linden? Is there anything else you want to say?
Gunshots, eh? Well.
I left the sweet old thing knitting and rocking and made my way through the house looking for guns, jewelry, and killers. I got downstairs in time to see Mrs. Elkins disappear out the front door. When I tried to follow, I stumbled over the rocking chair, which is indeed a lucky thing for me. After a few minutes of silence, bravely crawling on my stomach, I followed the shadows of the house until they blended into the shadows of a large, hulking building, which happened to be the barn. Inside, I bumped my head on the radiator of the car. Naturally, I didn't find any keys in it, but I did find a familiar jewelry salesman-type mud-soaked corpse. When I was trying to remember how to cross ignition wires, I heard the hum of a motor and saw two headlight beams swinging up the driveway. They lasted as long as any other lights. The car came to a lurching stop, and a thick-set figure in a Stetson hat stumbled towards me, tugging at a gun.
That burned gall-blame cuff thing,
Undo the flap.
Oh, thanks. Huh? Put your hands up, whoever you are.
You be the sheriff?
You're dead blame right on the sheriff. You're dead blame right on the sheriff. Who are you? What's out here shooting the lights out in my car?
My car.
Oh, you Slade?
Spade.
Well, I'm Homer Pickett, sheriff of this county. The girl come, woke me up, said all sorts of funny things going on around here. Said there'd been a murder. Now, who's killed? What's going on, Stan?
Sam. Well, for one thing, somebody's been trying all sorts of ammunition on me for size.
You don't say.
I do say, Mr. Sheriff.
Why?
Because I found a man in a cave who'd been left there to die.
Want to look at the corpse?
You can look at him right here. He's sitting in this car.
So, yeah. How'd he get here?
Somebody moved him here.
Shouldn't have moved a corpse till the police examine it.
I didn't move it.
Huh?
Now, listen closely. Listening?
Huh?
I found the man. He was still alive. Then somebody shot him.
Shouldn't have moved him.
Then they tried to kill me because I found him. When they didn't kill me, they decided to hide his body.
Illegal.
They probably intended to drive away and dispose of it so there'd be no evidence when an efficient, smart, alert, courageous police officer like yourself came around to ask questions.
That sounds reasonable. Who's behind all this?
Well, Mrs. Elkins threatened me once and tried to kill me once.
More! Well, land say.
Well, that's her, yes.
I want to talk to her. Where's she?
Roaming the countryside with a gun, no doubt.
Well, let's clear all this up. See what it's all about. Now, who's this fellow in the car?
His name's James Linden.
You got a pencil? Better write that down. Tilden, huh?
Linden.
Well.
By any strange coincidence, Sheriff, you happen to know a man named Dundee, San Francisco homicide?
Lieutenant Dundee, old Tom.
Old Tom, yes.
Shucks, I learned everything I know about police work from him.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
And law's law. Dundee always said.
Yeah, I've heard him say it, Sheriff. But...
And I am to enforce it around here. One side, Mr. Slade.
Spade. Hey, you'll be sorry. Well.
Now look here, all you Elkins. This Homer Pickett talking, and I ain't no small-town constable. I'm the sheriff of this county. You'll get a square deal from me, but first I order you in the name of the law to throw down your guns. Well? My.
You all right?
Nothing but the feeling hurt. Oh,
I warned you.
I thought that'd do some good.
Well, now you know. Hey, look, maybe it did do some good.
I'm giving up, Sheriff. I'm giving up. It's me, Mrs. Elkins.
She came across the farmyard as the first light was showing in the eastern sky. Her hands were above her head. One held a shotgun.
Get back where you belong, Maud.
We could hear, but we couldn't see him. Maud stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then began running towards us. She almost made it. I ran out to drag her back, expecting any second to be the target for the night. There was a sudden and curious silence as I pulled her into the barn. She was still alive.
Hey. That man's been missing everybody all night. Never thought he'd be able to hit me.
Easy.
I come from good stock. I'm no criminal, Mr. Spade. Sheriff, you know that.
Yeah, I know, Maud. I know.
Let me take a look at you. You'll be okay.
No blame Bert too much. He wanted to have money once in his life. So when this man came along with all the jewelry, Bert went out of his mind. He put the man in the cave. And the dog, too. So the dog wouldn't call attention to him. And then he took the man's car, went into San Francisco to try to sell the jewels in the underworld.
No luck, eh?
Bert said they laughed at him. The jewels were just paste, samples,
And he came back and found me at the cave, and he figured he had to knock us both off.
I just stuck by him all the way. Now he's like a tiger that smelled blood. No telling what he'll do.
We'll have to get help, Spade. Roadblocks, bloodhound.
No, this is his land. He won't run. He'll hide here.
Where?
Why, in the cave.
Well, I reasoned, one, that no matter how much a man loved his land, he was not going to let himself be trapped in a cave with only one exit. And two, it followed, therefore, that if he did hide in the cave, there was more than one way out, which the late Lyndon hadn't found. Sheriff Pickett volunteered to watch the front of the cave while I looked around for a rear exit. After a 20-minute search, which netted me nothing, I remembered the car parked inside the barn and how quickly Elkins had carried Lyndon's body to it. I went back there and took a look around. In a corner of the barn, I found a trail of dirt leading to a bale of hay. When I moved the bale, I found, you guessed it, a trap door. I pulled it open, caught a familiar whiff of used-up air, and lowered myself into a black hole that turned out to be a passageway. I cautiously made my way forward in the darkness for a few yards.
Who is it? Who is it?
I pressed back against the dirt wall, listening to him approach. When I figured he was close enough, I threw a cloud of dirt toward him across the passageway. His gun flashed and lit up the whole place for a second, and I fired 3 times at the silhouette. I waited, then I went towards him. He was lying on his back. I kicked his gun away, and when I bent over him to feel his pulse, he suddenly came to life. Something crashed against the side of my head, and everything became darker than the inside of a cave. The next thing I knew, I was looking at a pair of red-rimmed eyes. Several minutes had gone by.
Thought you was a goner for sure. You ain't used to this country fighting, are you?
Is this country liquor, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Give me.
Yeah,
country liquor. Tell me, Sheriff, did you by any chance...
Well, sure. Of course I did. I got him, Slade.
Period, and a report.
Sam. Do you mean to tell me you let a little country sheriff outdo you?
Well, Effie, Homer Pickett's coming up for re-election next fall, and besides, you might think I was egotistical if I told you how it really ended.
But your reputation. You're the greatest private detective of them all.
And so I can afford to be generous. Now, not another word. Scoot, type that up.
If your supply of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic is getting low, better make a note to get some more tonight or first thing tomorrow. Remember, Wild Root Cream Oil is the famous hair tonic that grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Always keep a big bottle or tube on hand. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Let me see here. F, you rewrote the ending.
I had to, Sam. You're much too modest.
And Sam Spade, with a knot of cold fury in the pit of his stomach, a vindictive fire in his eyes, stepped wearily over the loose rocks in the cave floor to do battle with the thing that loomed up in the darkness ahead. The thing's roar filled the night with terror. But Sam Spade, dauntless and knowing not fear, stepped up to the monster, laughed in its hairy face, and with one quick convulsion of his powerful shoulder muscles, dropped the thing in its tracks. I see. Well, is that the way you think it ended, Effie?
Oh, Sam, I guess I was being a little foolish. I'll change it.
No, as long as you've done it this way, we'll leave it this way. Can't waste paper.
No, I'll change it, Sam.
Leave it!
Oh! Sam.
Yeah?
I copied that ending out of an old Black Mask magazine.
You what?
Don't be mad.
Come here. Come here. I copied that out of an old whiz-bang.
Oh, night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade was written for radio by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Pierre and Rene Garriguet. Join us again next Sunday when producer William Spear presents another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy speaking. Here's an exciting new shampoo that's grand for all the family. And here's our own Squeaky to tell you about it.
Look at your hair, is it stringy and dull? Does it only cover your skull? The Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo, it's just the thing for girls like you. Cleans your hair, know what I mean, and leaves your hair squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean?
Squeaky clean. Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo.
Stay tuned for the Summer Symphony with Katherine Grayson on NBC.
Hour and 30 minutes, this program will present in person such bright stars as
Fred Allen,
Mindy Carson,
Jimmy Durante,
Jose Ferrer,
Portland Hoffa,
Frankie Lane, Paul Lucas,
Ethel Merman,
Russell Knight, Danny Thomas,
Meredith Wilson,
and my name, darlings, is Tallulah Bankhead.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Big Show. The Big Show, 90 minutes with the most scintillating personalities in the entertainment world. Brought to you this Sunday and every Sunday at the same time as the Sunday feature of 5 Show Festival. NBC's star-studded 5-night-a-week program extravaganza. Tonight's Big Show is presenting such top-flight stars as Fred Allen, Mindy Carson, Jimmy Durante, Jose Ferrer, Portland Hoffa, Frankie Lane, Ethel Merman, Paul Lucas, Russell Knight, Danny Thomas, and Meredith Wilson. And here is your hostess, the glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead.
This is Radio 1950, the greatest stars of our time on one big program. And the most fabulous part about this, darlings, is that every Sunday we will present other stars of the same magnitude. Pardon me if I sound like a name dropper, but let's listen to 3 or 4 of the names we've lined up for next week's show. Groucho Marx, Annie Bryce, Jane Powell, and Ezio Henza. Well, now, don't just sit there with your mouths open, darlings. I know what you're thinking. You think such a radio show every week is impossible. And I'm sure that after you hear our first broadcast, you're going to say that show was impossible. Oh, no, that doesn't sound quite right, does it? But NBC says nothing is impossible. All it takes is courage, vision, and a king-size bundle of dough. Each week there will be comedy, drama, music, all performed by the biggest stars we can find. Of course, darlings, now and then a clinker may sneak in, but we're going to try...
Just a minute. I heard that last remark and I resemble it.
Jimmy Durante! Jimmy, darling, this is really...
Don't darling me. I heard you call me a clinker.
Now, Jimmy, I did no such thing.
I heard what you said, clinker. S-T-I-N.
No, Jimmy, no. You know I've never accused you of being a clinker. I'm deliriously happy you dropped everything out in Hollywood just to appear on our show.
Oh, I didn't come here just for this. I'm here on a secret mission to the United Nations.
Really?
I've been listening to them UN meetings, and I found out something.
What's that, darling?
You know what I think?
No.
I think Malik and Wyszynski are communists.
Jim, USSR?
Of course I'm sure. That's why I'm here.
Well, I'm glad you're with us, because when we first decided to do this show, I said it wouldn't be a big show without Jimmy Durante.
You did? Now, that's the kind of a line I can sink my teeth into. Let me read that again. You did?
I certainly did. I insisted you be on the show.
Oh, you had to insist, huh?
No. I even wrote them a letter recommending you. I said, gentlemen, I have known Jimmy Durante for a great many years, and I have always found him to be 5 feet 8 inches tall.
5 feet 9 inches. I now wear my hair in an upsweep. Since last I saw you, I grew some.
No, I don't think you are, darling. No, I wouldn't settle for anybody but you, because I've always been your greatest admirer.
Well, that makes it anonymous. Because for years I've admired you from afar.
With that nose, darling, how else?
Salute. That's a fine how you do. Goodbye.
Oh, no, Jimmy, come back. After all I went through to get you on this program.
You mean it was because of my beauty and charm?
No, darling.
My winning smile?
No, darling.
My swooning voice?
No, darling.
Please, I'm running out of reasons.
Jimmy, I have a date off the show tonight. Would you care to join us? I'll get a girl for you.
Oh, no, not me. I don't go out on blind dates. The other day, a friend of mine gave me the number of a girl he wanted me to know. Blind dates are for me, and when she answered the phone, I gave her my sweetest hello. Snuggling up close to the phone, I says, Durante speaking. How about going out with me tonight? She says, before I go out with you, what do you look like? What a dilemma. Should I tell her the truth and be turned down? Or should I lie and worry about it later? There was no way out, so instead I braced myself and said, say I wouldn't say I was handsome. Say I wouldn't say I was cute. I'm not very tall, but gosh darn it all, it's kind of hard to put it in words. You know, the other night, I made a blind date the same way over the phone. I said, hello. She says, hello, come right over. When I got there, she took one look at my nose and said, you sure must have hurried. You forgot to hang up the phone. Yes, it's kind of hard to put it in words. Say it's not that I want to be mysterious. Honest, I'm not trying to stall. Believe me, I'm really quite serious. I'm just an in-between rascal, that's all. I know I'm not good looking, but what's my opinion against thousands of others? Now, I wouldn't say I'm fascinating. Too bad I'm not elucidating. Say I wouldn't even try. When we meet, you'll know why. 'Cause it's kind of hard to put it in words. You know, folks, I got a problem in really describing myself, and it's getting pretty serious. Let's analyze the facts. I can safely say I'm as pretty as Van Johnson. I can safely say I'm as pretty as Tyrone Power. I can safely say I'm as pretty as Cary Grant. As long as this show isn't on television, I can safely say anything. I once had a blind date with a beautiful gal, and after that, I met her every night for 3 weeks straight. I was crazy about it, because every time I kissed her, she used to keep her eyes closed. One night she opened her eyes, and what happened? I never saw her again. Say now, I wouldn't say I was a highbrow. My looks won't raise an eyebrow. Say I'm not a Shakespeare. It would take me a year, 'cause it's kind of hard to put it in words. Yes, sir, it's kind of hard to put it in words.
Darling, I I don't know how you do it, Jimmy. Jimmy, come back here. You're a genius. Hey, Jimmy. You're a genius, Jimmy.
Oh, I wouldn't say genius.
Okay, darling, I won't.
Wait a minute. Put up a little fight, can't you?
Now, no time for that, Jimmy. I must now introduce our next guest.
Wait a minute. You mean somebody else is in this show?
Of course, my sweet.
I thought you said I was the only one.
Oh, no, my darling. We have 3 exciting stars coming up now. Then Broadway's biggest hit, Call Me Madam. Presented by Leland Haywood, the music by Irving Berlin, booked by Howard Lindsay and Russell Krauss, and dances staged by Jerome Robbins. And here are the stars I was telling you about. Ethel Merman, Paul Lucas, and Russell Knight.
Okay, Chalou. I'm going to my dressing room. If you need help, call me. And from the looks of these characters, you'll be needing some pretty soon.
Well, I'm sure I won't need any help here. Because in Call Me Madam, the great Merman is rocking Broadway in her role as Lady Ambassador. She got the job as ambassador because she was Washington's most popular party thrower. Now tell us, Ethel, how you became the hostess with the mostest on the ball.
I was born on 1,000 acres of Oklahoma land. Nothing grew on the 1,000 acres, for it was gravel and sand. One day Father started digging in a field, hoping to find some soil. He dug and he dug, and what do you think? Oil, oil, oil. The money rolled in and I rolled out with a fortune pile so high. Washington was my destination, and now who am I? I'm the chosen party giver for the White House clientele, and they know that I deliver what it takes to make 'em gel. And in Washington, I'm known by one and all as the hostess with the mostest on the ball. They would go to Elsa Maxwell when they had an axe to grind. They could always grind their axe well at the party she designed. Now the hatchet grinders all prefer to call on the hostess with the mostest on the ball. I've a great big bar and good caviar, yes, the best that can be found, and a large amount in my bank account when election time comes round. If you're feeling presidential, you can make it, yes, indeed. There are just 3 things essential. Let me tell you, all you need is an ounce of wisdom and a pound of gold. And the hostess with the mostest on the ball. There'll be no mistakes. I've got what it takes to make friends across the sea. I'll make being smart an important part of my foreign policy. I'll cement our good relations when I give my first affair. There'll be special invitations to the Duke and Duchess there, who's already written asking them to call. Not the priestess with the leastest, but the hostess with the mostest, with the mostest of the
The country Ethel is ambassador to is Lichtenberg. Now, don't look for it on your maps, darlings. It's strictly a musical comedy country, full of politics, peasants, and Paul Lucas.
Welcome to Lichtenberg. I don't think you know much about us. Except, of course, our famous Lichtenberg cheese. I know very well you enjoy it, and we would enjoy it too. But we can't afford it, for we must have dollars and so we send it to you. At the moment, I am not very popular. As finance minister, I had to cancel our annual Lichtenburg fair. I shall absolutely decline to serve in this post again in next week's cabinet. I shall try to be foreign minister. I'm very curious about this new American ambassador, this fabulous Mrs. Sally Adams. What a fantastic country this America. First they create the atom bomb, and then they send a woman as ambassador to Lichtenburg. How they love to play with explosives. But Lichtenburg won't be offended. We'll manage to stay alive. We're not very touchy, this quaint little duchy that somehow seems to survive. Too small to be a city, too big to be a town, too poor to have an army, and too easy to knock down. Too little to sail across the seas. Babies and cheese are our main industries. Too slow to please the young folk, too fast to please the old. Too many who have copper pennies, too few who have gold. But somehow we manage to play the game, while the other lands keep changing hands. Old Lichtenburg stays the same.
Being an American ambassador, Ethel's first official move, naturally, is to offer Lichtenburg the loan of $100 million. Lichtenburg being a musical comedy country, Paul Lucas turns down the loan. But Ethel falls in love with this new type guy, and she doesn't mind dropping a few hints about the way she feels.
Money, 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 money. Can you use any money today? Money, 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 money. Nice new bills that we're giving away. There are photographs on every one, Lincoln, Grant, and Washington, or you might like the ones with Henry Clay. Can you use any money today? 2 million, 4 million, 6 million, 8 million, 10. Take what you want. When it's gone, you can come back again. Bills that haven't been printed yet, you can have them by the stack. Coins that haven't been minted yet, that you never have to give back. Money, 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 money. Uncle Sam puts it right on the line. And if we ever run out of checks for him to sign, you can have mine, all of mine. You can have mine. Money, 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 money. Can you use any dollars today? Money, 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 money. We've so much that it gets in our way. In our treasury there's a mighty sum, millions we've subtracted from the envelopes that hold our take-home pay. Can you use any money today? Home in the States, underground, there's a cave full of gold. Backed up a truck and we'll fill it with all it can hold. Take 10 million and please don't fuss if you find it can't be spent. You can lend it right back to us and we'll pay you 7%. Money, 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 money. Uncle Sam puts it right on the line. And if that fellow with whiskers ever should decline, you can have mine, all of mine. You can have mine.
Darlings, you've heard this before. I've skipped a cue. Lichtenberg being a musical comedy country, Paul Lucas turns down the loan, but Ethel falls in love with this new type guy, and she doesn't mind dropping a few hints about the way she feels.
Please let me say from the start, I don't pretend to be smart. I just suggest what I think best, having your interest at heart. I only want what's the best thing for you, and the best thing for you would be me. I've been convinced after thinking it through that the best thing for you would be me. Every day to myself I say, points away, what will it be? I ask myself, what's the best thing for you? And myself and I seem to agree that the best thing for you would be me.
Every day to myself I say, point away, what will it be?
I ask myself, what's the best thing for you? And myself and I seem to agree that the best thing for you would be me. That the best thing for you would be me.
Now, to complicate matters, Ethel's young assistant, played by Russell Knight, falls in love with Princess Maria, daughter of the Grand Duke. Well, Ethel and Russell have rough going in their respective love affairs, so they put their heads together, and they're going to sing about it for you.
I hear singing and there's no one there. I smell blossoms and the trees are bare. All day long I seem to walk on air. I wonder why. I wonder why. I keep tossing in my sleep at night. And what's more, I've lost my appetite. Stars that used to twinkle in the sky are twinkling in my eyes. I wonder why.
You don't need analyzing. It is not so surprising that you feel very strange but nice. Your heart goes pitter-patter. I know just what's the matter, because I've been there once or twice. Put your head on my shoulder. You need someone who's older. A rub down with a velvet glove.
I'm not going to tell you how it all comes out, darling, because you'll be wanting to see it for yourselves one of these years. But to you, Ethel Merman, Paul Lucas, and Russell Knight, a million congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, Ethel, darling, here you are on another musical hit that's sure to run at least 2 years. How many does that make, Ethel? I'll bet you've been in about 30 musicals that have run at least 2 years.
Well, I don't know the exact number, dear, but I'll look it up in my bank book.
Yes, dear. Oh, and Paul, darling, finding Ethel in a musical, well, that's no novelty. But how did you, a dramatic actor, decide to do a Broadway musical?
Well, Tallulah, it's a long story.
Yeah, well, that's very
You
interesting,
see,
darling. Ethel, I suppose you must be bothered by hundreds of friends calling up a ticket for your show. So, of course, I wouldn't dream of bothering you about the two that I've been trying to get.
A man stopped me on the street in Hollywood one day.
Oh, it's no bother at all. I happen to have 2 tickets with me, but they're way back in the 4th row, and knowing your eye...
I'll take them, darling. Oh, by the way, are you still charging the same brokerage fee you charge for Annie Get to Go?
And this man said to me, Paul, how are you? And I said, oh, I cannot
Why,
complain.
Tallulah, dear, I wouldn't dream of charging you. Now that you've had to become a radio announcer.
And this man says to me, Paul, what are you doing now? And I just been talking to you. And we both laughed, except him.
Oh, Ethel, darling, for your information, I will have you know that I just finished a long run in Private Lives. And if you remember also, Miss Merman, you came to see me in that with 2 tickets I gave you.
Well, I felt someone should show up, dear.
Well, this man and I stood there talking on the street for about an hour, and I caught a very bad cold.
Ethel, my pet, Private Lives happened to be one of my biggest hits. And there were many others, as you well know, the Little Foxes, if you please.
I've been in a few myself. There was Girl Crazy.
Dark Victory.
Anything Goes.
Skin of Our Teeth.
Panama Hattie.
Private Lives.
Annie, Get Your Gun.
Private Lives.
So I went home and took a hot bath. But my cold didn't get better.
Call me Madam.
Tal Joey.
You weren't in Tal Joey.
No, but Jean Kelly, who happens to be one of my very best friends, was in it, and she gave me 2 tickets.
She got you tickets.
So I finally decided I'd better go and see my doctor.
And besides, Lou, Pal Joey happens to be a musical, something you've never been in, my dear.
Well, of course I haven't, darling. I'm in a legitimate theater. A great dramatic plays.
My doctor is a specialist in colds. He has them all the time.
Great plays, huh? Rodney, it was beautiful while it lasted. But now we've come to the parting of the ways. We are through. Finished. Choice of one.
Musical. Musicals indeed. I got rhythm.
And my doctor cured me.
I got rhythm.
Who can ask for anything more?
Oh, Paul, my dear Paul, I've neglected you, haven't I? Now, what were you saying, dear?
Well, it is a long story, Tallulah. You see, a man stopped me on the street in Hollywood one day.
Oh, Tallulah, dear, will you excuse me? I have to go to my dressing room and change for my next scene.
Of course, Ethel. Go right ahead. It was so nice talking to you. We always have such stimulating conversations when we get together, don't we, darling?
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. And I want you to know, Tallulah, that Paul and I have had such fun working with you, haven't we, Paul?
And this man says to me, Paul, how are
I
you?
want you to know, Tallulah, that it's an honor and a pleasure to be on the same stage with such a gracious and talented artist as you are.
Now, just a minute. What do you mean by that?
Oh, Tallulah, for goodness sake, let's not start that again, because if you do, I'm liable to haul off and ring your chimes.
If anybody is going to ring my chimes around here, I'm going to ring my chimes. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Big Show. This is the National Broadcasting Company Sunday Extravaganza with the most scintillating personalities in show business. This portion of the program is the Sunday feature of NBC's star-studded 5-show festival of comedy, music, drama, and mystery, presented 5 nights a week, and brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. The big stars in our first program are Fred Allen, Mindy Carson, Jimmy Durante, Jose Perea, Portland Hoffa, Frankie Lane, Paul Lucas, Ethel Merman, Russell Knight, Danny Thomas, and Meredith Wilson. And here is your hostess, the glamorous Tallulah Bankhead.
You know, darlings, we have more stars on this show than there are in the Milky Way, from the candy bar of the same name. We have assembled in our show in Radio City Center Theater in New York some of the greatest entertainers of our time. We have such people as...
Just a minute. Hold the show. Stop that dialogue.
James Durante, what's the matter now?
What's the matter, she says. I'm sitting in my dressing room in front of my mirror, plucking my eyebrows, putting on my makeup. Max Factor Ingenue number 2. When I look in the mirror, and the fella in the mirror ain't doing the same thing as I'm doing.
Well, who was it?
I don't know, but there he is standing out there now.
Oh, Jimmy, that's Danny Thomas.
Good evening.
Danny, darling.
Just a minute, you.
You mean me?
Yeah, you. I want to ask you a question. Answer yes or no. Where did you get that nose?
I might ask you the same question. Where did you get your nose?
I had this nose for years.
Well, I've had my nose for years.
Oh, now, please, darling.
Stay out of this, no nose. This is a catastrophe. There's only room on this program for one schnozola. Either he takes his nose and goes, or I take my nose and goes.
Goodbye, Jimmy, darling.
This is sabotage. Okay, I'm going, and after the show, I'll be waiting outside for you and your nose.
Yeah, what are you going to do about my nose?
I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
He's a whimsical character, isn't he? Another impersonator. I suppose everybody thinks he can do an impression of Jimmy Durante.
Oh, darling, that was.
How do you like the nerve of that guy? He doesn't like my nose. He didn't even give it a chance. I should have said it's a kind of a nose that grows on you, I should have said. Who does he think he is, Durante?
It was.
Either your nose goes or my nose goes, he says. I should have said, well, you take yours and blow, I should have said. I should have said, now look here, Durante, That was Durante? In person. Well, why didn't you tell me? He's my favorite. I've idolized him ever since I was a kid.
Oh, well, Danny, you can apologize to him later.
Well, I most certainly will apologize. I'll get down on my hands and knees. So look, Tallulah, I don't want any trouble with anybody. I'm at peace with the world, honest I am. I've been to a psychiatrist. I feel wonderful. As a matter of fact, I have a song on the subject.
Oh, all right, darling. Will you tell us about it, Danny?
I'd love to tell you about it. There seems to be so much chaos in the world. People hating everybody and everybody in a big hurry to die. I figured that a little philosophy would help. In other words, things aren't so bad that they couldn't be worse, so don't worry, they'll be worse. The title of the song is Take It Easy, Be Casual, Relax. Does this hectic world around you get you down? Are you gloomier than anyone in town? May I, in all humility, suggest a simple cure? And if you care to heed it, you'll be happier, I'm sure. For instance, when you're betting on a horse, you're gonna win, of course. You're already planning on 2 new Cadillacs. When you lose, make this note just before you cut your throat. Take it easy, be casual, relax. Or when you come home late some night, you don't put out the light as you quietly remove your coat and your slacks. When the lights glare in your eyes and your friends all yell surprise, take it easy, be casual, but pull your pants up. No, I say that because you can be too casual. And if you're too casual, you're liable to become blasé. And if you're blazed, you're not having fun. No, with you, everything is, so what? That's an awful thing. And drive people to suicide. So what? I know a story about a fellow out on the West Coast. Not so long ago, he went to a rancher. And he said to the fellow, sell me your horse. I don't care how much you charge me. I have to have this horse delivered to my house tomorrow. The next day, the horse was delivered. The fellow said to the rancher, bring the horse into the house, take him right into the bathroom, and put him in the bathtub. The request was silly, but it was complied with. And then the rancher said, friend, I've been selling horses for nigh under 40 years. That's the first one I ever put in a bathtub. What you want that horse in the bathtub for? The fellow said, look, it's my brother-in-law from the East. One of them wise guys, driving me nuts. Nothing impresses this guy. I took him to MGM Studios. I got Clark Gable's autograph for him. I said to him, aren't you excited, Clark Gable? He says, so what? I took him to the Brown Derby, to the Coliseum, to the Rose Bowl. I said, isn't this sensational? He says, so what? Nothing disturbs that guy. Nothing excites him. Everything is, so what? Well, tomorrow morning when he comes running out of the bathroom and he says, hey, there's a horse in the bathtub, I'm going to say, so what? Take it easy. Be calm and be cool. Men, if your wife runs off with all your jacks, it could be worse. She might come back. And bring her mother with her. That was cruel. I apologize. I wish to apologize to all the mothers-in-law present and those who are listening. Not mine, just to those present and those I'm not going to tell mother-in-law jokes. I stopped telling those kind of jokes 14 years ago. That's when I got married. Since then, they haven't been so funny. But I read a story in a book on folklore called Mother-in-Law Relativity. That to me is as fine a bit of psychology coupled with humor I've ever read. And you've got to hear it. Two women meet in the street, and after the usual salutations, one woman says, and tell me, darling, how's your daughter? She said, my daughter, thank God, very lucky. My daughter married a man that's a prince. You don't let her put her hands in cold water. She stays in bed till 12 o'clock noon every day. Shops by sex like a movie star. And what do you think? Every afternoon, drinks cocktails. My daughter's very lucky. The woman said, that's wonderful. And how's your son? Don't ask. That poor boy. He married one of those fancy schmancy girls, but got to stay in bed till 12 o'clock noon every day. Spends all of his money by sex, and she's a drunkard. Drinks cocktails all the time. So when your business takes you far from home, and you call your wife on the phone, your name is John, and she says, hello, Max. Don't be blue or discontent. Maybe Max will split the rent. Take it easy. Be casual. If you want to have fun, here's how it's done. Relax.
Danny, that was delightful. And what a performance you gave, especially for someone who's just flown in from California. You must be dead tired, darling.
Yes, and I can say in all modesty that everyone thinks I'm a tired comedian.
Not I, darling. You know, I told them at NBC when we were planning the show that it couldn't be a big broadcast without Danny Thomas. How can I ever repay you for coming?
With money.
And no slow he.
I was only joking, Tallulah. Believe me, I'm honored to be listed among the great names on this show. I would have appeared on this program for a song.
Well, how lucky for me, because I was wondering about how to introduce Mindy Carson. Mindy, darling.
Hello, Tallulah. Hello, Danny.
Mindy, Danny just told me that he would do this show for a song. So it's up to you, darling. How about it?
Oh, yes, I'd love to. I'd like to sing my latest RCA Victor recording. It's called A Rainy Day Refrain.
dreaming to the rhythm of the rain. Da-dum, I get the sweetest memories from the rhythm of a rainy day refrain. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. I've got that little love song on my brain. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. I guess there's no escaping from the rhythm of a rainy day refrain. The lovely day we met, I still remember well. Who cared if it was wet? 'Twas like the rain we fell. An April afternoon, a rainy day romance. The raindrops played a tune, our hearts began to dance. We're so in love, I'll always love the rain. I get the sweetest memories from the rhythm of a rainy day refrain. The lovely day we met, I still remember well. Who cared if it was wet? 'Twas like the rain we fell. An April afternoon, a rainy day romance. The raindrops played a tune, our hearts began to dance. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. We're so in love, I'll always love the rain. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. I get the sweetest memories from the rhythm of a rainy day refrain. The rhythm of a rainy day refrain.
You folks at home, would you please glance over here just a second? What do you see? A small table radio, a console, a radio phonograph? For as low as $12.95, you can add the RCA Victor 45 RPM system of recorded music to your present set, regardless of size, age, or make. Now, at this low price, you needn't be without the music you want when you want it. You've seen the Victrola 45 attachment. It's the automatic changer that plays the amazing 7-inch records. Everyone's going 45. It's all play and no work. Load a stack of your favorites with one hand in one swift motion. Press a button and relax. 45s can play as long as ordinary 12-inch records, and you can store them in a bookshelf. The 45 is yours for only $12.95. So don't put off all that pleasure. See and hear the RCA Victor 45 at your dealers right away.
Just 10 days from now, Broadway will have its first showing of a new movie which has already stirred vast excitement in all who love the tradition of a great performer in a great play. The movie is Stanley Kramer's production of Rostand's immortal comedy, Cyrano. And here in a sneak preview is the distinguished young star of the picture, Jose Ferrer, as Cyrano de Bergerac. The time, 17th century France. The place, the Theatre Bourgogne in Paris. Angrily mounted on a chair, just below the footlights, is the heroic figure of Cyrano de Bergerac, who has just stopped the play and ordered the foppish actor Montfleury off the stage. In all France there is no one to match Cyrano as swordsman, poet, playwright, and wit. And in all France, nay, in all the world, there is no nose to match the size of Cyrano's outlandish nose. Ah, but a member of the audience dare speak.
Monsieur, how dare you interrupt the play? What a scandal to send the great Montfort scampering from the stage, tail between his legs. Did you know the Comte de Guiche is his patron? Who is yours?
No one.
No one? No patron?
I said no.
What? No great lord to cover with his name?
No, I have told you twice. Must I repeat? No, sir. No patron.
And when do you leave Paris?
Sir?
The Comte de Guiche has a long arm.
Mine is longer by the 3 feet of my sword.
Yes. But your dream of daring...
I do dream of daring.
But
you may go now.
But
you may go. Or tell me, why are you staring at my nose?
No,
Does it astonish you?
Oh, your great misunderstanding.
Is it long and soft and dangling like a trunk?
I never said I...
Or crooked like an owl's beak?
Really,
Or perhaps a pimple ornaments the end of it?
Oh, no.
Or a fly parading up and down? What is this portent?
Oh, please.
This phenomenon?
I have been careful not to look.
Oh, and why not, if you please?
Why?
It disgusts you, then?
Oh, my dear
Does
sir.
its color appear to you unwholesome?
Oh, by no means.
Or its form obscene?
Not in the least.
Then why assume this deprecating manner? Possibly you find it just a trifle large.
Oh, no. Small. Very small. Infinitesimal. Tiny.
What? You accuse me of absurdity. Small my nose? Why, magnificent my nose.
My collar. You're choking.
You pug, you knob, you buttonhead. Know that I glory in this nose of mine, for a great nose indicates a great man. Genial, courteous, intellectual, viril, and courageous. Whilst your face, that blank, inglorious concavity which my right hand finds on top of you, is as devoid of pride, of poetry, of soul, of picturesqueness, of contour, of character, of nose, in short, as that which at the end of that limp spine of yours, my left foot...
Oh, help! Help! Help the God! Help! Comte de Guiche, save me!
Presently this fellow will go tiresome. Eh, Valvert?
Oh, he blows his big horn.
Huh?
Well, don't just stand there, Valvert. You're the finest swordsman in France. Do something.
Gladly. Monsieur de Bergerac, your nose is rather large.
Rather?
Oh, well.
Is that all?
Well, of course.
Ah, no, young sir, you're too simple. Why, you might have said, a great many things. Mon Dieu, why waste your opportunity? For example, thus. Aggressive. Sir, if that nose were mine, I would have it amputated on the spot. Friendly. How do you drink with such a nose? Descriptive. 'Tis a rock, a crag, a cape. A cape? Say rather a peninsula. Inquisitive. What is that receptacle? A razor case or a portfolio? Kindly. Do you love the little birds so much that when they come and sing to you, you give them this to perch on? Cautious. Take care. A weight like that might make you top-heavy. Eloquent. When it blows, the typhoon howls. Dramatic. When it bleeds... the Red Sea. Simple. When do they unveil the monument? Military. Beware. A secret weapon. Respectful, sir, I recognize in you a man of parts, a man of prominence. Enterprising. What a sign for some perfumer. Practical. Why not a lottery with this as the grand prize? Or literary. Was this the nose that launched 1,000 ships? These, my dear sir, are some of the things you might have said had you some tinge of letters or of wit to color your discourse. But of wit not so. You never had an atom. And of letters you need but 3 to write you down. A-S-S.
What?
Ass.
Sir, I warn you.
And I, sir, warn you. Moreover, if you had the intention here before these folk to make a jest of me, be sure you would not then articulate the 20th part of half a syllable of the beginning. For I say these things lightly enough myself about myself, but I allow none else to utter them.
Insolent puppy, dolt, bumpkin, fool.
How do you do? And I, Cyrano, Savinien, Hercule de Bergerac.
Vicomte Ververt, come. Such arrogance. This scarecrow who... Look at him. No ribbons, no lace, not even gloves.
True. I carry my adornments only on my soul, decked with deeds instead of ribbons, crowned with a white plume of freedom. But I have no gloves. A pity, too. I had one, the last one of an old pair, and lost that. It's very careless of me. Some gentleman offered me an impertinence. I left it in his face.
So be it. Your sword.
My sword. You shall die exquisitely.
Well, Jose, that was a very exciting performance you gave us, Cyrano. And I know when everyone sees you in the picture, they'll be even more thrilled. But I hope Broadway hasn't lost you to the movies entirely, you know, because, well, there are critics who consider you the greatest actor on the American stage today.
Oh, well, now, Tallulah, I wouldn't say the greatest.
Okay, darling, I won't.
Now, wait a minute, Tallulah. Put up a little fight, can't you?
I'd like to meet this gentleman, if I may, Miss Bankhead.
Oh, of course, darling. Jose, this is Meredith Wilson. Meredith, say hello to Jose Ferrer.
Hello, Jose Ferrer.
How do you do?
Why, Mr. Ferrer, I certainly enjoyed that little recitation you just spoke.
Recitation?
Yeah, about the fellow with the big nose. It reminded me of the fellow back home. He had a big nose, too, named Wally Parker.
A nose named Wally Parker?
Yes. No, his name was Wally Parker. Do you think I meant his nose was named Wally Parker? No, his name was Wally Parker. How do you like that, Miss Bankhead? He thought I meant his nose was named Wally Parker.
Meredith, dear boy, will you go on with your sordid little story?
Yes. Well, this all happened back in my hometown, Mason City, Iowa.
Yes, a one-nighter.
Yeah. And one night he was going to propose to his girl, Susie Witherspoon. But on account of his nose, he just couldn't get up the courage to ask her to marry him. Well, she finally married a fellow named Ralph Douglas. He's in the feed business. They're very happy.
Tallulah, is this the fellow who made that brilliant music for our...
Yes, darling, it is. But he's written a lot of beautiful songs, too. He has a new one now called The Peony Bush. How about it, Meredith? Will you play it?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Oh, by the way, I just happened to remember. The fellow's name was Ben Parker, not Wally. That makes it even funnier.
Will you play Peony Bush?
Every rose, every tree, and every bird and bee seem to rate around a lay or two. So a slight poetic push for my favorite bush would seem to be long overdue. Was the peony bush there in my garden that made you turn around to smile at me? Gardenias are gardenias with a fragrant perfume. Forget me not to fancy pots or orchids. But the peony bush there in my garden, it did the trick as quick as 1, 2, 3. Please decorate my garden gate forever, and never will there be any bush but the peony bush for me. the peony bush there in my garden that made you turn around to smile at me? Gardenias are gardenias with a fragrant perfume. Forget me not to fancy buds or orchids. On the peony bush there in my garden, it made you linger till you missed your bus. Please linger here beside me here forever, and never will there be any bush but the peony bush for us. There are lots of other kinds of plants that really would enhance any garden, I'm sure you'll agree. Never will there be any bush but the peony bush for me.
Every day you hear more and more about a remarkable way to relieve the pain of headaches, neuritis, and neuralgia. The name is Anacin, spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Thousands of men and women first discovered these tablets when they were given an envelope containing Anacin by their own physicians or dentists. Perhaps you yourself at some time have learned about Anacin this way. If so, you know how incredibly fast and effective these tablets are. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. When headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain strikes, you want relief and you want it fast. So for your own sake, try Anacin, sold on this money-back guarantee. If the first few tablets don't give satisfaction, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets, bottles of 50 and 100.
Fellas, attention, please. I didn't like the way you played that last number. There's going to be a rehearsal of the orchestra right after the show. Didn't like the way the clarinet section sounded at all. I want you five fellas. Five? Should be only four. Let me see now. There's Cousin Ed, Uncle Walter, Uncle Morton, and Gramps. Hey, you, that fifth fellow over there, who are you?
It ain't Wally Parker, kiddies.
Fred Allen.
Come on out here. What are you doing in that orchestra?
Well, NBC, you still being convulsed?
Yes, darling.
Well, NBC has tried me on radio, and they've tried me on television. Now, while they're waiting for a new medium to come along, they're trying me on this special assignment with my clarinet, sort of freelancing.
I see, darling. Now, what special assignment?
Well, first, the announcer, Ed Hurley, he has to ad-lib something about...
This portion of the program is brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin, Colonos, Bicidol, and other fine drug products.
And then I'm supposed to play... The first time you ever had a half-a-tone chimes in the history. And then I am supposed to say, this is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Fred, my darling. You fool.
Oh, yeah.
It's so nice to have you back on radio. I've missed you.
Oh, so you are the one. According to Hooper, you are the one.
No, darling, we've all missed you. Why don't you come back, Fred?
Well, I'll tell you, darling. I have been dabbling in something which, for the want of a better name, we shall call television.
Please, darling, people are eating.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say, you didn't by any chance happen to see me on my first television show, did you?
No, I didn't, Fred.
You weren't home?
Oh, yes, I was home, darling.
Oh, no set, darling?
No guts, darling.
Well, you know television's a new medium, and I have discovered why they call it a medium. Because nothing is well done. Oh, very good.
darling, I think you're so funny.
So you are the one.
No, Fred. No, seriously speaking, darling.
Well, as if we haven't been. What else?
Well, no. Why did you leave radio?
Well, I'll tell you, Tallulah. They wanted me to do one of those programs where you call up people on the telephone and ask them questions and give them prizes, you see. And that's why I quit and went into television.
You mean?
Yes, it was a choice between the medium and the telephone.
Wait for laugh. Oh,
No, don't read the stuff in parentheses. You skipped that.
I'm sorry. Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to get you back on radio, even if it is only as a guest.
Uh-huh.
You know, when they told me about this big-name broadcast, I told them it wouldn't be a big-name broadcast without you, Fred.
Well, in radio, Fred has been a four-letter word for some time.
Oh, in fact, I insisted that they put you on this show.
You insisted? You met with some stiff opposition, did you?
Well, I had to go through channels.
Oh, I say, I've read about those channels, but I had thought of coming back to radio if I could find a new formula, a format, you know. I did get one idea, and strangely enough, it came from Portland. She seemed to think that if I...
Mr. Allen!
Well...
Mr. Allen!
Well, as I stand here and feign surprise, if it isn't Portland now. Portland, Georgia, I had some more here. See, we didn't rehearse the audience. It says applause after this, but you see, the rehearsal. This is what's mixing things. Portland, you're just in time. This is Tallulah Bankhead.
Hello, Portland. I'm glad to see you.
How do you do, sir?
Portland, I understand that you weren't on the first television show Fred did. Why was that?
But my dress wasn't cut low enough.
Oh. You mean a dress with a V-neck?
A TV neck.
Well, before this conversation gets too Faye, Portland, how about telling Tallulah the idea you thought up for a radio show for me?
Oh, I didn't think of it. No. Mama thought of it.
Oh, your mother is writing for radio now? Well, by the way, I was on television the other night, Portland. Did your mother see me?
Oh, she never could.
You mean that your mother thinks that I...
As Mama put it, to the high heavens.
Ad lib, a stinging retort.
Fred, you're reading the parentheses.
Oh, the parentheses, this jumbo type stuff. Oh, yes, well, Portland, enough of Mama as a George G. Nothing. Now, how about this idea of hers for a radio show?
Yes, let's hear the idea.
The idea.
Well,
Portland.
Mama thought first you ought to have an announcer who's big and fat and jolly and laughs all through the program.
Yucks it up, huh?
And you ought to get an orchestra leader who's tall, good-looking, and eats ham hocks.
Ham hocks? Well, say, Portland, that sounds like...
And you have a young fellow who sings. And his mother always wants you to pay him more money.
Singer, but Portland, that idea...
And you have a butler who drives your car, which is a broken-down Maxwell.
Maxwell, but...
And you have a quartet that sings your commercial.
Commercial, but...
And for your sponsor, you get a cigarette company.
Cigarette, but...
And you'll be the star of the show, Mr. Allen.
Really? I can be in it, too, huh?
You wear a toupee.
Yeah.
You're always 39 years old. You play a violin, and you do your own laundry.
Yeah.
And you have a washing machine that you rent out to your neighbors.
Hey.
And you're very tight, and you keep your money down in a ball.
I'm sort of the pinch penny type, huh?
Yes, and that's a wonderful title. You could call it the Pinch Penny Program.
Well, I don't know, Portland. What's the future in becoming a salesman for Jell-O? I mean, where could you go?
Well, what's the matter? Do you think Mama's idea revolutionary?
Well, it is a little revolting.
What do you think, Miss Bankhead? You haven't had any lines for a whole page.
I was wondering when you'd notice, darling.
Do you think that kind of a program would go anywhere?
Yes, darling, to another network.
How about trying out this idea right now, Mr. Allen?
No, I don't think I could...
But, Mr. Allen, what have you got to lose?
Face.
An excellent reason for doing it, darling. Go on with the Pinch Penny program.
Pinch Penny.
the Pinch Penny program. 30 minutes of hijinks with your favorite radio comedian, star of stage, screen, and laundry, Pinch Penny. Well, here it is, 7 o'clock, and Pinch Penny isn't here yet. I wonder where he can be.
Say, that always gets me. There's a guy who gets $25,000 a week for doing that program, and you know he's not going to be late. He's probably been standing there since noon with his bare money belt hanging out. Try another opening. Could you scare up another opening?
Okay. Well, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first show of the new season. And so we give you the star of our show, just back from an extended 3-month, 40-cent tour of Radio City, Pinch Penny.
Hello again. Hello again, this is Pinch Penny. And Don Thomas, you know that's not true. You know I took a cruise to Honolulu. It was a wonderful boat trip.
Really? How did you go, Mr. Penny? First class?
Well, not exactly.
Second class?
Well, no, you see...
Third class?
Well, no, Don Z.
Oh, then you must have gone steerage.
Steerage? Why, Don, how can you say that about me?
It's easy. Didn't you find it pretty crowded down in steerage?
Don, for your information, I'll have you know that I had the whole boat to myself.
What boat was that?
Well, it was one of those little boats that hangs over the side of the big boat.
Oh, so you went stowaway.
Yes, that's the class I was trying to think of. And it's the only way to travel, Don, with the wind and the spray in my hair.
Your hair, Mr. Penny?
Well, I had it hanging over the side of the boat. Now, stop that, Don.
Did you like Honolulu?
Oh, it's so colorful there, and I'll never forget the day we docked. All the little native boys standing on the pier, and the people on the boat throwing pennies into the water, and the way those little rascals dive in and fight to get that money.
They go to all that trouble for pennies?
Well, after all, Don, it's not taxable, no inheritance tax or anything, liquid assets, you know, just as you pick it out.
Now, Mr. Penny, don't tell me that you...
Now, Don, please, after all, say, where is everybody? Where's Dennis? I want to talk to Dennis about his song for our first show.
Oh, here he is. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Don. Mr. Penny, my mother thinks...
Hello, Dennis.
My mother thinks I ought to get more money for this new season.
I said hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Penny. My mother thinks I ought to get more money for this new season.
Now, later, kid. Now, look, for your first song this year...
My mother thinks I'm underpaid.
Your mother doesn't know what she's talking about. Now, for your...
Ooh, what you said.
Now, for your first song...
My mother is the brains of the family.
Some brains. Now, look, kid, for your first song...
She was an undergraduate from the University of Southern California.
Come louder.
I say she was an undergraduate from the University...
Now, cut that out. I pay you ample salary.
You mean sample. My mother says that Bing Crosby makes as high as $50 a week and sometimes $75.
Bing Crosby has a lot of interest. He's in the orange juice business. He owns a baseball club.
Where does he find the time for all that?
He makes movies. He runs a racetrack.
Where does he find the time for all that?
He has 4 sons.
Where does he find the time? Where? Well, my mother either says I get money or I'll quit.
Well, goodbye, darling. Goodbye, Dennis.
Every time I open my mouth to quit, somebody says goodbye, darling. All right, goodbye. And my mother says she's going to send you back these pennies you sent from Honolulu. Where?
Mr. Penny, you don't mean you dove for pennies with those kids in Honolulu.
Well, the water was so delightfully warm, Donzie. And now I am in the spot. What am I going to do about a singer for the program?
Oh, don't worry about that. Singers are a dime a dozen.
They are? Where? Where can you get them for a dime a dozen? Where are singers a dime for a dozen? Where?
There's a bunch of singers in a choral group here. Say, any of you boys want to sing on this program? I'll sing.
All right, boy. Step over here. What's your name, son?
Frankie Lane.
Frankie Lane. Frankie Lane, that's not a very good stage name, son, if you want to get anywhere, I mean. But we'll change your name later. Sing, Frankie. So, hold it just a minute, kid. Come in.
Mr. Penny?
Yes, I'm Mr. Penny.
Mr. Penny, I'm making a survey of all the men in this district. What is your age?
39.
Well, we are making a list of all available men under 40. I am from your local draft board.
Oh. Well, I've been meaning to talk to you guys on the draft board about that. Sing, kid. I had this trouble during the Spanish-American War. You see, Mr.
You gave me green. You gave me blue skies above. But Lord, a man gets awfully lonesome without a woman to love. You gave me tall timber. You made me free as a dove. But Lord, a man gets awfully lonesome without a woman to love. You gave me two lips, but no one to thrill them. You gave me two arms, but no one to fill them. And ever since the world began, woman has walked with man. You gave me soft moonlight. You gave me dreams to dream of. But Lord, a man gets awfully lonesome without a woman to love.
Ever since the world began,
woman has walked with man. You gave me dreams to dream of, but Lord, a man gets awfully lonesome without a woman to love. Lord, a man gets awfully lonesome without a
was very good, kid, for a beginner. You can have the job.
Well, how about the money, Mr. Penny?
Money? Well, at a dime a dozen, that would be 1/12 of 10, would be 1/12.
I had an offer to sing on television with Fred Allen, you know.
Oh, please, people are eating, please. But I tell you what I will do. I'll take an option on you and think it over, mull it over a while for 30 days. I'll give you an advance, okay?
Golly, that's fine, Mr. Penny.
How about 5?
That'll be wonderful.
Here you are. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Penny.
So long, kid.
Golly, Indian heads. And they're so bright and shiny. Where is everybody, Mr. Penny? We got to have a rehearsal of the show.
Well, Portchester should be here any minute with the scripts.
Well, here's Portchester now.
Oh, yes. Hello, Portchester.
Hello, Bo.
Now, look, darling. I mean, Portchester. Did you finish typing the scripts?
Yes, Bo, but I had a lot of trouble. It's tough to write on the typewriter with only 5 keys on it.
Only 5 letters on that typewriter?
Well, what's the matter with that? I've done very well with those 5 letters.
So what 5 letters are they, Portchester?
L, S, M, F, and T. Well, it's like sending up smoke signals.
Well, it's a Corona typewriter, isn't it?
Mr. Penny, I think you're the funniest.
So you're the one.
Well, I wish the rest of the cast would get here so we could rehearse.
Well, Mr. Penny, I have the quartet here if you wanted to run over the commercial.
We have no commercial. This is a sustaining program.
But they've already rehearsed it, Mr. Penny, haven't you, fellas?
But, fellas, we don't need a quartet. We have no commercial.
Okay, fellas, let him hear it.
But fellas...
S-U-S-T-A-I-N-I-N-G, we're sustaining NBC. S-U-S-T-A-I-N-I-N-G, who's sustaining OTV.
But fellas...
S-U-S-T-A-I-N-I-N-G, all stars are here.
Boys, men...
Quiet! Quiet!
Now look. Whap! Another whale and I'll strike oil. Fellas, I haven't got time for that now. I'm waiting for my clarinet teacher. He's supposed to be here. I'm going to call him up and see what's keeping him. Hand me that phone, will you, Porchester?
Here you are, Bo.
Thank you. Hello? Hello, operator? What is the matter with those girls out there?
Mindy, Blue Eyes is flashing.
If they are, Ethel, it's the first time I ever saw them flash.
Did he give you a present when he got back from his vacation?
Yeah, he gave me a locket. Ain't it a beauty?
Oh, yeah, an Indian head.
But it's nice, though, isn't it?
Oh, they're a dime a dozen.
Oh, not these. They've gone up. They're 10 for a dime. But instead of bringing me expensive gifts, I sure wish he'd stop making up new rules.
Oh, Mindy, you're always telling me about your troubles. I have troubles, too, but you never ask me how I'm getting along.
All right, Ethel. How are you getting along?
Don't ask.
Hey, how are you getting along with Herman?
Don't ask.
Gee, I thought he was going to take you out Saturday night.
Didn't ask.
Why? I thought he had intentions.
Oh, sure he's got intentions, but he don't want to get married.
Oh, man, you sure got to hand it to him.
Not Herman. He takes it himself.
That other fellow, what's his name? You know, Harry.
Oh, I could never marry him.
Why not?
Well, we used to ride home on the subway together, and I got off on 34th Street, and he got off on 23rd Street.
So what?
So I realized I could never marry a man below my station.
Say, Ethel, he's flashing again.
Maybe we ought to answer. Hello, hello, yes, hello.
Hey, what's going on out there? I want you to get my clarinet teacher on the phone for me and tell him to come right down here. What? Oh, all right. I'll give you one, too. Gold diggers, copper diggers, Indian head she wants here.
I'm back, Mr. Penny. My mother changed my mind.
Oh, she did?
But this is going to be my last season because for next year, my mother's got me a contract with Metro Golden Mayer for $1,000 a week.
1,000?
Yeah. That's right, 1,000 a week.
MGM signed a contract with you?
Ooh, signed.
Now cut that out.
Have no fear. Meredith Harris is here.
Well, it's about time. It's about time you showed up. Where were you?
Now, take it easy, Dad. I'm here, ain't I? Where was you? He asked me.
Where was you? I said, where were you?
Okay, if you're going to get geometrical about it. Well, ain't we dandy? If I'd have known, I'd have brung you an apple.
It's not brung, it's brought.
Ah, tell it to the morons. What goes around here? How about the rehearsal?
You'll have to wait until we get through with my clarinet lesson. Until my teacher comes, I think I'll do a little practicing. Mm-hmm. My teacher will be here any minute. He comes by bus, so it'll take a little while for him to get here.
I think I'll get down and have an ice cream soda. I think I'll go down, too. I'll have an ice cream soda with you.
I'm going down, too. I can't stand any more of this.
Well, come with us. You're going to have a soda?
Yeah, I always take one jigger of soda. Gotta leave plenty of room for that good stuff on top.
Cowards! you're back again, are you, Portland? Well, tell me, what did your mother think of the way we took off that sterling character she originated for radio?
Well, Mr. Allen, she doesn't think it's your type of program.
Oh, really?
She has another fellow in mind for it.
Mr. Livingston, I presume?
Well, she has got a wonderful idea that would just fit you.
Oh, another idea, really?
She thinks you ought to have a program where you walk down an alley and you talk to people you meet there, like a Southern congressman, an old farmer, and an Irishman.
And you tell a lot of old surefire jokes and find myself broadcasting at the same time everybody else is listening to a quiz program someplace. I know what you mean, Portland. I'm not going through that again. No, sir, I'm not.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is only coincidence that tonight marks the 8th anniversary of the passing of the immortal George M. Cohan. It is a fitting coincidence for us because we all somehow feel the presence, the friendly approval, the exhilaration one always knew when George M. was around. The big show would not be truly big if we did not have something here that was created by the greatest showman of them all. We have his songs, and we're going to sing them now, and we feel you'd like to sing along with us. So on stage, Jimmy, Fred, Danny, Ethel, Frankie, Mindy, everyone, and keep a place for me. Our cue, Meredith. It's time for George M. Cohan to take another bow, leading off with Fred Allen.
H-A-R-I-G-A-N spells Harrigan. Proud of all the Irish blood that's in me. Divil a man can say a word agin me. H-A-R-R-I-G-A-N, you see. It's a name that a shame never has been connected with. Harrigan, that's me. Frankie, you're next.
For it is Mary, plain as any name can be, but with propriety, society will always say Marie, but it was Mary, Mary, long before passions came. And there is something there that sounds so square, and it's a grand old name. Ethel, take it.
I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, a Yankee Doodle do or die, a real live nephew of my Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart, she's my Yankee Doodle joy. The Yankee Doodle came to town just to ride the pony. I am that Yankee Doodle boy. Frankie and Danny, come on in.
Honest little girlie, I am strong for you. When you go away, I'm gonna long for you. Won't you please encourage me with just a word or two? Do, we might might get arrested. You needn't say you love me, for I'm pretty sure you don't. But tell me that you like me, and there's nothing that I won't be glad to do. That honestly and true, I go along for you, I do wrong for you, because I'm awfully strong for you. I'm strong for you.
You're on, Jimmy.
Now always leave 'em laughing when you say goodbye. You wear out your welcome if you moan or cry. When you meet a fellow with a tears in eye, you can leave 'em laughing if you try. Now interrupt a fella with a joke he's never heard. He will laugh and then declare that it's absurd. When he's giggling good, you know, that's the time to turn and go. Always leave 'em laughing when you say goodbye. Mindy Carson, you're next.
Eep-a-sop-a-doop-a-dop-a swing, babe. Eep-a-sop-a-doop-a-dop-a swing, babe. Gather up the honey, do the Michigan glide. Side to the side, dance to the bride. Eep-a-sop-a-doop-a-dop-a go, babe. Eep-a-sop-a-doop-a-dop-a slow, babe. Gaze into my glimmers when you're ragging with me, and be my eep-a-sop-a-doop-a-dop-a rag, baby. Eep-a-sop-a-doop-a-dop-a rag, baby. Take it, Tallulah.
Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me on Herald Square. Tell all the boys at 42nd Street that I will soon be there. With of how I'm learning to mingle with the old time song. Give my regards to old Broadway and say that I'll be there long.
You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever it keeps me away. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free.
And this show will be on next Sunday night from Hollywood.
God bless you, everyone.
Thank you, Tallulah. Good night, everybody. Good night to you all. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Bruce, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This coming Tuesday, most of you will be going to the polls to vote for your favorite political figures. And as we look in the Harris home, we find Alice and her brother William discussing the chances of the various candidates.
It's going to be an interesting race for the governor of California, Alice. Who do you think will win, Warren or Roosevelt?
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. I wouldn't even venture an opinion without first discussing it with Phil. He knows so much more. He knows so much more about politics.
Oh, come now, Sid. How loyal can you be to old foghead? Why, he knows absolutely nothing about politics. In the last 4 presidential elections, he voted for Jefferson Davis.
Oh, well, he gets confused once in a while. But usually he knows what he's doing. And I'll prove it. Phil! Oh, Phil, will you come here a minute, please?
Okay, honey. Yeah, what do you want?
I want your opinion on something.
Fire when ready, Gridley. The brain is at your service.
Phil, Warren is running this Tuesday. What do you think of his chances of winning?
Well, that depends. What's the distance and how much weight is he carrying? Can he go in the mud? Any more questions?
Yes. How much would you charge to divorce my poor sister?
Phil, honey, we're talking about politics.
Oh, politics, huh? Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Happens to be my business.
Philip, this Tuesday we're having a gubernatorial election.
What's wrong with the goober we got now?
Phil, we're talking about the governor.
Oh, the governor. Well, then, why didn't you say so? What about him?
We're having state elections for governor. We're also having a very important election right here in town. Encino is voting for a new mayor.
By George, that is important. Sorry, honey, but I'm not voting Tuesday. Frankie says it ain't important.
Oh, that's the trouble with Frankie. Nothing's important to him except Frankie.
Honey, how can you say that about Francis Waldo? He's a very considerate guy. Look, do you remember when he was over to the house for dinner Wednesday night?
He was over Tuesday night.
No, it was Wednesday.
I'm sure it was Tuesday.
How can you be so sure?
Because when I went to polish the silverware Wednesday morning, it wasn't there.
Now, just a minute. Frankie wouldn't heist nothing from his best friend's wife. He thinks a lot of you. In fact, when you said that you were unhappy with your chinaware, he told me that he was going to buy you a new set for Christmas.
Oh, isn't that sweet of... Wait a minute. Where is he going to get the money?
I don't know. Where's he going to get the money? I don't know. Said something about he'd find some way to raise it, and I'd... Look, if you'll excuse me, honey, I got to go down to band rehearsal.
I'm going with you. I want to talk to the boys in the band and get them to vote, too.
But, honey, them guys can't vote.
Why not? They're old enough.
I know that, but they haven't been able to pass the legitimacy test.
Well, come on. I'm going down to rehearsal with you and give them a little pep talk.
All right. All right, fellas, you quiet it down now. All right, let's break it up, will you? I got a lot of work to do. All right, quiet. That's it. Now, let's keep it that way, huh? Now, gentlemen, if you're ready to rehearse, we'll start on this... Remley, what do you think you're doing?
I'm tuning up my guitar.
Don't you think you ought to take it out of the case first?
Oh. I thought it sounded kind of flat.
Yeah.
I'll take it out later.
Look, Remley, not later. We're ready to rehearse. Take the guitar out now.
Maestro, I got a confession to make. I don't have my guitar in my case.
Well, what have you got in there?
My laundry.
Well, take that out and strum it. It's got to sound better than your guitar.
I'd rather not.
Look, Remley, I said take it out. Now open that case and dump your laundry out on the floor.
Okay. Loud shirts.
I would say it's time you had that stuff laundered.
Frankie, what did you have in that... Frankie, that's my silverware.
Can you prove it?
Of course I can. If you look at it, you'll notice it has my monogram on it. Go on, read it. What does it say?
U.S. Navy.
Oh, yeah, sure. I remember. That's the set I bought you when I was in the Coast Guard, dear. That's all.
Oh, now, never mind that. Some of my good sterling silverware is in there, too.
Frankie, how could you?
I did it for Alice.
You said she wanted chinaware for Christmas.
What's that got to do with taking my silverware?
Well, I had to hock something to get the money to pay for the china.
That figures, Alice.
Frankie, you returned my silverware.
Yeah, don't forget my artichoke knives. All right, now, let that matter drop. All right, fellas, let's get on with the rehearsal,
before you start, Phil, I want to talk to the boys about the election. Gentlemen, this week an important event will take place. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, you're opening at the Main Street Burlesque, boo-boo.
I am not. I'm talking about the election. Surely Election Day must mean something to you, fellas.
Sure it does.
What does it mean?
The bars are closed till 7 o'clock.
The bars are closed, so it'll give you fellas a chance to go out to the polls and vote.
Vote? They don't even get out of bed on that day.
Now, look, fellas, it's your duty to vote. Every good citizen should get out and vote Tuesday. You want good government, don't you?
We got good government. Why vote and change it? The man we got in there now is doing a good job, and I say as long as he's doing a good job, let's keep Coolidge there.
Frankie, we're voting for a governor, not a president. There ain't nobody wants to get Coolidge out. I like Calvert as much as you do.
Now, look, fellas, all I want you to do is go out and vote Tuesday. Will you do it?
No! Alice, look, you don't ask these guys, you tell them. Now, look, gentlemen, I never thought the day had come that I'd have to use this on you, but, are you going to vote, or do I tell the immigration authorities where you are?
Looks like he's got it, fellas. We'll have to vote.
Thank you. Well, now that that's settled, I'd like to rehearse my song.
Okay, start singing.
Start playing.
You start first this week. We started first last week.
Maybe you better start first, honey. That's the only way it ever comes out even.
Why is it I spend the day, wake up and end the day, thinking of you? Oh, why does it do this to me? Is it such bliss to be thinking of you? And when I fall asleep at night it seems you just tiptoe into all my dreams. So I think of no other one ever since I've begun thinking of you.
Why, oh, why is it I spend the day, wake up and end the day, thinking of you?
Oh, why does it do this to me? Is it such bliss to be thinking of you? And when I fall asleep at night it seems you just tiptoe into all my dreams. So I think of no other one ever since I've begun thinking of you.
Boo-boo.
Thank you, Artie. Now remember, boys, on Tuesday, when you vote for the mayor of Encino, there are two candidates running, Johnson and Conley. I happen to be campaigning for Conley, so if you'll vote that way, I'll appreciate it.
Just a minute, Alice. What makes you think you could tell us how to vote?
I sign your paychecks every week.
You can't intimidate me with that. I'll vote for whoever I please. And how do you spell Connolly?
I'm not telling you how to vote. I'm just asking you to vote for Conley. And if you do, you won't regret it. She'll make a wonderful mayor.
And if Alice says that she'll make a tilt... Did you say she?
Yes. Myrtle Conley.
Oh.
She's a fine woman. Her character is beyond reproach. She doesn't drink, smoke, gamble, or go out with men.
Ooh, I can't wait to meet her.
Neither can I. Come on, Remley. We'll get a couple of shovels and dig her up.
Now, don't be sarcastic. Myrtle is a very brilliant woman. What the world needs is more women in politics. Look at the shambles you men have made of this world, Phil. It's all your fault.
Well, I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to do it. It's just that I got up early this morning and didn't know what to do with myself. Now, look, Alice, we ain't voting for no square like that.
She's not a square. Miss Connolly will make a wonderful mayor. She has some very sound planks in her platform.
Well, there's nothing like having a well-built mare, you know.
Well, we'll get down and look her over, and if she passes her termite inspection, we'll vote for her.
Never mind. She'll win without your vote. She has all the women in town behind her. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a little more campaigning to do. I'll see you tonight, Phil.
Okay, honey, okay. Conley. Let us pay off. Wonder what this Conley dame looks like.
Hey, Maestro, here's a picture of her in this morning's paper.
Oh, bring it over here. Let me see that, Artie. Hey, look at this, Remley. Yeah, he's right. Here's a picture of Miss Conley standing in front of the City Hall.
Which one's the City Hall?
The one with the large dock. No, that's got a hat on. Must be Miss Conley.
Imposing-looking structure, ain't she?
Uh-oh, Remley. Hey, get a load of this speech she made. She says, and I say, verboten, if I'm elected, I promise to close every pool room, gambling joint, bookmaking establishment, and burlesque house in town.
What's she trying to do, make us musicians homeless?
I got news for you. This dame has got to go. We got to stop her from getting elected.
But how? Alice said she'll get most of the votes.
There are other ways to stop her. The baby's against everything. Why? Because she's frustrated. That's why.
What do you mean?
Look, Remley, what is the most important thing in the world to a woman?
A man.
Right. Now, all we have to do is to get some guy to make love to her. Promise her a home, plenty of romance, and she'll drop politics like a hot potato.
Yeah. Well, where are we going to find somebody stupid enough to make love to her?
All we got to do is to find some eligible bachelor, and then we got to... Lover boy Remley.
Wait a minute, Curly.
Bend over while I strap your knee pads on. You got some proposing to do, lad. Now, let's get over. We want to take a look at your lady love.
Oh, no, you don't. I ain't making love to no dame that looks like City Hall.
Now, will you come on? She may not be so bad, Remley. Maybe she looks like City Hall on the outside, but beauty's only skin deep. She may be a lovely person on the inside.
Well, I ain't going to peel her to find out.
You have to do a little peeling sometimes. That's the only way you can find out what's on the inside. Now, take the thing, for instance.
What's the thing?
I'm glad you asked that, son. I just happen to have my latest Victor recording under my arm. I'll spin it for you.
Spin away.
While I was walking down the beach one bright and sunny day, I saw a great big wooden box a-floating in the bay. I pulled it in and opened it up, and much to my surprise, ooh, I discovered a... Right before my eyes, ooh, I discovered a... right before my eyes. I picked it up and ran to town as happy as a king. I took it to a guy I knew who'd buy most anything. But this is what he hollered at me as I walked in his shop. Oh, get out of here with that before I call the cop. Oh, get out of here with that before I call the cop. I turned around and got right out of running for my life. And then I took it home with me to give it to my wife. But this is what she hollered at me as I walked in the door. Oh, get out of here with that. And don't come back no more. Oh, get out of here with that. And don't come back no more. I wandered all around the town until I chanced to meet a hobo who was looking for a handout on the street. He said he'd take most any old thing. He was a desperate man. But when I showed him he turned around and ran. Oh, when I showed him he turned around and ran. I wandered on for many years, a victim of my fate, until one day I came upon St. Peter at the gate. And when I tried to take it inside, he told me where to go. Oh, get out of here with that, and take it down below. Oh, get out of here with that, and take it down below. The moral of this story is, if you're out on the beach, and you should see a great big box, and it's within your reach, don't ever stop and open it up. That's my advice to you, 'cause you'll never get rid of them, no matter what you do. No, you'll never get rid of them, no matter what you do.
Hey, Curly?
Yeah.
What the heck was in that box?
The thing.
What thing?
Look, we're busy. Tune in next week and find out. You know we got a lot of work to do. Right now, we've got more important things to do. Now, look, here's Miss Connolly's house. Now, remember, like I told you, all you got to do is make love to that dame. Tell her you're going to marry her, but that you don't want a wife in politics.
All right.
I'll ring the bell. Now, look, and another thing. Don't tell this Connolly dame who we are. I don't want Alice to know that we were here.
How do you do? Whom do you wish to see?
We'd like to see Miss Connolly.
I'm Miss Connolly.
Oh, no. There goes my ulcer.
Remley.
I beg your pardon?
He said you remind him of someone in Tulsa. That's Remley's hometown, Tulsa.
I see.
You see, Miss Connolly, my friend here is a great admirer of yours, and, he just had to come over to see you.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Won't you gentlemen come in?
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
You can open the door again so I can get out.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Wait a minute, Frankie. Now, look. Tell Miss Connolly what you're here for.
Okay. Madam, I saw your picture in the paper, and it had a startling effect on me. It seemed to... Well, it made me... I don't know how to say this. So I won't. Good day.
Now, gentlemen, if you have something to say, I wish you'd say it. I'm a very busy woman. Politics takes a lot of time, you know.
Well, that's why I'm here. I hope you don't think me bold, Merton, but there's something I want to tell you. You see, Merton...
My name is Myrtle. I'm a woman.
You just keep reminding me. I've seen a lot of women in my time, but you're different. You're so, what's the word I'm trying to think of?
Pretty?
No.
Beautiful?
You're going in the wrong direction. You're more than just pretty or beautiful. You have a regal splendor about you.
Oh, please go on.
Well, I can't restrain myself any longer. I must get to the point. Miss Connolly, how would you like to change your name?
I'd love to.
Try Schultz. That's a very nice name.
Oh, this is so sudden, Mr. Schultz. I'll need a little time to think it over.
Well, take as long as you want. 10, 20, 30 years.
Get back on the beam, Schultz. Now, look, how can you resist this charming creature? Look at her angelic face. And her figure. It's so svelte.
It ain't svelte, it's swollen.
Well, I think I've heard enough. I'll thank you to leave my house.
Please don't get excited now, Mrs. Conley. Calm yourself now. Frankie. How in the world can you say that about Myrtle's build? She has a lovely build. Now take another look at her. Go ahead, walk her around her and take it all in.
My feet hurt. I'll wait for the next bus. Wait.
Now, that's as much as I'm going to take from you, young man. Get out of my house. Get out. Get out.
Now, wait a minute. Don't lose your temper, Myrt. Look, Myrtle, will you excuse me for just a moment? Right. What? Right. What are you trying to do? You're lossing everything up. Now go back and make love to her.
I can't do it.
Then I'm going to do it for you. You can't do it. I'll plead your case, and in 5 minutes I'll have that dame swooning.
You think you can do it?
Are you kidding? This is my racket. Now wait outside and leave me alone with City Hall.
Right over.
What are you two whispering about?
Oh, Mrs. Conley, I know that you will pardon us, but you see, my friend, Mr. Schultz, wants me to speak to you on his behalf.
About what?
About love. Love. That deep, tender, soul-searing, passionate love that I... You better sit down, Myrt. I don't think you can take this standing up.
Well, what are you trying to say?
Just this, Myrtle. My friend has fallen madly in love with you and wants to marry you.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I don't even know him.
With Frankie, it's better that way. Look, Myrtle, a girl with your charm shouldn't waste her time in politics.
I shouldn't?
Of course not. When a woman reaches your age, she should be in a home.
What's that?
I mean a home of your own. You know, with children and stuff like that, you have everything that a man desires in a woman. Loveliness, tenderness, sweetness. Why, I envy Frankie. If I could but have you for my own.
Oh, I think that could be arranged, Curly.
I talk too much. Now look, Myrt, about Frank.
Oh, let's forget him. You're much more charming. You have a lot more appeal for a woman.
True.
You know, if I do get married, it will have to be a man like you. You catch on, Dimple?
Yeah, and I couldn't think of a woman I'd rather marry, but, well, you see, we're not really mated for each other. There's a big difference in our ages.
I know, but I prefer an older man.
Yeah, let's get back to Schultz. Now, look, Myrtle, if he wasn't so bashful, do you know what he'd do? Honey, he'd move up close to you, just like this. And then he'd put his arms around you, just like this. And then he'd look up into your lovely eyes and say...
Well, isn't this a repulsive sight?
Julius, what are you doing here?
I'm delivering the groceries. What are you peddling, Mac?
I'm not peddling nothing. I was just teaching Miss Connolly the tango.
Well, go ahead. You two make a very pretty picture.
We do?
Yeah, you look like Sabu leading his elephant to a water hole. You two wasn't dancing when I come in. What were you up to?
We have nothing to hide. He was making love to me.
He was making love to you? Mm-hmm. Oh, this guy must have switched to kerosene. He ain't got no right to make love to another woman.
He has to if he wants to. Another woman? Curly, you're not married, are you?
Oh, Mert. How could you think such a thing? If you don't believe me, just ask Julius. I ain't married, am I, Julius?
No, he's not married. And if you don't believe me, ask his wife and 2 kids.
You have a wife and 2 children?
Well, in a way, yes. You see, the children are from my wife's former marriage.
And your wife?
She's adopted.
Adopted?
Yes, but it makes no difference. I treat her just as if she was one of my very own, you see. Now, let's get back to Frankie. As I was saying, Myrtle, if he were here right now, he'd put his arm around you just like this. And then he'd look up into those big blue eyes of yours, and then he'd say...
Why, you no good 9-toed Indian. Miss Connolly, what are you doing in my husband's arms?
Curly, is this true? Explain yourself.
Well, the Indian blood I got from my father. He's part Cherokee. And as for the 9 toes, that happened in a hunting accident up in Coleslaw, Alaska. We were just leaving Diego, and as we...
I didn't mean that. Is Mrs. Harris your wife?
You bet your big fat girdle I am.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Harris. I didn't know that.
You're nothing but a husband stealer.
Yeah, you chubby cradle snatcher. Taking advantage of my youthful innocence. Why, Alice, do you know what she was doing?
You stay out of this, Wonger, or you'll be an 8-toed Cherokee. Come on home. You've got a lot of explaining to do.
All right. 8 toes? Then you'll have to give me 2 strokes when we're playing footsies. Look, Alice, will you believe me? It wasn't my fault. I'm perfectly innocent.
Then how did you get in that house?
Well, it was like this. I was on my way to the sweet shop for my afternoon parfait. And suddenly, a big monstrous hulk reached out and dragged me in. I thought she was trying to sell me a suit. So instead, she grabbed me in her arms and smothered me with kisses. I tried to fight her off, but it was useless. She outweighed me by 2 stone. Then, just as I started to black out, you arrived and saved me from a fate that's worse than...
Joel McCrea stars next in Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the White Suit.
It is 6 a.m., June 23rd, 1947. There is only one prisoner in the Live Oak County Jail. He is John Elliott Bascom, a notorious and dangerous gunman. In the anteroom connecting the jail with the sheriff's office, Deputy George Keaton dozes, snoring at the end of a long and uneventful night's duty.
Miss George? Miss George?
Oh, hello, Uncle Ben. You still here?
Yes, sir. Yeah, but that prosecutor's office down the hall was powerful dirty. About ready to go along home now as soon as I hang up my mask, but I brewed this here coffee for you.
Coffee. Put it here.
She's hot, Jonah.
Coffee. Uncle Ben, you're an angel.
Don't know about that, Miss George. Ain't nobody else feed my wings. Just put the pot and cup in my closet when you're through. I'll take care of it when I come on tonight.
Sure, thank you, Uncle Ben.
Yeah,
Hey, wait! Hey, Jailer! What's the matter with you now, Bascom?
Take a look. The cell floor is wet. Water's running all over. This jail may have all the comforts of home, but I wouldn't give you much for your blood.
This building's so old, it's a wonder it doesn't all come apart. Valve must have stuck again.
Water all over the floor.
All right, I'll take it easy now.
What a crummy
You
joint.
keep back, Bascom.
Don't worry. You can do the waiting. I'm not putting my feet down in that water.
Stay there in your bunk. I'll see what's the matter. Let's see what's wrong with it. Why, your undershirt's stuffed in the drain.
Give me a gun. Give me a gun. No, I'm gun.
Miss George! Oh, Lordy, Bascom!
Get away from that gun cabinet.
Sheriff Chris Olson discovered the bodies of his night deputy and the courthouse janitor when he came into his office at 8 o'clock. He immediately telephoned the Texas Rangers, and a short time later, Ranger Jace Pearson arrived.
Jace Pearson, I'm glad to see you.
Quite a while, Sheriff.
Jace, this is a bad thing.
Anything involving Bascom is. You got any line on him yet?
No, apparently he slipped out of town afoot. We don't even know what direction he took.
Probably east up Rocky Valley. That's the quickest way into open country. Ranger Harris was ordered out on this assignment with me.
Oh, where is he?
I dropped him with a walkie-talkie at 2 Mile Bridge on the way in. He's riding through the brush now, cutting for a trail. We ought to find out pretty soon if Bascom's still afoot.
And if he isn't?
Well, the highway patrol's already closed the main roads into this area. As soon as we get a localization, mounted units will move in and attempt to close the gaps. We'll get him, Sheriff.
Well, I sure hope so. Oh, excuse me. Sheriff's office, Olson speaking.
Sheriff, this is Bob McDougal out on Route 7. A man just stole my truck out of the field where I was working.
You got a description?
I didn't get a very good look at him. He was clear across the field. A medium-sized fellow wearing a pair of weight coveralls, headed toward Prado.
What kind of truck?
A red half-ton pickup, 46 model.
Anything else to identify it?
It's kind of beat up. The grill's broken out in front.
I think that's enough for us, McDougal.
You know who it was?
I think so. But you better get in as soon as you can and file a theft report, just the same. Farmer's truck was stolen about 8 miles out of Route 7. It's Bascom, all right, Jace. White coveralls.
Those jail suits sure show up. Come on, my unit's out front. We'll get this on the radio as we roll. Racing out of town on Route 7 with my double horse trailer still coupled, I radioed all units to be on the lookout for the truck. Then I contacted Ranger Harris through his walkie-talkie and asked him to meet us at 2 Mile Bridge. He was there when we arrived. Nice timing, Ed.
What's up, Jace?
Got a line on Bascom. Let's get your horse loaded in with charcoal.
Okay, Bascom still afoot?
No. He grabbed himself a truck about 8 miles down the road.
Yeah, he would. This side's clear, Jace.
Watch your toes. Charcoal, you got company.
In you go, boy.
Yeah, better bring the walkie-talkie up front with you, Ed.
Got it. Ready? Heave!
All snug. Come on. Sheriff Olson, meet Ranger Harris.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Ranger. So, that's your walkie-talkie, is it? Well, how much do it?
Yeah, pretty contract, all right. Hangs right on the saddle.
You can keep in touch with your headquarters with him?
At Austin? No. Practical range about 5 miles. Closer the better. Strictly a field outfit.
Oh, I see.
All set? Maybe we can drive Mr. Bascom right into the roadblock at Dry Creek Crossroads.
Sounds like you just made it.
Yeah.
What's the matter, out of gas?
Yeah, fill her up.
See me, Marilla?
Anything, fill her up.
You betcha. Say, isn't this old Bob McDougal's truck?
Yeah, I'm taking it into Prado.
Well, he got all his repair work done at Live Oak.
Not this time. Hurry it up, will you?
He's trying to bubble over on me. Filler pipe must be bent. Old Mac sure beats up a truck, don't he?
Yeah.
Best farmer in the county, but awful careless about machinery. Seems
Come
like
on, wind it up. That's enough gas.
Okay, Mr. Okay. You must be in a hurry.
I am.
You're gonna lose some time at Dry Creek.
Yeah? Why?
The law's got a roadblock at the crossroads for some reason or another, booming everybody through down to the seams of their drawers. 5 2/10. That's 131.
Charge it.
Hey! All right, you smart mechanic. Let's see how far that gas gets you.
Operator.
This is Jim Perry. Get me the Dry Creek store, quick.
I'm sorry, that line's busy.
Break in on it. The highway patrol's got a roadblock there. I want to talk to one of the officers.
Is this an emergency call?
A smart aleck in Bob McDougal's truck just clipped me for some gas. He was in too big a hurry, to be honest, and he deliberately took the wrong turn when I told him there were officers ahead.
Mr. McDougal's truck, you said, a red one?
Sure, everybody knows that truck. A red pickup with a mechanic in white coveralls driving it.
You're on Route 7. What turn did the truck take?
The crazy fool took off down the old Big Wash Road. Tell the patrol they can box him in there. The road ends at the wash.
Keep a watch on that road, Mr. Perry. That's the man they're looking for.
What?
It's Jack Bascom. He broke jail and killed 2 men at the county seat this morning.
Jack Bascom?
I can ring Dry Creek now.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Subject Jack Bascom refused to pay for gasoline. He turned south from Route 7 at Perry's filling station, your vicinity.
That's Perry's down there at the foot of the hill.
10-4. Unit 10 approaching Perry's now. We'll keep KTXA advised. Unit 10 clear.
10-4, KTXA Austin.
That's Jim Perry out in front, flagging us down now. Officer, I just got held up.
Yeah, we know. For some gasoline.
You know?
The radio, Jim. That's the turn he took over there?
Yeah, the Big Wash Road.
How long ago?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Pretty good start on us, Jace.
Yeah. For the kind of country there is down here. Let's don't let him get any more. We found the red pickup abandoned in the sandy bed of Big Wash 4 miles from the highway and radioed the surrounding units. John Bascom's tracks led straight into broken country beyond the wash. He couldn't go any further in the truck, and neither can we. Looks like work for the horses from here on, Ed. Let's get them out.
Right. I'll give you a hand, Jace.
Easy, boy, easy.
Come on, Falco. Better get the walkie-talkie, Ed. We ought to be able to contact any unit south of Dry Creek with it pretty soon.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Hey, you boys leaving me afoot, Jace?
You can take the unit back, Sheriff. Maybe join the highway patrol at Dry Creek. Bascom's headed southwest. He probably figures to slip past the roadblocks.
He might be making a wide detour over toward Highway 11.
Might be.
All set, Jace.
Okay.
Anything else I can do?
Yeah, keep your fingers crossed.
I will. Trailing Bascom isn't going to be any cinch for you boys. He's desperate, armed, and he knows his trail's rich.
I know. Easy, boy. For good measure, I don't like the looks of those clouds over there. But all we need is a storm to wipe out what little sign he may leave. Well, let's get started, Ed.
Yeah.
So long, boys. Good hunting.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Come on,
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now we continue with tonight's case, The White Suit, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
By 4 o'clock, Ed Ed Harris and I were deep into the rough country south of Big Wash. We'd continually cut back and forth for Bascom's tracks, finding them and then losing them again. It was slow work, covering 5 miles to his 1, while he steadily built up his lead on us. He was infernally clever.
Take it easy going down here, Jace. This canyon wall was any steeper, we'd be hanging by our collars.
Ooh, charcoal. Hey, wait a minute, Ed. Pull up.
Whoa, boy. Whoa, now. Whoa. Now what, Jace?
Bascom didn't slide down here like we thought.
No?
Look. There's the rock he pushed over from the rim to make the skid marks we've been following. See, it's lava, like the cap on the rim. Different from the rest of the rock down here.
So we've got to climb back to the top. I'd have sworn he started down here to cross this canyon.
That's what he wanted us to think. Anything to cost us time. The trouble is we got to follow out every one of these blind trails he's leaving us. Any one of them may be the McCoy.
Yeah, he'll be to California before we ever get out of these badlands.
He isn't to California yet. Don't worry, he's working as hard as we are. Up, Charlie. Lift him up.
Come on, Red Horse. Maybe I could go. Come on.
Watch it, Ed.
What a climb. It's getting late. Look at that sun, Jace.
Yeah. Hey, that low sun has got its advantages.
Oh, boy. Oh, now. Easy.
Take a look at that slope over there across the canyon. That patch of sand past that big mesquite.
Yeah, tracks, footprints. Then Bascom did cross the canyon after all.
Probably someplace a little downstream.
Jace, how come we didn't see those tracks when we started down here from up before? He couldn't have made them since then. We aren't that close behind him.
No, the tracks were there before. We just didn't see them. Now the sun's low enough to throw longer shadows into the prints his boots made. Makes them twice as visible.
Yeah? Well, we better start looking for a place to cross ourselves.
Now, let's climb a little higher first. I'm worried about that storm the way it's piling up.
Up, Red Horse. Come on. The clouds are getting black, Jace.
Probably loaded with static. We better try to make radio contact with the walkie-talkie while we can. We need to work from this high ground to get through.
General call, Jace?
Yeah. Suppose you try it now, Ed.
Yeah. Unit 902 to unit in range. Unit 902 to unit in range.
Unit 8 to Unit 902. Go ahead, Unit 902.
Oh, boy. Oh. Here you are, Jace.
Oh, Charcoal.
Unit 8 to Unit 902. Go ahead.
Unit 902 requests the location of Unit 8.
Unit 8 is at the intersection of County 5 and State 11, 10 miles south of Dry Creek.
10-4. Unit 8 is now too far north. Fugitives still bearing toward Highway 11, approximately 12 miles south and east of Dry Creek. Suggest Unit 8 move south about 5 miles.
Unit 8, 10-4.
Unit 902 has had no direct contact with fugitives, but is following an identifiable trail. Will report any change. Please relay to other units. Unit 902, clear.
Unit 8, 10-4.
Say, look, Jace. Bascom may stay on the other side of the canyon, or he may double back to this side. Why don't we save ourselves a lot of riding and split up for a bit?
Might not be a bad idea.
I'll take the canyon floor. It's sandy. Tracks will be easy to spot there. And you can work along this rim.
All right, but watch yourself, Ed. You'll be in the open down there.
Yeah, just let Bascom show himself once. That's all I want. Come on, Red Horse. Going down. Easy now. Easy. Give me a chance to get to the bottom before you start, Jace.
Okay. Something about a manhunt sharpens the hunter's senses. I sat on the rim for long moments watching Ed Harris descend that canyon wall, feeling danger without being able to identify it. Suddenly, smoke blossomed behind a rock on the opposite rim. I saw Harris sag in his saddle before the horse carried him out of sight. Dim by distance came the lagging sound of a shot. Go, Charlie. Go, boy.
Harris! Harris, you all right? No! The rocks are in the way. Keep cover, Ed. Be with you in a minute.
Over here, Jake. He was right up there, but he beat it. I think I hit him. Those white coveralls make some target.
Probably realizes that by now, and he'll really run. How bad are you hit?
Oh, flesh wound, clean. Just above the elbow here. Help me get this kerchief on it. I'll be all right.
Pull your sleeve out of the way.
Yeah. He would pick my left arm. How'd he know I was a southpaw?
It's something we may be asking him right sudden. You okay now?
Yeah, right. No.
Pick up his trail on the rim. We'll have to watch sharp. He's going to try to keep that white suit out of sight. Now that we're this close to him.
Come on, Red Hawk. Show that charcoal out of front. Come on. Hey, get up. Come on, boy. Easy now. Just a little more. Almost to the top. Come on now. Whoa. Had a fat chance of picking up anybody's trail here, Jace. A herd of elephants could have crossed this loose shale without leaving a trace.
Maybe. But look here. You see them?
Yeah. Ants, a whole trail of them.
Ants don't go after anything in this country they can't eat. Let's see what these are having for supper. Here we are. On this piece of shale.
Yeah, blood. And then I did nail him. We got a wounded animal on our hands, Jace. May let go at us from behind any of these brush clumps.
I don't think he's hurt so bad he won't keep on running. There's just a few drops here. I'm afraid you just creased him. That was pretty long range.
Well, it won't be the next time I get him in my sights, I promise you that. I owe him something for this arm. Let's go.
He's probably headed for that big mesquite thicket.
Yeah, he would. Come on, Red Horse.
Up, charcoal.
Hey, Jace. Look, out there in the open. His coveralls. He's peeled them off.
And there he goes, into that big clump of brush across the clearing.
Come on, let's go get him.
Hey, wait a minute.
Whoa, boy, whoa.
Circle around below him, Ed. Make a lot of racket like we're still together and hunting blind. Maybe you can flush him back between those big rocks.
Okay, I'll try it, Jace.
I'll hide charcoal out behind the side of them, and maybe we can rig up a little surprise party for Mr. Bascom when he comes through.
But be careful, will you? He won't give you a chance. Don't give him one.
Chance? That killer? Just let me get my hands on him.
Come on, Red Horse. Hit that truck. Let's go. Yeah.
Easy, charcoal. Easy. We go this way. Ooh, boy. There's the shade of this rock for you, charcoal. Easy now, boy. Quiet.
Head down, boy. Shh. Shut up, charcoal. Freeze! Senor, what do you want?
We're Texas Rangers.
Oh, Rangers?
Yeah, I got him. But he's the wrong man.
What's he doing here?
Ask him.
Senors, I am still. God, in this place is nobody. I am a lonesome man, mind my sheep. Then I heard the gun. 2-3 times.
When?
No, a few minutes ago. I think maybe it's my friend Diego come from next valley with gun to kill coyote. We have much trouble with coyote here, senor.
We aren't looking for coyotes. Where'd your clothes?
I go to see if it's my friend when this malo hombre, this very bad man, is jump from the bush. His gun is very big. He took my clothes. He tell me not to move in the road. I stand still till he's gone. Then I run too.
Which way'd he go?
How do I know, senor? Me, Pedro, I'm scared to death.
Sorry, Pedro. Forget about your clothes. You're a lucky man to be alive.
See, I know, senor. See.
You better get some more clothes before that storm hits. You aren't exactly dressed for bad weather. Oh, steady, Charlie. Looks like our surprise didn't come off, Ed. Let's get moving before Bascom builds up a lead on us again.
Yeah, let's go, Red Hawk. Yeah, you Charlie.
Harris and I picked up the trail shortly, but Bascom managed to stay ahead of us using a large bag of tricks to keep out of sight, even if he couldn't shake us. When the sun set behind towering thunderclouds, we were working our way down a wide, arid valley, keeping some distance apart.
Hey, Jace, here's the tracks again.
Pick them up, Charcoal. Yeah. Oh, boy.
See them? There they are, heading right down there in the valley.
Fresh as daisies, too.
Yeah, no blow sand drifted into them at all.
We better try that general call again, Ed.
To report opposition?
Yeah, look at the direction those tracks are taking. They've been swinging that way the last half hour.
Yeah, I noticed that. Headed almost due east now.
Bascom's pulling another big red herring on us. He made for Highway 11 long enough for us to report it, and set up interception for him there.
And then he swings straight east for Highway 13. Sort of catches us with our units down, don't it?
Bascom's gambling that it does. Yeah, I'll try the call. Unit 902 to unit in range. 902 to unit in range. 902 to unit in range.
It's no use, Jace. You can't raise anybody. We're too far out now.
The weather isn't helping any either on this lower ground. Looks like we're in for real soaking before night.
Yeah. Well, Bascom can't possibly be much ahead of us. Maybe we can tree him before he gets through to the highway. Handle him on our own from here on.
You can't risk it, Ed. If he slips us and gets through to make a ride with somebody or steal another car, he'll be gone.
Well, I guess here's where we separate, then. I'm kind of out of the running with this here bum arm. Give me the walkie-talkie and I'll double back till I'm in range of the units on Highway 11 again. That's good. It'll ride all right like that. Anything special for the boys?
Ask them to request coverage on Highway 13 all the way to Prado. And keep trying until you get through. I'll stick on his trail.
I'll have a relay into KDXA in half an hour.
As soon as you do, you better head out toward Dry Creek and get that arm looked after.
I'll wait till we've got Bascom. Good luck, Jace.
Same to you, Ed. Come on, Charlie.
Yeah.
20 minutes later, the rain struck with cloudburst intensity, bringing complete darkness, but not before John Bascom's tracks led me onto an adobe bench where sheep had been grazing. He'd removed his boots here, and his tracks blended with a maze of other bare footprints left by Mexican sheep herders. I rode on slowly. Suddenly, a small, rain-drenched boy stepped out from the brush. Charco nearly ran him down.
Ooh, Charco. Steady, boy. Hey, you there. Hey, boy, Nino, wait. Get up.
He ran like a frightened little rabbit. Light winked as the door opened and closed, the door to an adobe shack. As I approached, I saw the blinds were tightly drawn, almost as though to prevent the leakage of any telltale light from the candle burning dimly inside. Whoa, Charco. Oh, boy. Open up. Open up.
Jenny, who are you?
Texas Ranger. Getting out of this rain, I want to ask you some questions.
Oh, no, senor, I cannot let you in. My husband, he's sick. He's very sick.
That's your boy that just ran in here?
Yes, senor, my Juanito. He was going to look for the mama goat. Storm, she's bad. You frightened him, senor.
You gave me a turn for a minute, too. Look, I need a little help.
Me, I would do anything for the Texas Ranger.
I'm trailing a man, a very dangerous man. He must have passed close to here about the time the rain began. Where is he now?
We have seen nothing, Juanito. Me, nobody, senor.
Maybe your husband did then. Anyway, I want out of this rain.
Senor, no, you must not. My husband.
This woman was deathly afraid, but her eyes told me she wasn't afraid of me. Of the storm, perhaps, of the sickness in her house. Or of the blanket-wrapped man lying on a bunk in a corner of the room with his bare feet protruding toward me. The door was thick. I pushed it inward as far as it would go and stepped quickly behind it.
Senor, please.
Slide your gun out from under that blanket and drop it, Bascom. The gun, Bascom. Drop it or I'll break your other arm. Drop it. You would be stubborn, Bascom. Now you really got something to be sick about.
Do something. I'm bleeding to death.
You won't get off that easy. We're saving you for the electric chair. You got something I can use for bandages, Senora?
Oh, my arm.
Un momento. Here, senor.
Gracias. This'll do fine.
How did you know?
He was holding a gun on you and the boy, making you do what he said?
How could you know?
Your real husband's a sheep man, isn't he?
Yes, senor. He's working in Prado now.
Well, look at these bare feet sticking out here. You ever see an honest-to-goodness sheep man with his toes all crowded together from wearing cowboy boots? Better put some water on to heat. I'll need it to patch him up enough to take him in.
John Bascom was tried in Live Oak County and found guilty of the murder of 2 men. On the 2nd day of December 1947 at Huntsville Prison, his sentence was carried out. Death in the electric chair.
now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
One of the pleasures afforded us here in this show is the large number of letters we receive asking for special information about the Texas Rangers. This week we received one, an especially interesting letter, in which the writer said she had heard of an official Ranger's prayer and inquired if such a prayer actually existed. It does. The prayer was written by Captain Pierre Bernard Hill, chaplain of the Texas Rangers, and I should like you to hear it. O God, whose end is justice, whose strength is all our stay, be near and bless my mission as I go forth today. Let wisdom guide my actions, let courage fill my heart, and help me, Lord, in every hour to do a ranger's part. Protect when danger threatens, sustain when trails are rough. Help me to keep my standard high and smile at each rebuff. When night comes down upon me, I pray thee, Lord, be nigh, whether on lonely scout or camped under Texas sky. Keep me, O God, in life, and when my days shall end, forgive my sins and take me in. For Jesus' sake. Amen. Good night, folks. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea will soon be seen in the Universal International Technicolor production, Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Herb Butterfield, Barney Phillips, Bill Johnstone, Herb Ellis, and Lillian Byas. This story was transcribed and adapted by Tom W. Blackburn, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight, Theater Guild on the Air presents Judy Garland in the prize-winning novel Alice Adams, co-starring Thomas Mitchell. Another Sunday evening favorite is the $64 Question, starring Jack Parr. Tomorrow on the station of the Chimes, you'll hear Gordon MacRae as your singing master of ceremonies on one of his wonderful musical journeys aboard the show train. The Chimes are your invitation to the best in radio entertainment. Be sure to hear Judy Garland next in Theater Guild on NBC.
Garland making one of her rare and eagerly anticipated appearances before the microphone. Our Theater Guild on the Air broadcast is an outstanding event in radio entertainment. You'll hear Miss Garland playing the title role in Alice Adams, based on the memorable novel by America's beloved Booth Tarkington. Co-starring as Virgil Adams, we bring you Thomas Mitchell, who's currently starring on Broadway in the prize-winning dramatic success Death of a Salesman. Featured as Mrs. Adams is Anne Shoemaker, recreating the role she originally played in the famous screen production of our story. Now, we raise the curtain on S. Mark Smith's radio adaptation of Alice Adams, directed by Homer Fickett. Clarion City is a busy, prosperous, solidly established place midway between Cleveland and Indianapolis. It has a skyscraper or two rising from the prairie. It has a row of fashionable shops. And it has a girl named Alice Adams who walks by as though she were on Park Avenue or in Paris until reality rudely interrupts.
Going somewhere, Lady Alice?
Oh, Harvey.
Strolling?
Yes. By myself, if you don't mind.
Now, what's the use of being cross with old Harvey? Honestly, Alice, I've been meaning to drop in on you for a long time. After the way I used to call you last fall, I don't blame you for wondering why I stopped.
Really? What a curious idea. When I've never given it a moment's thought. Oh, isn't that Henrietta Lamb in her new roadster?
Henrietta?
Well, no, it isn't. You can relax, Harvey.
You devil.
I go in here to the florist. Goodbye, Miss Malone.
Wait, Alice. Okay, so I am in the running for Henrietta Lamb. I'm out the front, too. Why not? There's a future in it. Gilt edge with regular dividends.
Harvey, you really are vulgar. Poor Henrietta.
Alice, I face facts. That's what you ought to do. Why, honey, when it comes to the other kind of assets, you've got as much as any of them. You always have. But if you just wake up, there's no reason why we couldn't still be friends. We could have great times, Alice. We could fool them all, and who'd know the difference?
I would, Harvey. Bye.
Oh, good afternoon.
Hello, I'd like to see a corsage, please. Something nice to wear to a party.
Oh, the Palmer party that's been in the papers?
Yes, dear Mildred. My escort said to pick something out.
Oh, of course. We've had lots of calls for orchids today. They're beauties. $6.50 each.
No, I saw orchids the last time.
Well, there's a nice corsage of gardenias. $5.
Oh, dear. Our gardenia's ordinary. So every day, you know. These violets are pretty.
They're the first of the season. $2.50 the bunch.
Oh, they're so sweet. But, well, they wouldn't go with my gown, I'm afraid. It's so difficult, isn't it, when one goes to so many parties, to find something new and original. Well, thank you just the same. When one goes to so many parties. What makes me talk like that? Why can't I just be myself? But which me is me? Hello, Mother. Why, Alice, what kept you so long? Look, Violet. Alice. 143 separate ones. I picked them myself in Bellevue Park. Enough for a darling corsage for the night.
You picked them yourself. You went down on your hands and knees? Well, you wait down here. I'm going to talk to your father.
Now, you're not going to mention these flowers.
Well, Alice, I think I ought to know by now how to handle your father.
I know, Mama, but how does he feel today?
Well, he's nearly well, thank goodness. Not nearly so cranky. He's in bed having his tray.
Well, if you're going to talk to him about...
Now, it's for his own good, Alice. The time has come for him to leave J.A. Lamb's, or he'll be stuck in that warehouse the rest of his life.
Poor old Dad. I wonder if we aren't both a little selfish with that idea.
Alice, what's right is right.
Alice? Oh, excuse me.
You want anything else, Virgil? A little custard?
When did I ever eat custard, Linda?
But you got to eat what's good for you, Virgil. You got to get nice and strong so you can fly around and find something good to get into.
Oh, that's it. Anything at that again?
But, Virgil, you don't want to go back to that old hole, J.A. Lamb.
Dang it, you promised never to mention that again, Emma.
Well, I haven't mentioned anything, have I? All I say is you can do so much better if you'll just think about your other chance. Well, turn over. I'll give you back a rub.
All right. J.A. Lamb's is no old hole, Emma. The biggest wholesale gun company in 4 states.
Well, it's been a hole for you all these years. And if you don't owe it to me to think of something else, at least show it to your children. Why, look at your daughter. she's going to a big formal party tonight, and she has to wear an old organdy dress she's had 2 years now. And look at this house.
And you look at what you're doing, pounding my back.
Oh, I'm sorry. That better?
Yeah, now see here, Emma. I'm not criticizing Alice. I wouldn't trade my girl for the whole kit and caboodle of girls in this town. Only, well, she could have more dresses and things if...
Now who's hinting? You want Alice to give up her work in the County Historical Society. Well, I won't have it, Virgil. It's Alice's chance to be somebody in this town.
You can't pay somebody on $18 a week, Emma.
Virgil, you're just being stubborn. Alice meets the nicest people in town with that job. Every family that matters here is on the board of the society.
Oh, sure, but just the same. Well, look, if Alice was a stenographer now, I could get her in the office of J.A. Lance for maybe $35 a week.
Lambs again. Oh, that place.
But they do it for me, Emma. They took Walter into the shipping room when I asked them.
And that's all you want to do for your children, is it?
What more can I do?
Alice could have her pick a bowl. She could marry any man in this town if her family just had some money and standing. You remember how the nicest boys used to flock around this house when Alice was in high school. Why don't they come here now, Virgil? You know what the answer is, don't you?
Dang, every time I get to feeling better, somebody talks me into a relapse.
Here, Daddy, let me fix your pillow.
Thanks. That's my girl.
Oh, poor nice old Daddy. You know, you shouldn't get upset with Mama. It's just that, well, she doesn't think they appreciate you down at Lamb's.
She thinks I'm a failure, Alice.
No, you're not a failure. You're not.
Why, Alice? Didn't old man Mr. Lamb come to visit me in this very room when I took sick? Didn't he say, remember, Virgil, your place is waiting for you anytime you want to come back? His very words, Alice. And paying my salary all these weeks I've been out. And hiring your brother Walter last year. Don't you think that looks as if he thought something of me?
Of course it does. Mother's wrong. We're both wrong, she and I.
You too, Alice?
Oh, it's just a silly notion. I'm sorry.
What exactly does your mother say about me getting into something new? Does she mention anything special?
No, she just says that you could have other opportunities. Why?
Alice, listen. I want you to have as much as any of those girls you go around with, but, well...
It's all right, Daddy. I've been thinking maybe I ought to do more myself.
Like what, Alice? If you happen to be thinking of office work...
No.
Oh.
Daddy, listen. There are so many things that go on inside me. It makes me think... Well, maybe I was cut out to be an actress.
Huh?
Don't you think it's possible, even a little?
Oh, my, an actress. If women don't beat all.
Well, I'd better run along and dress.
Who's your beau, Alice? He must like to throw his money around if he sent you those violets.
Yeah. He treats me pretty well, doesn't he? They're the first of the season. Picked today.
What? Who said I was going to take her tonight?
Oh, but Walter.
Don't put water me, Ma. I'm just as likely to take Alice that dance at Mildred Palmer's as I am to eat a couple of barrels of broken glass. I'm no society snake.
But Walter, I told you a week ago, and I've laid out your dress
No,
suit.
sir. Here's one member of this family who don't kid himself. I know who my friends are and where I belong. I got a date downtown, and I ain't gonna break it.
No, you can't do this, Walter. You can't. It's more than I can bear to see her disappointed when she's planned it today.
Look, Ma, why hasn't somebody asked her to go? She ought to be that popular anyhow. Why does she run around with that crowd if she's not good enough for them?
You don't understand how hard things are for her and how brave she is about them. Oh, you couldn't be so selfish. You couldn't.
Oh, right. But it's the last time.
Alice?
Yes, Mother?
Come in.
Your brother'll be glad to take you, dear. Yes, he certainly sounded thrilled. This is charming decor, Walter. Such delightful colors.
All right.
Why, Margot, how positively chic you look.
Thanks, Alice. Oh, there's the music. Organdy. Maybe I'm wrong.
What you mean?
Nothing. Walter, do you know that this circular ballroom is an authentic Queen Anne copy? Imagine it.
Relax. Nobody's even looking at you. Well, come on. I thought you wanted to dance.
No. First, we must speak to Mildred and Mr. and Mrs. Palmer.
I haven't got anything to say to
Walter,
them.
please, can't you ever make believe? Come on. Mildred, dear, such a success.
Good evening, Alice.
I knew you'd wear chiffon, dear, and your curls. You look too fabulous.
You know my mother and father, I think.
Good evening. So nice you could come. Thank you, Mrs. Palmer. This is my brother, Walter.
Oh, so nice.
Pleasure, young man. How you doing?
Colonel Flint's Daddy.
Oh, Colonel, so nice. You must tell us about what...
My hand got chilblains. Well, let's give it a whirl.
Oh, by the way, don't forget to ask Mildred for a dance before the evening's over. Are you kidding? You're supposed to. She's my best friend.
Listen, I'm as liable to dance with any of these gold-plated pigeons as I am to buy a bucket of rusty nails and eat them. So forget it. As soon as I get rid of you, I'm going out back and smoke myself to death. Hey! At least the music's good. Hey! That band is Slopsy Sam and his Senders. Hiya, Sam. Hey, kid, what you doing up here? It's the big time, huh, Sam?
Walter.
Hey, Alice, you're quite a stepper.
Well, truthfully, there isn't a man in this room that dances as well as you, Walter. But the mystery is how you ever learned it.
Don't you worry about me. I get around. What you, Alice? On the level, where does all this get you? Why, if Mildred Palmer's your best friend, I'll eat...
Walter?
Okay.
Is it so hard to understand, Walter? I like all this. I like the way they do things. The clothes and the talk. Everything right. Nothing scrimped or cheap looking. It's sort of my dream. It makes me feel as if I had wings.
Some explanation leads me right back where I started. Well, I'll see you later.
Well, you won't be too long.
Look, I done my duty, didn't I? Now you're on your own.
Alice, would you mind if we took this chair?
Well, Margot,
Well, you're not using both of them, are you, dear?
No, I'm expecting some of the... I'll wait over there. Excuse me.
Alice, can I have this band?
Oh, Frank. Well, I'm afraid that...
Oh, gee, Alice, please. Mother's picking out girls for me to dance with, but I know they don't want to dance with me. They never do. You're the only one who never refuses me.
Oh, you nice Frank Delry. I'd love to.
Oh, that was wonderful, Alice. Next one?
Well, let's sit this one out, shall we, Frank?
Anything you say. Gee, Alice, if the other girls were only as nice to me as you. Yes?
Who's that man there with Mildred? The tall man.
What, don't you know?
No, he's new, isn't he? He seems rather...
He's that Arthur Russell, Alice.
What Arthur Russell? I've never heard of him.
Well, that's funny. Only the last time you saw me, you were telling me how awfully well you knew Mildred Palmer.
Well, but most certainly I do.
Well, that's what's funny, because they say he and Mildred are supposed to be engaged. He's her second or third cousin or something, and he's just come to town. His father left him some property here, and he's going to manage it.
Mildred and Dave.
That's what they're saying. Oh, darn it. Turn around, Alice. Mother's signaling me, and I don't want to see her. She's waving me to dance with my sister, Ella.
Well, maybe you'd better go back to them, Frank. I'd like to go outside for a moment anyway.
Oh, shucks. All right.
Alice? Oh, Mildred. This is my cousin, Arthur Russell. Oh, he wants to ask you to put this down.
If I may have the pleasure, Miss Adams. Wonderful band.
Isn't it?
A wonderful party.
Fine.
You're not very talkative, are you?
Usually, yes.
Well, then why not now?
Well, why should I inflict that on you, too? You've done your duty, Mr. Russell.
My duty?
Of course. I suppose Mildred brought you over because I wasn't dancing. That was sweet of her.
Oh, you've got it backwards. Mildred wanted me to dance with some of the others, and I said I would if she'd introduce me to you first.
You asked?
Yes. I saw you a while ago. You were dancing beautifully with a chap, the best couple on the floor.
That was my brother, Walter.
Oh, really? Then you were talking to him, and, well, your eyes were sort of shining for a moment, all lit up.
What? Oh, Mr. Russell, you think of these things much too quickly.
Think? No, I'm just saying what I saw. Oh, I wish we could dance this next together, but I suppose we're both booked up. Where's your next? Do you see him anywhere?
Well, as a matter of fact, I promised this is the next one now.
Then perhaps later?
If you'd like to.
Indeed, I would. I'll look for it.
Thank you. Oh, I wonder if you could do me a favor.
Of course.
Would you see if you can find my brother Walter for me? He may be in the smoking room or somewhere. If it isn't too much trouble.
No, not a bit.
He saw me. He asked for me.
Well, alone, Lady Alice?
Oh,
Harvey. I'll give you a break. Henrietta's gone upstairs, and we can have the next.
Oh, no. Why, you mustn't think of it, Harvey. Dear Henrietta will be needing you, and I'm being quite well taken care of. Thank you.
Here he comes, Miss Adams.
Oh, thank you. I know this disappearing brother of mine must have been terribly hard to find.
Oh, on the contrary, it was easy.
Well, Mildred will probably never forgive me for keeping you away so long.
Oh, it was a pleasure. So long, Adams.
Walter,
Never too bad again, you understand?
Do what?
Ain't anyone looking for you.
Well, he found you, didn't he?
Yeah, he found me, all right. You want to know where? I was shooting craps with a checkroom boy.
The checkroom? The academy?
That's right.
But Walter, he didn't see you, did he?
Unless he was blind.
Oh, Walter, take me home. Take me home now.
Alice?
Yes, Daddy?
That girlie, aren't you?
Yeah. I got tired.
Have a good time?
Yes, wonderful. It was so gay and just splendid. You go to sleep, Daddy. I'll shut your door.
Good night, darling.
Good night. Wonderful time. Wonderful.
now the curtain rises on the second act of Alice Adams, starring Judy Garland as Alice and co-starring Thomas Mitchell as Virgil. Ann Shoemaker is featured as Mrs. Adams. It's an afternoon a few days later. Alice has walked downtown to a local institution of learning, Frank's Business College. She didn't stay long when she found out that it would cost her $80 to take a course.
$80? How can I...
Miss Adams.
Oh, why, Mr. Russell.
I thought it was you coming out of there.
The school? Oh, I've been doing a little errand for my father. He wants to hire another secretary.
Well, I've been hoping I'd run into you. Ever since Mildred's dance, I've been thinking that I'd like to see you.
Oh, goodness, I bet I know what you've been thinking. You've been thinking I'm the sister of a professional gambler.
Because he was shooting dice for the courtroom boys? I wish I could do that sort of thing myself.
Well, Walter is original, Mr. Russell. I was afraid you'd misunderstand him. See, he's rather literary, and he simply haunts people like that for material. He can talk exactly like them.
Oh, I see. And are you literary?
I'm just me.
And what's that? I'd like to know.
Well, how refreshingly direct, Mr. Russell.
Why not? What are you doing the rest of the afternoon? Can I take you for a drive? My car's around the corner.
Your car? Well, I should up... Oh, there's Margot Jensen coming our way, dear Margot. Let's walk, shall we? There's so much to see walking. So you asked Mildred to introduce us just so you wouldn't have to dance with Ella Dowling.
Oh, not a bit. I thought you were different the moment I saw you.
Different? That means from someone. From whom?
Are you a mind reader?
What?
How did you know I was thinking you were different from my cousin Mildred? You did, didn't you? By George, I knew you were this sort of girl.
Oh, how intimate this seems to make us all of a sudden, Mr. Russell.
Don't be formal. It's Arthur.
Arthur, then. But didn't Mildred tell you anything when you asked her about me?
She just said you were a Miss Adams.
A Miss Adams? Well, it certainly is unfortunate that I am so different from Mildred.
Why unfortunate?
Why? Because she's perfect. She's perfectly perfect. Oh, yes, we all fairly adore Mildred. She's like some big, noble, cold statue way above the rest of us. She hardly ever does anything mean or treacherous, you know. Of all the girls I know, I think she plays the fewest really mean tricks.
The fewest? But if you say she's...
Aren't men, darling? Of course, all girls do mean things sometimes. My own career is just one long brazen smirch of them. Oh, no, we can't let you in on our little tricks on her among thieves, you know. Oh, but they're delicious, and they go on right before your eyes.
Honestly, you baffle me. Girls are always telling us we can't catch on to them. And now I see it's true. Come on. What do you really like?
What do you think I'm like?
Well, you're quick, aren't you? And clever. Nobody pulls the wool over your eyes.
Oh, Arthur, what a terrible compliment to pay a girl.
Well, what's wrong with it? I like people like this. Not that I ever developed that way myself.
Oh, now, you don't expect me to believe that, Mr. Russell. You're a big businessman, I hear.
Oh, I'm just learning to manage my estate, that's all. It's not hard. In fact, I guess the truth is I've always had things pretty easy in my life.
Oh, then that explains it.
Explains what?
You, why you like people, why you trust them. You do, don't you? More than most people.
Oh, why not? Anyway, we're talking about you, Alice.
Oh, goodness. Can't we keep away from that? Besides, if you stay in town, you'll hear all about me. I'm a terribly unpopular character.
Oh, that can't be true. I saw you at the party. You were the best dancer there.
Oh, that. Well, I ought to dance well when I think of the dancing teachers and the expense to Daddy. Still, I suppose that's what fathers have daughters for, to throw money away on them. Well, our little walk is over. That foolish little house is ours.
That one?
It's a queer little place, isn't it? But my father's so attached to it that I doubt it will ever move. You know that feeling about an old house.
Alice, can I call you one evening?
If you like. We're in the book.
Alice, I'd like to say... Well, never mind. I'll call you through.
Goodbye. Evening, Mama.
Alice, who is he? My seemed attentive.
Mother, for goodness sakes, were you watching out of the window?
Where did you meet him?
I met him at Mildred Palmer's party. He's a distant cousin of the Palmers. They say he's supposed to be engaged to Mildred.
Oh, how nice.
Well, I don't know about that. He didn't seem like an engaged man to me. At least, not so terribly.
Alice, you on the floor?
Yes, Mother.
Did you see this story in the paper? Henrietta Lamb's having a big, formal party.
Yes, Mom, it's tonight.
And you weren't invited?
Well, not exactly. Arthur Russell phoned, and he wanted to take me.
That Mr. Russell?
Yes. I said I couldn't go with him because Daddy was ill.
But Alice...
I couldn't go, Mother. Henrietta didn't invite me, and if she doesn't want me there, how can I...
Well, that's settled. That's all I'll stand. Bert.
Oh, it's you.
Virgil Adams, how much longer do you expect me to put up with that old man and his doings?
Who's doing? What old man?
What other old man would I mean but your dear, grand old Mr. J.A. Lamb?
Oh.
His snippy little granddaughter, Henrietta's having a party, and she snubbed at it. Well, there is this fine young man, Mr. Russell, who wanted to take her.
Mother,
You come in, Alice. Once and for all, you're going to hear everything. You're still young, and you've still got a chance to happiness. If your father's got the gumption to act like a man.
Mother, what's come over you?
He knows what I mean. He knows I'm not asking him to do anything he can't do.
Oh, that's what you're driving at.
Yes. I'm driving at that formula of yours. Alice,
You've broken your word, Emma. You promised never to mention that again.
Well, do you think I'm going to let my word interfere with my struggling for the happiness of my children?
That formula's not mine, Emma.
It belongs to you as much as to anybody.
Mother.
Dang.
Listen, Alice. Years ago, your father and another man invented a formula for making the best glue in the world.
The best what?
Glue to stick things. They invented it when your father first went to work for J.A. Lamb, and now the other man's dead, died 2 years ago, so the formula belongs to your father.
It belongs to J.A. Lamb. He paid us all the time we were working on
You
it.
made some changes in it later yourself, and Lamb never got a
I
penny.
don't care. If you want me to be a dirty dog, it'll be like stealing to use that formula now.
And what has J.A. Lamb stolen from you? Years ago, he gave you a solemn promise to do something about that glue. To do something for you. And has he done it? Has he?
Alice, can't you get her the thunderation out of here?
Mother, what's the matter with you? Even if it is bad formula, what are you expecting to do?
I expect him to go into business and make money with it. And he can. He can use our savings and borrow on the house and the insurance to get started. But all he thinks of is working himself to get to J.A. Lamb on a miserable pit.
I won't hear it, Emma.
Come on, Mother, come on.
Wait. Alice.
What is it, Daddy?
She says She thinks you have a mean life, Alice.
You hear a lie. Couldn't you be as brave as she is, Virgil?
Are you lying, Alice? Do you have a mean life?
No.
Here, look at me. Seems like the Henrietta Lamb dance. Is that so hard to bear?
All right. It's all right. I tell you. Now, you see?
Get out of here. Both. Go on. Leave me alone.
Good band here, Alice. Oh, what a shame you couldn't get to Henrietta's dance last night.
Oh, I didn't mind, Arthur. I prefer a little out-of-the-way place like this.
Well, I'm certainly glad your father's feeling better now.
Oh, yes, dear Daddy. Arthur, I have a confession to make. I couldn't have gone to Henrietta's dance with you anyway.
No?
No, as a newcomer, you wouldn't have known, but the Lambs and the Adamses, they're the Montagues and the capitalists of this town.
The what?
Yeah, the families with the feud, Romeo and Juliet. Oh, don't ask me what the feud's about. Business.
Well, then let's forget it. It's certainly not what's on my mind.
What is?
Oh, I want to know what you thought the other day after our walk about me.
I was thinking about myself, Arthur.
Well, it's frank, anyway.
I was wondering what I wanted to make you think of me.
And what did you decide?
I decided I should never dare to be just myself with you. Not if I wanted you to see me again. And yet, here I am, just being myself after all.
Take a look inside, Emma. Only an old shed, but it's a starter.
The Adams adhesive. That was Alice's word.
Well, no matter what you call it, it's still going to smell like a glue factory. Wish I knew what he thought about this.
Who?
Oh, Mr. Lamb. If I could only find out.
Now, Virgil, if you haven't heard anything, it just goes to show he's forgotten all about it.
You don't know J.A. Lamb. He doesn't forget things. Not if he thought you were trying to get the best of him.
That's just morbid, Virgil. Oh, by the way, Alice is going out with that nice Mr. Russell tonight.
Again?
Uh-huh. It's been 2 or 3 times a week lately.
Can you beat it? Here we go through all this muck and moil to help fix things nice for her, and she goes out and gets what she wants anyway.
Oh, I'm not saying they're engaged, Virgil. Not yet.
Tired, Alice? Why so quiet?
I don't know. I'm afraid I'm going to miss these summer evenings of ours when they're over.
Do they have to be over?
Uh-huh. Everything's over sometimes.
I don't look so far ahead.
Oh, how cryptic. What do you mean, Arthur?
Yes. Why should our evenings be over?
Heavens. Why, that's practically a proposal, Arthur. But don't worry, I shan't hold you to it. I know it's just the spell of the moonlight and this terribly romantic sport.
Now, don't make fun of it. I like your sport.
Arthur, wouldn't it be wonderful if 2 people could just keep themselves to themselves?
But I thought we've done that pretty well so far. It's what I've enjoyed this summer, being alone together.
I just have this feeling, something in the fear.
Something?
Well, somebody. If people in this town talk about each other frightfully, Arthur.
You think they gossip about us?
No, not exactly.
Well, what?
Well, they do talk, really.
Aren't you inclined to worry too much about that sort of thing? Who cares, anyway?
Well, it's just that I don't want them to make up things about me to you.
You know, the truth is, there are times when you act like another girl, Alice. So listen, if you want our evening to be over, you'll have to drive me away yourself.
Me for money. Still got a job, hasn't he? Not that they'll keep him long at J.A. Lamb's after what I've done. Oh, well. Night, Alice.
Night, Daddy.
Alice, you know, I think it's time your father and I showed some interest in Mr. Russell. Well, I actually believe he's never been inside the house.
No, we've always stayed out here on the porch.
Well, we can't wait much longer to ask him to dinner. We could get that Melina Burns to wait on table. She goes out for the day, and we can have a real nice dinner. Something real stylish.
Mama, maybe we ought to wait.
But, Alice, don't you want the young man to meet your father and mother? Suppose you ask him for next Thursday.
Boy, good to see you again. You rather told us to forget what you look like. I'm sorry, cousin.
Now, Daddy, Arthur's been busy. We understand. Here's a flower for your butthole, Arthur.
Oh, thank you, Mildred.
We have luncheon with the terrace. It's so much cooler.
Mildred, doesn't that Alice Adams' father work for old Mr. Lamb?
Why, yes, Mother, I believe so.
Well, Edwin, tell your daughter the story you heard at the club.
Why? Is Adam's girlfriend of Mildred's?
Well, I did see her for a while.
My dear, every girl who meets Mildred and tries to push an acquaintance isn't a friend of hers. I'm glad you dropped her, my child. Sit down, Arthur.
Well, they're saying downtown that old Mr. Lamb had kept this fellow Adams on his payroll for years, even though he'd become deadweight in his job. And what did Adams do a few weeks ago to show his gratitude? He up and departed with some sort of a clue formula from the old gentleman.
Stole it?
Well, not technically, but the point is that J.A. Lamb takes a great deal of pride in his judgment of men, and everybody thinks it's a great joke on him. All he'll say is, wait and see, wait and see.
Edwin, pour Arthur some of the Rhine wine. I know he'll enjoy it.
Got a nice dessert spoon, water glass.
Why, Alice, you've set that table a dozen times.
I know, Mother, but
where's Walter? Why isn't he dressed and ready? Oh, but I told you he'd be late tonight. Now, don't get excited, Alice. You want to look fresh, don't you?
Oh, if it only hadn't turned so hot. The roses are going to wilt.
Oh, now, Alice, I said...
No, everything's got to be right, Mother. It just must. And that Melina Burns, Mother, will you tell her, please not to chew gum when she waits on the table?
I said, just leave everything to me, dear.
Oh, Melina.
Hey, don't you folks think it's a little too hot for soup tonight? I do.
Melina,
soup and mushrooms and sweetbreads and sirloin and vegetables. Too hot, folks.
Melina.
That ice cream cake is swimming already in the ice pot. What? That's me. Butterfingers. Now don't move. I'll go get the bum. I'll get candy for tonight.
Oh, Alice.
Alice, dear, you mustn't get upset. I'll be right back.
Alice.
Yes, Daddy?
Say, you're not cooking cabbage, are you? Is that fashionable now for company dinner?
It's not cabbage. It's Brussels sprouts.
Oh, you don't say. Smells pretty strong. Dang this coat and necktie. I wish I could go to the table bare-hide. Don't remember any hotter night in 10 years. Oh, what in the ding-dong?
you wait here. No, I'll go. Now, do you want to look anxious? You do as I say. Wait here. And then you come into the living room. Oh, Daddy.
What's the matter now, Alice?
Oh, you come right in, Mr. Russell. I'm Mrs. Adams.
How do you do, Mrs. Adams?
It's kind of awfully warm tonight, Mr. Russell. You know, the only person I know who doesn't seem to mind the heat the way other people do is Alice. But then Alice is so amiable. She never seems to mind anything the way others do.
Talk, Alice. Honey, you better go and rescue that young man from your mother. Oh, these are Brussels sprouts, huh? Well, they certainly smell up the house.
Why, that's the bouquet, Daddy. It's part of their charm, isn't that so, Arthur?
Well, I never heard it put that way, Alice, but I guess you're right.
Oh, Alice, what an imagination, Alice.
Oh, what could have been in Cook's mind today with this heavy entree? She should have given us something iced and light on a night like this. People leave too much to les domestiques, n'est-ce pas? I should have loved an Angélique.
A what?
That's French, Father. I'm afraid you're not a real gourmet, Daddy. You see, most cooking terms are from the French because they're so distinguished for their cuisine, like most music terms being from the Italian. What are the Americans famous for, I wonder? What do you think, Arthur?
Why, I guess I never get it.
Business, I suppose, banking, manufacturing, and so on. Isn't it funny? Unbelievable! No, folks, I'm just laughing at this ice cream cake out here.
Hey, stay there. Hey, you. What's her name?
What's whose name?
That young woman in the kitchen. I want some water.
Well, it's Melina, Daddy. Poor old Daddy. No matter how long they work for her, she never remembers their names. It's that terrible new factory. Everything else goes unnoticed. I always wondered why the businessmen can't leave most of the details to their employees. I mean, that's just what they're for, isn't it? Secretaries, office boys, and all that.
Secretaries, Alice. You know, I may be needing a secretary myself soon. Never thought I'd ever be having one of my own, Mr. Russell.
Come on here, will ya?
Walter, aren't you coming in?
Oh, Ma,
pardon me, Mr. Russell. I guess my boy wants to see me.
Why, whatever. Walter's such a funny boy. He's so abrupt and unexpected. But then, of course, you know that about him, Arthur. I guess that's how talented people are. It's part of their charm, really. What are your talents, Arthur? Can you play any instrument or sing?
What? Why, you dang little fool. You idiot.
Don't yell at me, Pa. I couldn't help it. I tell you, it just happened, that's all.
Well, I guess I'd better go and see if Walter's had his dinner. You excuse me.
It turned out wrong. It's the old man Lamb found out.
Old man Lamb found out. Why, you...
Hi. Where they all gone, Alice?
Never mind, Melina.
Well, there ain't going to be any dessert. This is all melted away.
A penny for your thoughts, Arthur? No, I'll bid more. A rose. A poor little dead rose for your thoughts, Mr. Arthur Russell.
Afraid I haven't any.
Will you ever forgive me?
What for?
Oh, this whole evening.
What? I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do. You're upset.
Well, I'm sure you're just a mess.
No, I'm not. I think they've gone upstairs. Can we go out on the porch for a moment? Where we belong?
Of course.
You won't look straight at me. You won't say a word. It's dark out here. You needn't look at me. You can tell me the truth.
There's nothing the matter, not at all. Of course, weather like this is sort of...
You know, I have the strangest feeling. I feel as if I were only going to see you about 5 more minutes all the rest of my life.
Well, that's not so. Not at all.
Don't say not at all again, Arthur. You're much too nice to be good at deceiving to try to... It's not worth it. It doesn't work, I know.
Alice, of course I want to see you, of course. But it's...
I've never had a feeling like this before. It's just so... That's all. You're never coming here again. But it's all over. It's finished, isn't it? It was my own doing.
Alice, you're awfully tired and nervous and...
Is that you?
What? Mr. Lamb.
Your father home?
Yes, he's upstairs. Walter's there, too, Mr. Lamb. I guess they expect you. What's Walter done, Mr. Lamb?
Will you call your father, Miss Adams?
All right, please go in.
Listen, Alice.
Don't be so solemn, Arthur. When anything's spoiled, people can't do anything else but run away from it, can they? Your hat's just inside. I'd like to keep it for a souvenir, but you can't go without it, can you, you poor thing? What a romantic parting. Talking about that. Goodbye, Arthur.
Now for the station identification. WNBC and WNBC FM, New York. And now the curtain rises on the third act of Alice Adams, starring Judy Garland, co-starring Thomas Mitchell, and featuring Ann Shoemaker.
Oh, Walter, how could you do it? Mother, will you all please be careful? Mr. Lamb is here. He's waiting downstairs. Mr. Lamb?
I knew it. It was just what he was waiting for.
Please tell me what's happened.
Walter shorted his accounts down at Land.
Oh, don't make it pretty, Emma. He took $300.
Oh, Walter.
I didn't steal it. It turned out wrong, that's all. This guy, this friend of mine, he owed it to the bookies, and they were after him. He swore he'd give it back before the end of the month if I'd help out. Well, he didn't, and today the auditors checked my account.
Oh, Dad, can't you possibly...
Oh, I'll get the money somehow, every dang dirty penny. But this is just what J.A. Lamb's been waiting for. He thinks we both cheated him. He was just letting Walter walk into the trap.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You talk to me, you dang young idiot. Thinks we're yellow, does he? Well, I'll get down and show him. Every last dang dirty penny.
Now, Walter, you wait up here.
Oh, Walter, to have this come on the night of your sister's dinner. Poor Alice.
You wait here, too, Mama. And don't say poor Alice.
Mr. Lamb,
You what, Virgil Adams? Fine family turned out to be after all these years.
Now listen to me, will you?
Why, I'd never have set my foot inside your house. Except that I wanted to tell you to your face just how I felt.
Mr. Lamb, we know that...
I'll pay you every cent Walter took, Mr. Lamb, just as soon as I can. I'm going down in the morning to try and raise a loan on my glue works.
Oh, your glue works. I would have thought people had to show some prospects before I could raise a loan.
Oh, naturally.
Well, I guess you'll find that a little difficult, now that I can open the glue works of my own.
What's that?
Yes, sir, and the big one. Right across from that shed of yours. Oh, I've got plans. What do you expect me to do, Virgil Adams? Let you walk off with that glue formula like swallowing a pack of butter? Oh, I know what you thought. You said to yourself, here's this old fool, J.A. Lamb. He's in his second childhood. I'll just put this over on him.
Mr. Lamb, that formula was just as much mine as yours. And anyway, a lot you know about my feelings of what I said to myself. But I want to tell you one thing now, Mr. Lamb. I don't feel mean anymore about what I've done. Not anymore. Because there's a meaner man in this world than I am, Mr. Lamb.
Oh, so you feel better about yourself?
You bet I do. Look at me. What I did when I quit you couldn't have made 2 cents worth of real difference in your life. But you think I did you a bad turn. So you spike my business, and you shame my family, and I can't even raise the money to keep my boy out of the court. And if anybody that told me last year I'd say a thing like that, I'd call him a liar. Well, I do say it, Mr. Lamb. You're a doggone mean man.
What? You're accusing me, Virgil Adams? Good night.
Oh, wait, Mr. Lamb, you can't go away thinking badly.
No, let him go, Alice.
No, Mr. Lamb, wait. Daddy, please go up. Mother!
I can't get upstairs myself, Alice.
Lamb, he didn't mean what he was saying. It's all my fault. This whole terrible mess.
Your fault?
Yes. Because I made him think I was unhappy.
You were unhappy, so he walked out on me without a glue formula.
See, I made him think he had to make money for me. I used to compare myself with Mildred Palmer and all those girls uptown. He was only trying to do for me what you'd do for your granddaughter, Henrietta.
Young woman, you've got the darnest way of trying to get around me.
No, it's true, believe me.
Doggone, I won't be talked out of it. Did your father give a single thought to all the years he worked for me? No. Shuffling at serpent soup, that's what. Not a grateful bone in his body.
You mean, did you say?
Yes.
Well, don't you dare say that about my father. Don't you ever dare. Now I'm glad he's through with you. When he used to worship the ground you walked on, Mr. Lamb says this, Mr. Lamb says that. Well, at least he won't be fooling himself anymore that way.
Now, wait a minute.
And you'll pay you the money Walter took, Mr. Lamb. I'll pay it. I don't know how, but I'll work and I'll get it.
Now, hold on, Alice, will you?
No, there's nothing more to say. I'll get that money somehow. Mr. Lamb? Where are you going?
Upstairs to your father. You coming?
Are they still talking in there? It'll be all right, Mother. Everything. But what did he say? Oh, he talked about glue. He wants Daddy to join him in the factory.
Oh, then your father is... Oh, thank heaven now.
Please, Mother, excuse me. I want to go outside for a moment.
A penny for your thoughts? No, a poor little dead rose for your thoughts, Alice Adams.
Oh, you came back?
I didn't go. I've been waiting here for you.
All the time?
I heard them fight in there, if that's what you mean. And what you said to the old gentleman about being responsible.
Oh,
I also heard a good deal yesterday afternoon. I was at Mildred. They talked about you a lot.
I see. Well, then you found out they were right. You know that.
Now, let me finish. I found out that I want to marry you, that's all.
Marry? Me?
That's right. I love you, Alice. Well, surely you've got something to say to me, dear.
You still... Oh.
Yes?
The curtain has fallen on the Theater Guild on the Air production of Alice Adams, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation. We express our thanks to our stars, Judy Garland, who starred as Alice, Thomas Mitchell, co-starred as Virgil, and Anne Shoemaker featured as Mrs. Adams. Our thanks also to Kendall Clark, whom you heard as Arthur, Mason Adams as Walter, Joseph Sweeney as Mr. Lamb, Mary Wicks as Melina, Lucille Perlow as Mildred, Florida Friedrich as Mrs. Palmer, Oliver Thorndike as Harvey, and Bruce Hall as Frank. The Theater Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Helburn, with Armina Marshall executive producer. F. Mark Smith is editor. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levitt. Judy Garland may currently be seen in the MGM production Summer Stock. Alice Adams was presented by a special arrangement with RKO Radio Pictures, producers of Where Danger Lives, starring Robert Mitchum, Faith Gomez, and Claude Rains, soon to be seen in the leading theaters throughout the country. Your announcer is Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at the same time.